What's up, everyone? Oh no, I realized a problem. Welcome to the Normal America Show. 1 second, we got a problem here. What is going on? There we go. The power I forget when the power goes out that it shuts that off. What's up, everyone? Host Rob Knorr back home. No internet problems, no work. Normally, I like to do this call-in show Friday morning, but I had a doctor appointment, just regular checkup, nothing too crazy. Everything went fine at my doctor appointment. For a fat guy, I'm relatively healthy, but so I was unable to do that this morning. But that's okay. We're here now. I got 2 hours for you. Let's do a call-in show, right? Why not? Hopefully, thank you on the 10K. I will be setting up a special 10K sub show for. Hopefully, that'll be coming down the pipe here soon. Little difficult right now with the holidays. Thanksgiving's a big time for me because I'm a fat guy. Not just because I'm a fat guy. So the back's been okay. I got the injections in the back. It helped tremendously. I'd say it decreased the pain about 80%. Since I've got those injections over a month ago, it's started to fade a little. My back still feels way better than it did before the injection, but I could tell that it's slightly waned. But it does feel like it's getting better, so I'm hopeful. I have an appointment with the back doctor here again soon, so we'll see what progress is being made there. Now, Thanksgiving, the holidays are always weird working in home health care with people with disabilities because a lot of the people you work with don't have families that they're in close contact with. And that makes the holidays very difficult because whether you're just watching television or you're listening to your staff talk, everybody's talking about family. Oh, I went home. I went to Thanksgiving dinner. I saw my parents. I saw my sister. And that can be very difficult on a person with disabilities that maybe never gets to see their family or has bad memories of their family. So the holiday is always a challenge in this line of work. With a lot of the people I specifically work with, that's not really a problem. In fact, it's the opposite problem, that we enjoy family time so much that sometimes it's difficult to find time to get out and visit. And that could be a challenge as well. So one individual I work with, normally Thanksgiving Day, we're out there with family and it's great. And because of medical issues this year, we're unable to do that. So me and the other staff are trying our best to do Thanksgiving at that client's home. But then I also have Thanksgiving with my side of the family, Thanksgiving with Courtney's side of the family, which is like 3 Thanksgivings because it's her grandma, her aunt, and then her dad. So tomorrow is Thanksgiving with Courtney's dad for us. So it's one of those things where it's a good problem to have that there's a lot of people to hang out with over Thanksgiving. But your blood sugar is not happy with you after your 10th slice of pumpkin pie. And Destiny's debating someone now. Who's he debating? Not me. I'm blacklisted. So we'll get around to it once we get through those holidays. Sarah, how are you doing? My goodness, great to hear from you. The great Sarah Kane. If you're not checking out her channel, you're making a huge mistake. You can find her channel right there on YouTube. You see her chatting there. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I'm not surprised at all that you volunteer. It is a hard time of year. I mean, even for people that don't have disabilities or aren't homeless, pretty much everyone's have a loved one that they've lost. And a lot of times you have great memories of the holidays from those loved ones. So it makes it very difficult to be reminded of that. Also, for my family, I don't know what it is about my wife's side of the family, but everyone's birthday is like in late October. So it almost is like the holiday season starts at the end of October because it's like you'll have like 4 birthdays. Then we usually carve pumpkins with all the kids. So that's a day. And then you transition into Thanksgiving, and then you hit the ground running after Thanksgiving. Unbeknownst to Hankster, we're taking him on a Polar Express type train ride. Not this, I think that's the first weekend of December. So I'm very excited for that. Do I have a nickname for my chat loyalists? The Normies, of course. Oh my goodness, Sarah, you got your wisdom teeth taken out. I had mine taken out when I was like 16, 17. I'm glad I did. I woke up they put you out to get your wisdom teeth out. I woke up in the middle of it. but I couldn't feel anything, and they instantly put me back to sleep. It was a bit unnerving though. One of your professors has class scheduled for next Thursday. Probably thinks you're a colonizer. Don't deserve to have the holiday. Jaguars. Yeah, we could talk about the Jaguar marketing campaign. We could talk about some of the Trump cabinet picks. Pam Bondi, I have my reservations about, so we could go all over that. Of course, as always, the floor is yours, whatever you want to talk to. I am committed to being less of a jerk. I feel that lately I've been, I don't know what the word is, a bit too quick on the trigger with sort of criticisms of some issues. So I'm gonna try to be reasonable. Now, in my defense, my goodness, every time I open it up, inevitably tonight we're gonna spend an hour talking about the 19th Amendment. I know it. You know it. Sarah, what do you think about the 19th Amendment? What do you think about women's right to vote? Sarah's a very intelligent woman. She's probably smarter than me. So I'd be interested to hear what her thoughts on that. I, of course, think that you should not take away someone's right to vote for an abusable characteristic like sex. But it's, I guess I'm in the minority of a lot of my audience. Have I lit my Christmas tree yet? So if you watched yesterday, I have a live stream up on YouTube yesterday. It's only like 10, 15 minutes where I explained why I wasn't doing a normal live stream. It was from my basement. What had happened yesterday was my brother Go Rams is in here. He's in the same line of work as me. He knows how this goes. I didn't talk about the Destiny Lawrence Southern leaks. If someone wants to call in and talk about that, so be it. When you do what I do, which is like healthcare, there are certain benchmarks that each state will have that you have to be trained as a company, as an individual to work with that company. So, for example, to get hired here, I don't even think you need a diploma, a high school diploma, but you do have to pass a background check. So you can't have, I believe what they're looking for is like past situations of abuse. Sarah makes the point I do. There are interesting conversations to have on meritocracy. Should you have to be adding a value to the country? Should you have to have something at stake? So questions of people that have children should have more of a vote. People that are landowners, people that are net taxpayers, or people that have served in certain aspects in the country, whether it be military or other types of service that we all think are important. That's one set of questions which I actually think is reasonable to have those debates. I do not think that we should limit the vote on immutable characteristics like your biological sex, your skin color, shit like that. That should not be a limit on your ability to vote. It's very similar. I know I'm retreading ground here, but it's very similar to affirmative action. If you say we want to give the 100 poorest farmers in this country some sort of financial aid, okay, we could discuss that. And if it happens that 98 of those people are black, I don't have a problem with that in theory. I might have a problem with the specific policy, but in theory, that's fine. You've set a merit-based requirement, and it just so happens the majority of people that meet that merit happen to be black. No problem. But if you say we're going to give money to the 100 poorest black farmers, I can't accept that. That's racist. That's giving people money based on immutable characteristics. You can't do that. If you want to help people below a certain income level attend university, and it happens that disproportionately those are black men, okay. Again, I'm not saying I agree with that policy, but there's nothing morally reprehensible as far as a racist ideology. So that's how I well, of course, then you get into the specifics of Iris Lynn. How would you define a net taxpayer? Do roads count, streetlights, books? Yeah. You could say it's bonkers, but the idea of we have some sort of benchmark that says people that put more in than they get out deserve a voice more than maybe. How do you call in? That's a good question. I should have mentioned that. My Discord channel. So I will put the link out there. If you've not joined my Discord channel, I think you have to go to the rules section and click the American flag after you've read the rules. believe it or not, that sounds stupid, but Discord's actually basically forced me to completely remove my channel at one point because they're so stringent. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So last night, there were certain trainings that my supervisor, I have a new supervisor. She's cool, but she's like, hey, Rob, they got these like 4 trainings they want everyone to have by the end of the week. And I'm pretty sure I've done all those trainings, but she's like, can you just do them by Friday? So they called Thursday night. So that's why I couldn't stream last night. But I did do a little brief stream from my basement where it's like my hangout room with my wife and son. And if we have guests over. And to answer this long-winded way to answer this question, we have a second Christmas tree that my son picked out. It's one of those, like, it's 7 feet tall, but it's very thin. And he picked it out, and he wanted dinosaurs as the decoration. So we got dinosaurs, just white lights on it, and then I think red and white Christmas bulbs. So we put that one up last night. But we're not putting our Christmas tree, like the bigger one that goes up in the living room, we're not going to put that up until after Thanksgiving. So that'll probably be next weekend. We'll put the major Christmas tree up. Also, to answer your question before you ask it, no, I do not have real Christmas trees. I'm allergic. I used to work at a Christmas tree farm and sneezed my butt off. But if not for my career, so I worked at the Christmas tree farm when I was in high school. So I think when I was 15, 16, 17, 3 years in the summer. But I sneezed like crazy while I worked there. I didn't put up a Christmas tree. My son did. He was very excited to do it. So, but yeah, whatever people want to talk about. So it looks like we already got a couple people in the waiting room. So I'm hoping, let's get some people. There's a lot of big talkers in my chat, and big talkers that comment on some of my YouTube videos about how I wouldn't debate them or I duck them. And okay, now's your chance. You call in and you can absolutely smack me around. The only thing I say to the people, we'll get to call-ins right here, any topics on the table as long as it doesn't violate the terms of service. So you have to be careful. If you're doing anything that violates terms of service, I'm going to boot you. I'm not going to mess around with it. I hope that you'll have the respect for me and my channel and for the audience here. Even if you're someone who dislikes me, I hope you have the respect to kind of keep it within TOS so that we can continue to have these conversations. Thank you so much, Opman Bros, for the follow. I appreciate it. So, and then the other thing is, based on how many people are in the queue, I'm going to do a 2-hour show, so I plan on being done, around 8 o'clock. So if there's 10 people waiting to call in, I can't talk to everyone for 40 minutes. So particularly if you're disagreeing with me, but even if you're just having a conversation with me, if I say, hey, we got to wrap it up, it's not because I'm afraid of you. It's not because I dislike you. It's just I'm trying to get to everyone. So, all right, let's get it. Also, I try my best to get to people in the order they come in. I try to write it down in my ask me about my pronouns notebook. Yay. So let's try our best to do that. So let's start here today. All right. Oh yeah, headphones. That'd be a necessity. Let's do this. One more time, I'll put that link up. People could repost the link if they want. Okay. All right, here we go. Ivy Joker? What's happening? Oh, I can hear you breathing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can. You there?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I think maybe you have if you're watching the screen, I think maybe you can't hear me. So we're going to move you out. We'll try to bring you in here a bit later while you work on your audio issues there. Next, we'll bring in Minar, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. I was going to say, don't be 0 for 2. What's happening today, sir?
What up, Narab? Nice to meet you, man. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. I got to adjust your volume on my end just a little. So what's on your mind today?
My brother, it's very nice to be here. You know, it's kind of a dream of mine for you helping me meet Andrew Wilson, then you guys helped me blow my channel up, and then we kind of I get to debate Destiny for once and for all, and maybe he gives me his wife if he has another one.
Well, be careful what you wish for,
I know I might actually have it happen, but yeah, hey, I'm just a small guy. I'm just trying to do a little bit of politics. I got really into the kind of politics of it when I saw they kind of screwed Bernie Sanders out of it, but I didn't have a YouTube channel or anything. But then I kind of started really getting into it when I saw that Trump got assassinated and everything, and it kind of got really heated. So I'm into this, and I have a couple of questions, I guess, about maybe politics or maybe religion, morality, whichever you would like to maybe discuss.
Whatever's on your mind's fine by me. I'm good with either of those topics.
Really? Okay, so maybe if we have some time, we can dive a little bit into both. Well, I guess just to start, would you say, because I'm not really that deep into how you are right now, are you leaning more liberal or conservative?
Oh, definitely more conservative. I consider
Okay.
myself 3 markers I use to consider my politics. The first is populist, and by what I mean by populist, I think the central issue in our government is that it is corrupt or inept and does not care about the will of the people. It doesn't care about your will if you're a conservative, if you're liberal, if you're white, if you're black, if you're Christian, Muslim, atheist. It doesn't care. All it cares about is entrenching its own power for the elites. And until we end that, then all other disagreements we have are sort of irrelevant. Second, I consider myself libertarian adjacent, which by that I mean I certainly believe the government should exist, but I think the values of personal freedom and liberty is where I come from a standpoint of most of the issues I look at. And third, I consider myself conservative, which is to say that I believe conservative values, I believe in small government, conservative values such as the nuclear family, a relationship with your wife, your kids, etc., being the most important thing that we could build the country from the unit of.
When you say you're libertarian, is that an adjacent for religion? So you're not religious?
No, that's not an adjacent. So I separate. I do think that what our government functions under is different than just a pure system of morality. So I wouldn't consider myself, for example, a Christian nationalist. A Christian nationalist, someone like Andrew Wilson might say, you would have to ask him on the specifics, but he might say, for example, that he wants our government to legislate his religious preferences in all instances. So, for example, if he feels that homosexuality is a sin, he may say, therefore, it should be illegal to engage in homosexual activity. I wouldn't say that. I don't know that he does say that. I know he's against gay marriage, but I
You
wouldn't
wouldn't
say
say that?
that. Go ahead.
So you wouldn't say, for example, the church would be a better arbiter of my politics and of my policies in my neighborhood than the government, central government,
What do you mean by arbiter?
central federal government?
But
Like the arbiter, yeah, you wouldn't prefer, for example, you call yourself a conservative, but you wouldn't prefer, for example, more of like a church boundary set by the church over your state of the laws that should be followed instead of maybe random politicians forcing these laws upon you.
no, I would not be more for that. Because
Why? How can you kind of reconcile that with your position of being a conservative and maybe religious?
okay,
Because
many ways I could reconcile that. Because for me, being a Christian,
libertarian values have to go against certain traditional moral values. You
but
agree?
let me explain. You asked the question, right? So for me, being a Christian, my morality has nothing to do with what is legal. For example, it may be legal to cheat on my wife, but that is immoral. I don't know that it should be a crime
That's what I'm asking you. How do you reconcile that?
well, let
How do
me
you reconcile that
let-
libertarian values, for example, allow weed when you don't want it? And why do you actually prefer that? Why do you prefer the politician to make your laws for you over the church?
I'll answer, but if you interrupt me every 15 seconds, you won't get the
Sorry.
answer, and it'll just be 5 minutes of you saying, but why, but why, but why? So we good? Okay. So what I'm saying is, I think that I don't think that my morality should be the arbiter of everything that's legal, nor do I think that what is legal should be the arbiter of my morality. I think that I understand that we have a country that will not just be for specifically those with my specific religious denomination. And therefore, I have to understand because of that, that the best we could do is come up with a system that prioritizes my freedom to practice my religion and my beliefs as I see fit. The question I would ask you in return is, what is your religious denomination, and what if some of the practices that you feel are moral that another religious denomination comes into power and they're the ones in your particular neighborhood that now set the laws, and maybe they do it all throughout the country?
Yeah, for
Then what do you
example,
do?
I have traditional morality. For example, this trans values. You guys, libertarians, you might value trans values and gay rights. Maybe me as a traditional moral guy, it's against me, so I'd prefer the church to come in here. And then I guess my question would be for you is, why is it actually better? Why is it better?
What is your religious
Why is it better to have a system that all these values are, I guess, respected, and there's a politician there that adheres to these values over the church and their traditional morality? I still don't understand why, if the politician is better than my church, which I respect and I follow 100%. There's a reason I follow the church.
Okay, what is your religion?
Oh, I'm let's say it's a Muslim, yeah.
You're Muslim. I don't want your beliefs to tell me what the law should be in me. For example, if you are a particular denomination, please let me. I'm trying to be reciprocating, let you finish your thoughts, so let me finish my thoughts, right? For example, there are some that practice Islam that think that women should not be allowed to leave the house with their face uncovered, should not be allowed to leave the home without a man. I do not want that to be the law. I think that's disgusting. In fact, I'll go a step further. There are countries where that is the law. Why don't you go there if you would prefer them?
But my question is, why not? As a conservative, why won't you want your traditional values to be the law? Why do you want to be more open to potential secular values and other tradition and other morality?
So just to be clear, my church, the particular denomination I come to, thinks that Islam is blasphemy and thinks we should execute everyone who's Muslim. You would be in favor of that becoming the law. Why not? Why not? Why would you be against that? That's a conservative value. You would be for that, right?
It would be everyone has the respect to their own laws.
Well, no, that's no. Not every no. That's not true at all. Not every religion believes that. Now you're adding things in. What you said was, why shouldn't everyone want their particular church to be the complete arbiter of law? So I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of a particular church that thinks you should be put to death for practicing your religion.
Obviously,
you would respect what? Why wouldn't that be allowed? Says who? My church has the total authority now.
Rob Noir, by the way, you're the one that won't allow a person to speak now. Let me explain why it wouldn't be allowed to operate. Because what would happen is, let's say like what's happening in United Arab Emirates. There's multiple countries. They're even selling pork, but it would be in a very confined community, in a very confined area, only in a certain area of town. They don't sell pork anywhere else. And basically the laws are applicable. If they want to go to church, they do. They have their own laws. As long as they don't break what we call, and I'll give you an example like what you have here in liberal laws, federal law. So what we do is we instate a federal level kind of law. It's called the Sharia law, where if you cannot break it. So you cannot sit there murdering your babies for sacrifice rituals, but you could do your own rituals as long as you're not murdering your own babies. For example, that's an example. It would be, there's a threshold, which is the federal level, and you see that everywhere. You see that in United Arab Emirates.
So what you're saying is you're okay with federal laws that usurp the law of your church. Why would you do that? As a conservative valued Muslim, why would you do that?
No, the federal law would be your church, and then as long as other religion. I'm trying to address a certain question you asked.
No, you're not. No, what you're doing is hedging. What you're doing is hedging. Your criticism to me was as follows. Well, if your religion and if you have beliefs that come from sort of a religion, then you should be totally in favor of your church having total control over the laws. I say, okay, but the problem is that may not coincide with other people that live around here that should have the right to live around here. For example, what if a church says that your religion is blasphemous and therefore shouldn't be allowed to be practiced? And then you completely then you completely turn on what your initial criticism was. And you
My
say,
only question
oh,
was,
no,
why is that
please let
better?
me finish. And so then what you say is, but no, we would have laws that exist outside the scope of just the church being in control, and say that there would be specific
Because
areas
you
where your
asked
church would be in
me
control.
if there's a
No,
church
what it
that wants to
is
murder.
it's a fundamental contradiction, because now you're saying the church isn't the final say. So there would be a body that either the church would willfully accept, or that would exist above the church that would say, no, there's still certain things you can't do.
So,
If your religion says that you're allowed
against
to
your church
execute a
values,
woman,
yes.
if your religion says that you're
Against
allowed
your
to
church's
execute.
values, yes. Against your church's values.
Okay,
you would have
my
a federal
church's
law, you're
values.
right.
My church.
My question here, Rob Noor, is very suspect.
It
Rob
is
Noor, you
not
have to let me
suspect.
talk.
It is
You
very
have to
what
let me
you're
talk.
doing. No, I'm
It's very
first off, I don't
suspect.
have to let you talk at all. It's my
You
show,
have
so
to,
I can
because
talk when I
let
want.
me
Second,
explain.
you've had a large portion of time to talk, and you've interrupted me more than I've interrupted you. So I don't have to capitulate to your demands, which is another example. I think the way you're behaving here slightly might show why we wouldn't want people like you having total control over power
Why wouldn't you
without
want
any
the
sort
church
of
to
like
have the
democracy.
dominant federal?
So I'm explaining your question. What we could see is that your original statement of the problem you have with my system, one that prioritizes religious freedom, giving people a choice, and not having the government instill authoritarian laws based on whatever particular dominant religion is. Your criticism of that seems to be, but you should prefer it as long as it's your religion. Why wouldn't you want them to have the ultimate say? And then when I point out the first criticism I point out, you're like, yeah, but the church wouldn't have ultimate say. Actually, the way it would work is there'd be a body outside of that scope that would say no. For example, if what happens if two religions completely contradict each other? If your religion says we stone women for adultery, and my religion says we execute people that murder people for things that aren't capital crimes like adultery.
Okay.
How do we
Rob.
decide that difference? Which religion
Rob.
wins in your government?
No worries. Hey, I just want to bring it down a little bit. I have a lot of respect for you, Rob.
That's
Let's bring
cool.
it down a little bit. But yeah, what I want to, yeah, sure. I'll reconcile and I'll answer that question. But you have to understand that you shouldn't have a problem with my proposition, because if we follow your proposition, which is have respect to the minority or the majority of the people consensus, then you're opening yourself to exactly my description of what's going to happen. All I have to do is become the majority Muslim in America, bring a politician and force him to enforce Sharia law upon your country, and you're going to be forced to now accept the Sharia law. So my question is, again, bringing it
that's
back.
your system.
Why
You have it
is
completely
it for you?
backwards.
No, but why do you prefer a system like that, a libertarian system where it allows you to lose control over your own country and your own values? Why won't you, for example, push for a Christian ethics system, a Christian morality form of law, where it follows your church, and it becomes basically you follow your church as for federal law, and then everything else you give it down to the state level. As long as it doesn't break federal law, you allow it, and that's what freedom of religion would be expressed as. So why would you not? Why is your system better if it's abusable? Like I explained, I could just make a majority Muslims and take over your whole country. Why is your system better than mine? Instead of like United Arab Emirates. Let me 10 more seconds. United Arab Emirates, they're a minority. They know they're going to attract a lot of tourism. What they do is they make a Sharia law federal level, and then they allow other communities to coexist. Taiwanese, whatever religion you want to be, Taoism, as long as you're not breaking their Sharia law and you're not drinking in public, for example, or not fornicating in public. Go ahead.
You gave a criticism that exactly meets your system more than the system I'm advocating for. For example, in your system of whatever the dominant religion is makes the law, then you say, but what if Muslims became the dominant religion? Yes, if we've already prioritized whatever the dominant religion in makes the law, then in the United States, if Islam became the dominant religion, it would in fact then make the law. We'd have the precedent set that they would be able to please. They would have the system already set up and the principles that would already set up and say that would be perfectly fine. We adopt a system that says whatever the majority religion is, they completely set the laws and the rights of the minority don't apply. For example, if the majority religion would say that women should be stoned for adultery, right? So again, what I'm pointing out is the very criticism that you outlined as the main criticism with the system that I'm embracing is that it would allow a majority Muslims to immigrate to this country and then take control of the system. Of course, the truth is that in any system, a powerful group could use violence or threats of violence to technically usurp violence, whether it be a system bulwarked by the Constitution, bulwarked by religious theocracy, etc. But your criticism that you're making is certainly not unique to my system, and in fact becomes more likely in your system. So you've yet to give a compelling argument Every time that you
My
criticize,
argument is compelling.
every time you
It
criticize my,
secures. No, my
every time
argument
you
is very
criticize,
compelling, bro.
please let me finish. Every time you criticize my system or what you think my system is, you end up giving explanations that is a more critical statement
No,
of your system. So again,
because I'm
I'll tell you why I'm against. I'll make it as easy as possible. I despise Sharia law. I do not want someone like you. Do you believe in Sharia law, by the way?
my brother, my system, all it does is it allows
Do you
you to
believe? I
have
asked this
freedom of
specific. I
expression
asked
as
this.
long as you don't break the church's federal
I
boundaries.
asked
That's
a
all,
question.
or like the
I
religious
asked a
boundaries.
specific question to you. It was weird you couldn't answer. Do you believe in Sharia law?
Yeah, of course. I
Okay.
believe
I don't want
in a
your
central
people.
federal law to rule
I
them
don't
all.
want
Yes.
people like. I do not want our country to be adherent to Sharia
All it
law.
is, it means federal law. Literally, think about it. Like literally, it
It
just
is
means.
not. It is not. I don't want Sharia law to be the end all be all, and then rely on them to say, "But trust us, Sharia law
Okay,
is just
Rob,
the
but
federal law." But at the individual state level, we'll decide whether. No,
yeah,
I think that's terrible. I'll give you the
yeah.
final word,
Why
and then
not? Why
I
not?
got other
Once you
guests to get
let,
to.
let
So.
me let me give you the argument here. Is that you
You
at
have
least
you have 30
allowed
seconds. You have 30 seconds, then I gotta get to the next caller. So go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. So what the argument here is if you adhere to religious law and you allow it to become a federal, and then you allow freedom of religious, as long as it doesn't break those limits and boundaries, you set thresholds, and you allow the church to set the boundaries of the law for the states and for the federal level. The argument is you ensure your site is going to become successful forever. You ensure no matter what kind of majority comes in, or if you become a minority, you're not going to lose your your religious upholding of your own values and morality and laws, and therefore you ensure your society becomes successful. What is your argument why I should hire a politician and his whims and desires of the majority should be accepted? What is the argument? That's ridiculous. All it is it's better for the community because I guess the gays need more voices, the 1,500 of them.
It's nice of you to downplay what I'm talking about to that, but it's not surprising, seeing as how you have no idea how to articulate your own system, that you would misrepresent what I believe as well. Your system would not operate as you're saying. For example, if Sharia law became the dominant federal law in this country, you say, but you would still have the right to practice with every religion that you wanted. Well, who gets to define what is an acceptable religion? For example, if a religion springs up and says homosexual sex and marriage is part of our religion, you're telling me Sharia law would say perfectly acceptable.
No,
You would
it
have
breaks,
Sharia law.
it
Please
breaks
let me
the federal
finish. Please
level.
let me finish. You had your last word on this. So you could see how nonsensical this would be. The idea that you're saying, oh, the gays, if you have voting, if you have a system that's not dominated by a theocracy, then the gays will have a say. And we'll eliminate that through my system. But don't worry when we talk about all the problems that come through my system of Sharia law, because you would have freedom to do whatever you wanted anyways, as long as it was somehow within your own religion. It's nonsensical. It really is. Everyone can see through this. We don't want Sharia law. I think that you're a good advocate as to why I don't want a theocracy, because the problem is you wouldn't get to control who is in charge of that theocracy. And once you capitulate to allowing an authoritarian church to run things, then you are beholden to whatever they say. And if they say that I wouldn't be allowed to practice my particular religion, then I wouldn't have a say in that. So thank you so much for the call. I look forward to you, with your debate with Destiny and everything. Appreciate the call.
All right, hook me up with Andrew Wilson, would you?
No, you could find him. I don't.
All right, Rob, bring me on again, okay? Some other time.
All right, we'll see. All right, let me write down the name as some people try to get. I am real quick. I don't know that I'll get everyone in specific order. All right, let's go one more time. We'll go back to Ivy Joker. See if they're good to go. Ivy Joker, what's happening? Can you hear me? Hello.
Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me? You must have to go to your audio settings in Discord. You probably don't have your headphones set up as your audio.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry about that, Rob.
No problem, no problem.
This,
So what?
this is my first time ever calling into a show, so I don't really know how all of this works.
Yeah, trust me, I'm a boomer. I screw up every time I try to do something new. So what's on your mind? Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, for sure. So I kind of want to ask you about this whole idea of abolishing the Department of Education,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm totally in favor of. However, I do question, the process of getting rid of it. I'm assuming that because Congress voted on implementing it in the first place, if I recall correctly, you're going to need Congress to also kind of be on board with the whole plan. But what I kind of worry is that, once this starts to move forward, people in Congress, they get reelected every 2 years. So they're going to want to not be the person voting to get rid of it, because then people are going to be saying, oh, look, this Congress member voted for getting rid of it. Look how bad he is. So I feel like it's eventually not going to happen. What are your thoughts on that?
First, I have to plead ignorance to the historical accuracy of, was the Department of Education voted on by Congress? Is that true?
I'm actually pretty ignorant as well. I'm not entirely sure.
My gut feeling says that this was probably, let's see, just doing a quick Brave search. Department of Education created in 1980. My gut is it was created by the executive, but it split the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services by the Department of Education Organization Act, which President Carter signed into law in 79. Department of Education Organization Act is a U.S. federal law enacted in 79, which created the Department of Education. Yeah, I guess this was voted on by the Senate. So there you go. I learned something. You were right. Excellent. I don't know that that matters when you're talking about federal agencies, because they are under the purview of the executive branch. Maybe there would be legal challenges to the complete elimination, but certainly there would be ways to stymie it since it's under the purview. For example, the executive may not be able to eliminate a specific department, but they could all but make it ineffectual by taking away the responsibilities that department had. But to your greater, like you mentioned something that's a problem with our system that's sort of a greater point, which is a lot of things that need to happen with our government, it will be unpopular to do so in the initial time frame. For example, my favorite presidential candidate of all time was Ron Paul. And Ron Paul was honest. Had he been elected, there would have been a few tough years. Because the problem is we have spent as a country far outside our means for so long that one of the precursors to changing that is you're going to have to stop spending outside your means, which means that we're going to lose a lot of programs, etc., that people are going to feel entitled to. And this is why, the old famous phrase, you could vote yourself into socialism, but you have to fight your way out of it. For example, take something like this. Let's say that Obamacare, we would say, is a net down for the country. But there are individuals that got insurance because of Obamacare. You will not be a popular politician if you remove that insurance from them. You will not be a popular let's say that Biden would have passed hypothetically, hey, $1,500 stimulus checks to everyone every year. We would just give that. And we could point to that being a big cause of inflation and say, well, this is a problem, etc. It's not going to be popular to eliminate that. Any program that gives money to people, it's not going to be popular to eliminate that program. The problem is when you have trillions upon trillions of dollars being spent in this incredible bloated government, at some point you're going to have to cut stuff, and you're not going to see those cuts necessarily have immediate benefits. So I don't know what the number is of the federal workforce. Maybe you have a clue.
I don't.
It's in the millions, I believe. 2.95 million employees is as of 2023, right? What do you think the chances are if you eliminate 2 million of them? Let's say that the Department of Government Efficiency, determines that 2 million of those nearly 3 million federal employees are basically doing nothing, which quite literally may be the case, right? And so you eliminate them. How do you think those 2 million people are going to vote? They going to vote for that candidate again, or are they going to say, no, we're going to vote for the other party that promises to give our phony baloney jobs back? So yes, you're right. Now, so in general, your thesis is correct. Who's going to want to be the politician that says, sorry, we're taking away your free candy? It's tough. You don't want to be that politician that says, yeah, our debt's out of control. We're going to have to tighten our belt. Everybody, and this is a criticism that could be levied at Trump in his first term. You know, I remember the Tea Party, where it was all about fiscal conservatism, fiscal responsibility. The government spends too much. Trump gets into office and he spends at a higher clip than Obama. Well, the problem is, from the perspective of Trump, you're like, yeah, but we're spending money on good stuff that's been neglected. We have to do this, right? But then that's exactly what the Democrats are going to say, and then that's what the next Republican's going to say. No, everyone's like, well, we need to cut spending further down the road. Not on my watch. Kick the can down the road. You don't want to be the person. And the truth is, if Trump did everything that he would, if Trump did the best that he should in eliminating a lot of these agencies, yeah, there's going to be a lot of initial like, what the heck's going on? I mean, let's cut to brass tacks. The idea of deporting millions of illegals right now sounds good, but you have to understand, as soon as that process starts, and the first time they put a screaming and crying child on television saying, they took my papa, there's going to be mass negativity against that policy. It needs to happen, but it will damage the popularity of whoever does that. And so that's why in our system, it's always beneficial to spend today and leave the problems be dealt with down the line. Specifically, though, the Department of Education, I think that there is a case, it would be tough to just eliminate it day one. There's going to have to be a gradual phase out. But I think there's certainly a case to be made that the federal government's involvement in education through the Department of Education has been detrimental, and that would be far suited done more at the state level and putting the money more at the state level. And so then you would be able to see states that would have better decisions. Particularly, most of the time, government works better the more localized you get because of disparate populations and values, etc. And so if you could kick it back to the way it used to be before the Department of Education, where individual states, towns, etc., had more control over the education, I think that would be preferable, and that our education systems were functioning better in that sort of environment. So I don't know. I think you're right in that there will be a lot of things that maybe Trump suggested that would have immediate unpopularity, and a lot of politicians would hesitate to vote on that because they're concerned about keeping their jobs and not what's best for the country. But I don't know that the Department of Education is high on that list of things that would have an immediate angering effect on people.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah. Regarding you mentioned the Department of Government Efficiency. Do you know? I mean, I'm not sure like how government works very much. I'm still kind of learning. But is it as simple as just saying, "Oh, let's cut this out," and it just you smack the gavel and you cut that out, or do you think there's a process that will make it harder than it seems?
It's going to be much harder than it seems for all of this to eliminate the Department of Education. I don't even think that they'll come close to doing that, if I'm honest with you. There is a way to do it, but there's so many priorities that they're probably going to have higher than eliminating the Department of Education. My guess is what it'll be is they'll start a battle that has more to do with school choice. And so they'll start on that front, and which it'll be like, parents could opt out of their tax money going to specific school districts and instead use those credits to send their kids to a school that they want. That would be sort of the first, shot fired in the idea of eliminating the Department of Education. I don't think that you're likely to see it in the next 4 years. But certainly you're right that there is huge, not just, what's the word I'm looking for? Not just hurdles in messaging, imaging, etc., but there are legal hurdles. So I'm not even going to, like, if your knowledge of this stuff's a 2 out of 10, mine's probably a 3 out of 10. So I'm not claiming to be some sort of expert on this. But if you listen to someone like Vivek Ramaswamy, he suggests that we should eliminate 80% of the federal workforce, right? The problem is there's a bunch of laws on the books that say that you can't fire people at the federal workforce. It's much harder than firing someone at your private company. And so if you go in and, for example, to the FBI and you're like, yeah, we're firing this whole floor, right? There's going to be all sorts of accusations of, oh no, Mike, you can't do that. There's federal laws that say that you can't fire me based on this belief, this, that, et cetera, I was discriminated against, et cetera. So Vivek, it was so weird because it's someone like me that's more of a layman to listen to him talk about how he would go about this. This was one of the suggestions he had. Okay, we'll take your social security number. If it begins with an even number, you're fired. Okay, if it ends with an even number, you're fired. There, we just got rid of 75% of the federal workforce. But it has to be done in a way that is random. It can't be done in a way that would be able to bring up the accusation of, well, you fired me for this particular reason and there's this particular law. But even that, there will be legal challenges galore, and there will certainly be left-wing judges that are like, oh, no, you can't get rid of anyone. You can't get rid of this department. You can't get rid of this. It will be a massive legal battle. The same's true of deportations. As soon as you see, like you already see, for example, the governor of Colorado came out and was like, we're going to be sanctuary. We're not going to allow the feds to come in here and deport people, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to happen. There's going to be massive legal challenges every step of the way. Every step of the way, every time. And I mean, you could even get down to, I know there's not a direct comparison to this, but just to give you an idea of what it'll look like, look at when people try to clean up voter rolls, like in Virginia. They're like, there's all these people that passed away or all these people that moved out of the state. We want to take them off our voter rolls. Look at the legal fights that you have for something that simple. That should be pretty simple. Yeah, you should have the right to clean up your voter rolls. But every single step, it's no. We're going to have a legal challenge, a legal challenge, a legal challenge, a legal challenge. So yeah, they'll be, and what'll happen is they're going to try to bog it down in sort of bureaucracy, and they're going to try to run out the clock. If you could have all of these battles take 2-3 years in court, maybe then by the time you get to the midterms, you have Democrats win more in the House or in the Senate, or maybe 4 years from now, you have a Democrat win the presidency, and then they could roll back a lot of this stuff. So, there's certainly unforeseen legal challenges that I'm not even contemplating. But in general, to answer your question, of course, it's not going to be so easy that Trump snaps his fingers and says, that's it, the FBI's gone. No more FBI.
Right.
It won't happen that way. And by the way, it shouldn't happen that way. I'm as close as you'll find to someone who wants the complete and total elimination of the FBI. I do want that. But even I understand it's going to have a transition period. You can't just walk in day one, January 20th, and be like, you're all fired. See you later. But what happens to all the cases we were working? Sorry, who gives a shit? I don't think there's going to have to, Vivek talked about getting rid of the people at the top and then spreading out the resources, sending a lot of these on-the-ground agents to the U.S. Marshal Services, state police offices, giving a lot of funding to sort of state apparatuses, etc. That's probably a more reasonable transition of what it would look like. I don't think that the average person, myself included, has any idea just how entrenched these agencies are and how they're going to fight tooth and nail through both legal means and illegal means to try to remain in power.
Yeah, and do you think, I definitely agree with all of that. Do you think with Trump winning, because one of the reasons that I voted for Trump is, to me, it was kind of, I feel like this would open the door for more people outside the established government to start trying to run for president, for office. And it'll kind of, it was kind of like a slap in the face to like the established government, right? The bureaucracy. Do you foresee more outsiders running and be in contention for office?
Hopefully. So if Trump if Trump is very good, then yes. For me, that's the central issue, that I think that there is entrenched people that have sort of a monopoly on power and that the system works through them and only for them. And so you need people that are outside of that scope to come in and clean that up so that other people that are outside that scope can come in. Now, there's a problem, though. It's almost impossible to do that right now. The only reason Trump was able to do it was a huge set of strange circumstances that put him in the exact position to do that. The most important of which is he's a billionaire, right? Having that sort of financial freedom allows you to sort of skirt the rules. For example, for me to run for Congress, which I did, I ran for Congress in 2019 in a special election. I have almost no chance to win. It didn't matter if I was the best candidate. It didn't matter if every time I walked into a room when I spoke that the audience was like, yeah, that guy had the plans that most aligned for me. All of that was less relevant to the fact that I didn't have money to get my voice out there. I didn't have connections. And so I heard this a lot. Hey, you would be our second or third choice. We thought you were really good, but I'm committed to back the guy from my district. That's who I'm going to back. And so if I was independently rich and I could have been running ads and people knew me, I was a celebrity, then maybe it's different. Maybe then I have a chance. But without that, my chance to get a congressional seat probably relies on me spending years of working at lower levels, building relationships. And a lot of what happens is those relationships that you're building with people that already have some sort of access to Congress, they're probably going to be some of those that, for lack of a better term, are a little swampy. Now, when you're talking about just a congressional seat in a place like here in Pennsylvania, maybe not so much. There's going to be some of that, but not so much. But when you're talking about Senate or presidency, it's going to get a lot more of that because the stakes are higher. There's way more money involved. And so what happens is you have to, even someone like me that sort of forayed in politics a little, it shocked me to see just my little running for this seat that I knew I didn't have much of a chance, just how insane the system is. It's really mind-blowing. It was shocking. Stories that were going on behind the scenes, like back scratching that was going on. I found out afterwards that like 2/3 of the events I wasn't even invited to just go speak because I was outside the district, which is technically true. I lived outside of District 12 at the time, but that was because the district had just been redrawn. So I didn't move. They just redrew the map. And so I was told in the district I'm in, District 15, keep in mind, this was just redrawn like a year before I ran in 2019. They told me, you can't primary a Republican. You can't do that. You need to wait your turn. And to this day, there are still people, because I suggested, not that I was even going to primary my Republican, but that I would someday want to run for office. There are people in my town, right now, in my town, and they're Republican, that won't speak to me. They wouldn't, like, I went to Republican meetings for like 2 years straight, hardly ever missed one, volunteered for them, everything. They won't talk to me because I said that at some point I might want to run for Congress. Shut your mouth, wait your turn. That seat's reserved for other people, not for you. And so in 2019, when the opportunity came up to run in an open primary, so the incumbent was bowing out, sort of like Matt Gaetz, except Tom Marino, it was because he got ill. I was like, they can't accuse me of stepping on anyone's toes. Then the problem became, yeah, but that's not your district. Yeah, but I used to live in this district. Doesn't matter. So I wasn't welcome. And, I did very good. For someone that wasn't for the district, I came in like 10th place out of 24. So I did very good. But it didn't matter. I could do show after show after show for 10, 12 hours to talk about this process. But just suffice it to say, there were scandals. There were accusations that came up of the front runner who had an illegitimate child, who had beaten the child and assaulted his mother. And all of this broke the day of the conferee meeting. And there was some sort of organization, I forget the name of it, that was putting out flyers accusing certain politicians of this and that. And then I'm being told, oh, Rob, now that you're out of it, who do you want the people that voted for you to vote for? Because it was that sort of process. Well, keep in mind that this guy didn't want you to come to this event. And it was laughable to me. I'm like, well, shit, I just thought that the people where I live need someone that is a voice for them. What the fuck is this shit? And that's just at a low level congressional district in a special election. So how likely is it that all of a sudden we'll see like what the founding fathers intended, which was, it's not a job. You're not going to Congress because it's like, oh boy, here's a career opportunity for me. This is going to take off. But it was like service. Right. It was like, I'm doing this because I'm probably a farm owner and I have to give up running my farm for 2 years because I think it's a service to my community to go and try to represent their values and their beliefs. I don't know. I would say the chance, hopefully we start to see more people like that, but I wouldn't expect any significant change for decades. It's going to take a lot to change the culture where we have the ability of people through financial means and others, and just a system that's set up to allow sort of more outsiders. I think what you'll see is more outsiders like Elon Musk, like Mark Cuban, right? You're going to see people like that are independently wealthy. They're like, you know what? Maybe I'll dip my toes into this, whether it be running myself or backing people that are running and becoming like sort of their public face. But, I just don't know. And keep in mind, even though Trump won, you could already see how the sort of establishment level Republicans, particularly running the Senate, like John Thune, they're interested in keeping their positions. They're
Right,
interested
yeah.
in handing that down generationally to the people that they've anointed. You're going to be the next one. So McConnell comes Thune, and then whoever's after Thune. That's what they don't want outsiders. So they're going to do
Right.
everything possible to entrench that system. They would rather have and I this is old hat. I know this is a long-winded answer, but in 2016, those sorts of Republicans wanted Hillary Clinton to beat Donald Trump because to them, they would rather someone in the other party win that entrenches their ability to control their own party than someone from outside come up within their own party's ranks. They don't want that. That's a big threat to them. So they have to play nice. They have to say, oh, we're with you, Mr. President. But in reality, they're like, we want this guy to fall flat in his face. That's what they want. So I'll give you the
Right.
last word here, and then we'll get to some other color. But go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, yeah. I was just going to end it with that. I really appreciate your time. I know there's other people that want to talk as well. So I just want to say thank you for the time. I discovered you when you made that video where you were reacting to that debate with IRI and Ben Shapiro, where I thought that IRI had done a good job. And then I watched your video and I'm like, oh, wow. For someone who doesn't.
That's awesome. Thank you. Just to give you a little insight to that, I don't know if you're new, you may not have seen. I've debated IRI several times. And I'm not making this up. You could ask the people in my chat that have been here a while. IRI doesn't want to debate me anymore. And he told me, and I'm quoting, he would rather just stay in his bubble. That's how he feels about debating me. I will say this. IRI sounded better against Ben Shapiro, as bad as I thought he did, than he had versus me. And I'm not even saying it's because I'm a better debater than Ben Shapiro. What I'm saying is he was so bad. IRI seems like a likable guy. And I think what he does, sort of just watching C-SPAN and talking to his audience, he's not bad at that. But not everyone's a good debater. And IRI, if he's honest with himself, should know he's not a good debater. And a lot of what he was doing in that debate, I think that I called out pretty correctly with Ben Shapiro. So I'm glad you enjoyed that. You never know when people are gonna what people are gonna watch and tune into you. So that's the purpose. That's why I started putting out short form videos to hopefully get people to watch the live stream. So I'm happy that worked.
Yeah. Thanks again, Rob. I appreciate your time.
All right, man. Take it easy. Thanks so much. Call in again.
Yeah.
All
sure.
right.
Take care.
Yeah, Normie Joe, I see that. Let me get to some super chats real quick, then we'll get to the next caller. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, Bernie was a socialist. Caller needs to reconcile Cambodia and a whole list of problems. Yeah, socialism, not good. All right, let's go to the next caller. Who do I have? Adam. I think we've talked before. By the way, if anyone that's calling in, if we've talked before and I forget, it's not because you're no good. It's because I'm no good. Because I'm an old man with a poor mind. What's up, Adam?
Oh, okay. Hey, yeah. Well, we have talked before at one point.
I thought so.
Okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to the stream because I was debating with a very angry Pakistani man. Same guy that you were arguing with. Actually.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Yeah. You can talk about whatever you want. Okay. So it doesn't matter if you're listening to the stream.
All right. Gotcha. So, what I'm interested in is how you can actually reconcile democracy and individualism, because it seems contradictory to me.
This was, believe it or not, this is the exact question the person before you asked. I'm just with you. It's an interesting question, right? Because there is something called the tyranny of democracy. So in a direct democratic system, I know I don't have to explain this to you. You'll know this, but just for people listening, a direct democratic system, if everybody gets one equal vote, if 51% of the people vote, for example, to enslave the 49%, well, direct democracy would be, okay, the people have spoken, their will must be enforced. Now, we clearly don't have a direct democracy, but still, the principle of that could still branch out to a tyranny of democracy. For example, if your individual preferences say that you personally think that homosexuality is abhorrent, and yet our democratic system, through the republic that we have, decides that homosexuality will be legal, you could say, but how does that affect me individually? Now, that's not even the best example, because you could say, well, you could individually choose to not be a homosexual. Okay, well, let's talk about things that would directly affect you if it is your practice to want to sacrifice live animals in a way that's considered illegal based on the democratic principles of our country that people vote against. So I like to slowly drain a goat to my God, and that's ruled to be animal cruelty by the will of the people. How can I then claim to be someone who favors democracy and sort of individual liberty? Well, to answer that question, I'm not necessarily cheering on democracy. I think that our current system does have democratic roots, and I understand there's a very pedantic argument to be had that we're not a democracy, we're a republic. Then I've had people argue
that's a stupid argument.
Right. And
well,
then I've had people argue with me that, well, actually, republic doesn't mean representative democracy. Originally, what it meant was et cetera, et cetera. I get all of that. I'm not really interested in the semantics of it. I think your question goes beyond the semantics, though. And what I would say to it is this. I do think that we should have a system that is somewhat has a bulwark against the worst thoughts of the majority. So, for example, if the majority of the people think that we should take every dollar from anyone who makes more than $1 million a year, we shouldn't allow that in our system. We should say, fuck that. It doesn't matter that 80% of the people want that. That's terrible. That's against the freedom and the rights of the people that are making more than $1 million a year. That's outrageous. And so I sort of favor the principles that I feel that the founding fathers outlined, which were there are all these rights. We have the Bill of Rights. We have the Constitution. With all of the faults of the founding fathers, and there are many, and with the faults that you could see within our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, which again, there are many, the truth is it's probably the best foundational document of the creation of a country in history, in world history that I'm aware of. And I think that those principles are things that supersede democracy and speak to the rights and freedoms of people. And so, yes, I would agree with you that democracy many times would go against the values of it. For example, the first, I'll say this real quick and I promise I'll get you, the First Amendment. It could be that maybe 60 to 70% of the people in this country would think it should be illegal to use a slur for Jewish people. I disagree. It shouldn't be illegal. You should be allowed to do that. I don't have to like it. I could turn out, say, I don't want to listen to this. A private company could say, hey, we have advertisers. We don't want you using that shit on our program. We're going to boot you out if you do. But I don't think it should be illegal, even if the majority of the country believe that. So to answer your question, yes, you're right. There is tension between individual freedom and democracy because at face value, democracy means if the majority of people disagree with your individual freedom, they should be allowed to take it away. So I agree with you.
Well, my actually the argument goes a lot deeper than just the functionality, because as far as I understand it, individualism is valuing the individual over collectives, right? Like viewing the individual as the fundamental like building block of any political system, and not actually like looking at towards group rights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but then democracy is basically making the claim that we have access to this collective knowledge of what this group of people thinks. Mm-hmm. To me, that's a blatant and obvious contradiction of individualism.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I'm taking it out to the pragmatic way, but you're right.
Okay, yeah,
and
yeah.
the philosophical,
very American to take it out to the pragmatic state.
Well, it's not just American. It's like I don't know. Like,
no, it's American. Pragmatism is American. Like it's the only uniquely American philosophy.
Maybe. Let me explain why I think that, because I am a simple fucking redneck. Right. So a lot of times I could argue philosophy. I can, but I'm always approaching it backwards. Almost always.
Yeah.
Like I have my philosophical underpinnings of what I believe, that I value personal liberty, freedom, etc. And so it's easy for me to wade into topics with that in my mind. But I'm not a full-on ANCAP. So I have to admit, yeah, there are threshold arguments that I'm victim to. Most of how I'm thinking about things is from a place of pragmatism. I see how things operate in the real world, and I work backwards from them, understanding that my philosophical underpinnings come from my religion and come from my beliefs in personal liberty. And so that's how I'm operating most of the time. A lot of people that I debate, or that not even debate, that's not fair. A lot of people that I agree with and just am having discussions are thinking of things in a completely different way. They're thinking, so for example, Andrew Wilson is I don't know if you know Andrew from The Crucible.
Yes.
Andrew debates.
Yeah.
Okay, he debates in much more of that philosophical mindset. he could go into the realm of the pragmatic, but most of the time he's starting from a moral foundation, right? And he's arguing from that principled section, and then we'll argue why that principled section, how that looks applying out into pragmatism. A lot of the times I'm arguing sort of the backwards. He may accuse me of using a utilitarian framework and that being bad. I would say that he does that too. He just doesn't realize it sometimes. But yeah, you're right. There is a criticism. I'll say that there are pros and cons to looking at things through both of these lenses. The con to looking at things my end is, if you're looking through a more utilitarian or pragmatic lens, is that oftentimes it'll show that you don't have a strong moral foundation to have your beliefs. And that what happens is, without that strong moral foundation, you're switching what your beliefs are to benefit you in each particular argument. And that isn't a moral or strong character of a person. The problem with not using pragmatism and looking at it through a moral lens is oftentimes we talk about things in the abstract and then it's just not practical in the real world. So I think you see this a lot with ANCAPs, right? ANCAPs will argue, well, this is the way the world should look. And even if you could argue that technically that would sound right, it just doesn't take into account, I think, many times what you would see as human nature, and that it would be impossible to have the world that they're suggesting. And so we're talking about things through an academic sense and how it could look theoretically on paper, but if it just won't apply to the real world because of all these external factors like the fallibility of humans, then what good is it? How does that help my farmer right now, my neighbor who's a farmer right now who's struggling? So there's definitely pros and cons to look at it both ways. My guess is from talking to you before, I remember talking to you before and just listening to you here, you probably approach things through more of the deontological framework and not the utilitarian framework. Would that be fair?
I don't know. I'm a Christian, so deontology isn't perfect.
It's fair.
But
You're fair.
yeah.
I guess I'm using those terms again in a pragmatic sort of moron sense, which is like arguing at things through the moral right versus the practicality of what's good. But yeah, you're fair. That term's not specific to sort of someone with a Christian worldview. Yeah.
Well, but then I kind of want to shift to another question. Just before Collins, you claimed that you were against restricting the vote based on immutable characteristics, right?
Correct.
So are you against the 14th Amendment?
No.
Well, the 14th Amendment establishes birthright citizenship, which implies the ability to vote merely because of the immutable characteristic of being born in the U.S. So not being born in the U.S. or being born in the U.S. is completely immutable. You have no control over that.
That's true. So let me clarify. I'm screwing up the 14th. 14th, doesn't it always... There's a lot of like equal rights shit in there too, right? Like
very first section of the 14th Amendment. Yeah. That's all I'm referring to.
Okay.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state in which they reside, and da 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 da. And then it goes on from there.
So I promise to directly answer your question, but let me give a 30-second caveat. I'm actually against sort of the concept of, I don't care, I'll use the improper, non-politically correct term of anchor babies. I think there should be clarification that you can't just come here, pop a baby out after you broke in, and then that baby's a citizen. I think that's. I'm
not accusing you of holding that view.
Oh yeah, I know, but I just want to get that out. But in general, what you're talking about is, I'm born here, like my situation. My parents lived here. They were born here. Their parents were born here. So why should I be able to vote based on I was born here, which is an immutable characteristic? It's something I have no control over. It is circumstances of how I was born, no different than basically being white or being biological male. And if we could say the people that were born here are allowed to vote and the people that weren't born here aren't allowed, how is that any different than saying males are allowed to vote but females are not? That's sort of the point you're making?
Well, yeah, my point is these are immutable characteristics. So a guy who was born in Australia would have to go through this entire legal process in order to naturalize and come in. But the Australian in this case has a large number of similarities to American culture, not least of which because America is like an amazing at cultural imperialism. Just talk to any Australian and they'll tell you all about it. But merely due to the immutable characteristic of the Australian, who generally has very similar values to the American.
That's not true from what I'm hearing lately from a couple of Australians that have reached out to me of how insanely left-wing that country's becoming. But I get your point generally.
I'm talking about a given Australian.
Sure.
there is at least one Australian who holds very similar views
Okay.
and has a very
Yep.
similar cultural background.
Yeah.
And you're saying, okay, well, that Australian, he should not be able to vote merely and only because of his place of birth.
So there's two things to answer this, why it's different. The first is, it's not only you're given the right to vote because you were born in America. For example, there are people not born in America that are able to then earn the right to vote. Those that immigrate here legally and then become citizens. The principle surrounding, so there's two.
The Australian is forced unfairly to go through that process.
That's not the case, right? So there are two reasons. First, this isn't a limiting principle. It's not something that says you can't because, right? It's something that says there is a right, which is the right to vote, the right to have a voice in how our government's ran. And there are different ways that you could get there. One is if you were born here, you have that right. It doesn't say no one not born here doesn't have that right. So that puts it fundamentally different than saying women don't have the right to vote, because that is saying there is no path for someone based on an immutable characteristic of their biological sex to ever have the right to vote. That is not the same with the 14th Amendment and sort of having been born here. That's saying this puts you, there are categories of people that can vote. One is you were born here. That's different than saying because of the way you were born, you can never. So that's number one. The second is that is an exception to the immutable characteristic, even if you're going to say still being born here would be immutable, because it has directly to do with the specificity of what we're talking about, which is people that have a say in how our country is ran. And so the bare minimum should be you should have to have some sort of skin in the game of the country. We shouldn't allow, for example, someone who was born in Germany, who's never been to the United States, who's never paid taxes in the United States, to have the right to vote. That is reasonable. It is not reasonable, and it is different to limit based on immutable characteristics that don't have to do with sort of someone being involved in this country in any way, such as you shouldn't have the right to vote because you're black, or you shouldn't have the right to vote because you're a woman, or you shouldn't have the right to vote because you're under 5'2". All of those immutable characteristics and the way they'd be implied would be something that we should not defend. We should say that that's incorrect. I'm in favor of more of a meritocracy system on who should have the right to vote. And certainly there should be limiting and granting principles to actually having skin in the game in this country, such as being a citizen of this country in order to having the right to vote. So I think that that is, although you could argue that technically it's immutable because part of having skin in the game of voting here, being a citizen or being born here, part of that would be immutable. I think that it's clear that that is significantly different than skin color or biological sex.
I literally don't view it as any different than skin color or biological sex. The reason I don't view it as any different is because skin color and biological sex are literally accidents of birth.
Okay, so I'll just ask you right now. The example I give, I do have to get to the next caller, so because I think this is interesting. I'll just ask you one. Do you think a German who was born in Germany, who's never been to the United States, who doesn't speak English, never paid a tax, should they have the right to vote in the United States?
No.
Do you think a black man that was born in the United States, whose parents were born in the United States, who their parents were born in the United States, should have the right to vote?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, then you think there's a difference.
So the difference is, okay, so you're kind of, so if you want me to give my full position on this, I can.
Well, it depends. Can you do it in 30 seconds? I'm not trying to be rude, but I got 40 minutes of show left.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could certainly call back in, or we could set up a time to but go ahead. We'll give you a minute or two to articulate what you want. Sure.
Basics is, I think that people who have a historical basis in the U.S. should have more of a say over the country than people who have less of a historical basis in the U.S., regardless of immutable characteristics or not. Now, blacks in the U.S. have a very long and storied history in the U.S., same as whites. So to restrict them from any political movement is unjust. This is actually a major difference I have with people like Patriot Front or any white nationalist groups who are, despite in other areas, I have significant overlap with some of these people. If you don't
mind, I already see what I see as a potential problem in what you're suggesting here. So you accept, you put, well, blacks have a storied history here. Okay, let's take a group
very long.
Okay, but who gives a shit about that? Let's take a group that doesn't. How about, I don't know, Vietnamese, right? Okay, so a family came after some guy in Vietnam helped the United States in the Vietnam War. He comes back, is granted citizenship. He gets married, has a child to a Vietnamese woman. They have a child. That child's now 30, great American citizen. They're serving. You could say, well, the Vietnamese don't have a long history in the United States, so that person doesn't have a right to vote?
I think that when it comes to specific examples, I'd be fine with, like, I'm a fan of the Starship Troopers model a bit, but I would say that they have less of a claim of citizenship than groups that have a longer history in the U.S. I just kind of reject individualism
that's where I'm going to go. That's where my big criticism of your idea is going to be. Now we're talking about you're rewarded or punished based on ancestry, not based on like merit or citizenship. Like that seems to be contradictory in even that Starship Trooper model, right? So like the Starship Trooper model, if I'm going to dumb it down for myself because I'm not super familiar, is basically there are great acts of service that would be deemed necessary to be a full citizen in this country and then have full voting rights. So, for example, I think in Starship Troopers, I don't know if it's the only path, but one of the paths is military service. And so if you don't have, I think maybe they allow for civilian service as well. Like maybe you become volunteer as an engineer or, you know, a firefighter or something. Yeah. But so there are certainly, it's not
the point is it's hard.
Right. There is you have to give to the country so much in order to have citizenship. Well, what the hell does that have to do with a storied history of your skin color or ethnicity being involved in the country? That would seem irrelevant to me. In that model, if it's based purely on meritocracy, why do I give a shit if it's someone who comes from an Italian heritage and that person serves the same as someone who comes from whose parents are from Zimbabwe and they were born here, and they're both fighting on the front lines? Like, to me, that seems... I don't give a shit. They're both serving equally. Why shouldn't they have equal voice at that point? I don't understand that.
Well, to say I'd have like a hybrid system. So there's no, like in the U.S. right now, we have a naturalization system, and we also have birthright citizenship. Mm-hmm. So both of those things can exist simultaneously in a nation. I'm basically advocating for more specific on birthright, more service.
Okay,
so I'm basically advocating for a stronger version of the service version as well.
Okay, but even then, right? So then that would say, well, then you would make an exception for the guy from Zimbabwe because, well, he had strong service, so good. But still, I don't understand why we should differentiate from natural-born citizen. It doesn't matter to me. Like think of the absurdity here. Like, I don't know. It's just such a deep conversation to get into. But like, okay, so blacks have a rich and storied history. Well, what is a black? What does that mean? You mean like blacks from Jamaica? Or blacks from the sub-Saharan African trade? What about a black specifically from Liberia? Right? Like,
this is kind of like...
The collective groups that one belongs to should have almost no say in citizenship. I don't now, unless you want to argue from more of like a white nationalist perspective and say this country should be for certain races, which I don't agree with. But that, okay, I can understand why someone would say that. I don't understand saying, no, this country is for whites and for blacks and for Asians, but not for specific ethnicities that are outside of that scope, even if their parents and grandparents lived here, because there haven't been enough of that particular group, say just, it was New Zealanders. That seems insane to me. Like, I don't understand why we should factor that in at all. I literally, you could say, well, this is what natural birthright citizenship should be. This is what compulsory service should be. But I don't understand why collectively what your ethnicity is should have anything to do with either of that, whether it be the service area or the birthright citizenship. I just don't get it.
So collective. So this isn't like a skin color based thing. At least I don't view it that way. Like I'm not going to advocate that anybody from France should just be able to come over to the U.S. and I think and just be accepted as a citizen. I'm not, a European guy. Those is weird. No, hold on. That was a disclaimer for the next part.
Okay.
I do think, however, that American history and people from America have a specific sort of way of looking at the world that is unique to Americans. And I think you would agree with that. And that
No.
does have
Yes
Really?
and no. Sure,
You don't?
it's sure that, but like, I don't know that you could put that collectively on ethnicities. Like, I agree with you. I just don't agree with the way you're applying it. Like, for example,
hold on. Like, Germans obviously look at the world different than French, and they obviously look at the world different than
right,
like
right.
than
In general,
British. They're different ethnicities.
in general, you're right. Americans look at the world different than other people. Yes, but to apply that based on ethnicities is nonsense. For example, if someone settled in pre-French and Indian War, some French family settled here and never left. They became trappers. They went out west. To look at them now, 250 years later, and say, yeah, but you damn Frenchies don't look at the things the way the United States does. And they would say, what are you talking about? My family's been here for 250 years. Yeah, but in general, the French in general as an ethnicity, they don't look at it that way. So it doesn't matter that you specifically do. We're looking at it more of the general ethnic, or, someone sailed on a boat in 1800s from New Zealand and found their way to India, and then found their way to Britain, and then found their way to the United States. And we say, Maori though. The Maori people they don't look at the world the same way that United States citizens do. But I could trace my lineage back 200 years in this country. We fought in all these wars. Yeah, your family specifically has, but the Maori in general haven't. So yes, you're right that Americans look at the world differently than people from the other countries, and I do think that there is a problem in just having an open border and allowing anyone into the country because they don't have that same sort of tie to the land, to the values of the country. I agree with that. I don't think that you could limit that based on ethnicity. And once you say you can, literally everything you're saying, a white nationalist is like, yep, totally agree, and blacks don't meet that. They don't meet it. They don't look at the world the same way we do. So they shouldn't be here.
Well,
how do you respond to that?
Well, I mean, I'd respond by just saying, basically every single ethno-nationalist you will ever talk to views, at least to some significant part, the right of a person to be, or right of a people group to be in an area dependent on the amount of time they stay there. And that's a significant factor. And I would point out that they're being really fucking inconsistent if they're going to say that blacks don't have a right to be in the U.S.
Well, no, they would use the same argument as you. They would say Americans look at things differently, and certain ethnicities don't look at things the same way of American values. And we think that blacks meet that criteria, and we think Hispanics meet that criteria. And you'll say, I disagree. I think they do meet that criteria, but you've already accepted the fundamental principle of we should be allowed to keep certain ethnicities out because they don't look at the country in the same way. You've accepted that principle. Well, and it's just a disagreement of which ethnicities meet that principle.
Well, you did say a large number of other things that I want to respond to also.
Well, we'll give you 1 minute. I do apologize. Okay. I got a half hour left, so I'm sorry. But go ahead. You got 1 minute. We'll give you the last word here. I promise.
To point out like the particular examples from people from like who come from like an Aboriginal from New Zealand, or like the French fur trapper example. Both of those instances, you're trying to equate with what I'm saying with like a sort of ethnic view, with a racial view, with a genetic view, which I don't hold to. The examples that you're bringing up imply integration, and as far as they would be integrated, then I would welcome them completely. However, the issue I have is that in most cases, these groups don't actually integrate into the U.S. They establish parallel communities.
You say that about blacks. That's what white nationalists say about blacks. They don't integrate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, and the same could be said of Native Americans.
Hispanics.
Well, Hispanics, this is true to an even larger degree. But the point is, I personally, and maybe this is just like my own personal hierarchy that a lot of these other people don't agree with, I value the history of a people in a particular area over integration. I think that, okay, well, if blacks aren't going to integrate into the culture, which I think they largely have, but, just saying a white nationalist doesn't agree with you. Well, yeah, I know they don't agree with me. And I've had these sorts of conversations before with them. but to say that, hey, they're not integrated to the part where I'd like, it's like, okay, well, that's a subjective standard, and this is a threshold thing. This is absolutely a threshold thing, and the thresholds are fairly arbitrary. Really, the only way to win the debate is just make it happen and tell the other people to go fuck off.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, nor should it. I don't think that we should put collective guilt or acceptance on people based on their ethnicity. We should prioritize individuality. If an individual, like, I don't think there's any weight to say there's two people that want to come into this country and by all metrics they're equal. And they share equal values, will provide equal benefit to the country, etc. But one comes from New Zealand, and we don't really trust New Zealanders, and the other comes from Norway, and we see Norwegians that have been good in this country. I don't think why their ethnicity should have anything to do with it. I don't mind if you want to say what are their specific values. This specific individual has values that are Sharia law. Okay, maybe we don't want that person. But to just say based on, well, this ethnicity has done well in this country, so that somehow is prioritized, I think that's a mistake. But hey, thanks for calling in, and right. I would be willing to talk to you more about this. I'm not trying to run from the conversation, just trying to be fair.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I know you got time. I'm used to having a lot less time, so thank you for having me on.
Hey, no problem, Adam. Hopefully we'll talk again soon. Thanks so much for calling in. All right, let's make sure I didn't get any more super chats, then we'll move on. Oh, we did. Look at that. Mike Alvarados for $5 says, damn, my apologies, Rob. Brandon and guys on chat, I thought the Minar conversation was going to be a good conversation. No problem. I didn't mind it. Minar's welcome to call in. No problem at all. Ray Slynn for $10 says, from a proud vet, libertarian, and Muslim, Sharia is the form you're talking about is not representative of all Muslims. People like Saudi jails, anyone who disagrees, keep doing what you do. Thank you, Ray Slynn. And let me be clear. I welcome Muslims. I happen to know. I got to know two Muslims quite well. One was one of the scariest people I ever met. And one was, I'm not lying when I tell you, top 5 kindest, nicest people I've ever met. And as a 20-year-old just getting to know people who comes from a small rural community, it was really shocking to see the disparate sort of beliefs. But it makes sense because I know Christians that are horrible and I know Christians that are great. What I do think that there's a problem, though, with Sharia law, and there's certainly problems, with it being implemented as a governmental system. And I certainly don't want that in the United States. All right, next caller. Thanks, by the way, everyone, for your super chats. I appreciate it. And we had conservative. I don't see them. Next, Sea of Glass. Let's get you. Hello, Sea of Glass. Can you hear me?
What's going on, Rob?
Not much. Thanks so much for calling in. What's on your mind?
The Cook Slayer, the great Rob Noir.
The Cook Slayer? I mean, like I'm a fat guy?
Cook Slayer.
Oh, Cook. Okay.
You know who I'm referring to. We're not even going to say his name if he wants to blacklist you like that.
I've been blacklisted. I thought you were saying Cook Slayer. I was like, I am a fat guy. I don't know that I've put any cooks out of business, but yeah. Well, thank you. Thanks for the kind words. What's happening?
You know what really sucks? When you're in a waiting room in a Discord, and one of the guys in front of you gets his ass kicked so hard by the guy that we're all waiting to talk to that he comes back into the waiting room and has a spurg out of cosmic proportions and then causes you to forget what question you were going to ask. Doesn't that suck?
That does. Was that the Minar guy? Is that who it was?
Oh my goodness.
He seemed to be quite upset. There is a fundamental criticism that he has of me that I think's true, which is, how can one call themselves a Christian and then be for a legal system that allows things that are antithetical to what I think is morally acceptable? So, for example, that's a fair line of criticism. It is, but the way in which he was employing it seems nonsensical because this is a debate as old as time, right?
There's a reason for that too. There's a reason though, and we actually discovered that in the process of him spurging out in the waiting room.
What's the reason?
And it was really just the fact that he was trying to prove into his mind that Christianity was just as bad as Islam.
Right. I would have guessed.
It was the most bad faith argument ever, dude. So don't even that was terrible. Chat, you guys understand how powerful Rob Noir is? I subbed to you after that first Destiny debate, or the first time he rage quit. Oh my goodness.
It's fun. Chat, I heard, so
this guy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I I heard that there were more Discord logs that were put out of his. I didn't read it, but I know people were asking me, DMing me, like, did you see this shit?
Dude, like, for real, I honestly think he is blacklisting people because he's getting ready to do something, and I think he's blacklisting anybody that he thinks might be able to take him down. He's doing something called the Federalist Papers. You might want to pay attention to it. And it's just really odd that he picked certain people while not others to blacklist.
Yeah,
That's
I
all
mean,
I'm saying.
I think that a lot of these. So I'll not talk specifically about Destiny. I have no idea what's going on in his head, and I'm glad that I don't. I think a lot of these big left-wing streamers, you have to look at it through what's beneficial for them. So let's take it to a right wing. Do you remember when Steven Crowder was going to debate Ethan from H3H3? Is that correct? Am I getting that correct, Jack? Right?
Yeah, that was like
and
a
then,
year ago.
Yeah, and
So,
then Ethan was like, "Here's Sam Cedar," and Steven Crowder was like, "Yeah, I'm not putting up with this." Now, I'm not going to talk about what I specifically think that shows with Steven Crowder, but think about it in this terms. What does Crowder have to gain from debating Sam Cedar? Well, there's just the general principle of if he thinks he's right, then he should be able to debate whoever he wants. But as far as personally, what does he have to gain? Cedar probably has a smaller platform than him. He knows Cedar's at least a competent debater, he would probably feel.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
I feel that that's true of a lot of big left-wing streamers. So I've said this for a long time. It's sort of like if you've ever seen Rocky 3, right? Where his manager Mick's telling him like, don't fight Clubber Lang, right? Don't fight a good up-and-comer. Let's fight established people that may be on your level that we know will draw big money, or let's fight bums that we know we could beat. But we don't want to debate someone that's not currently on our level that might beat us because we only have something to lose. And that's what I offer to a lot of people. So if you want to debate a big, like Ben Shapiro's a good debater, regardless of what you think of him. So a big left-wing streamer, a Sam Cedar, a Vosh, a Destiny, whatever, they would jump at the opportunity to debate Ben Shapiro, even if they think, oh, he's a good debater who might beat me, because he has a big audience, there'll be big eyeballs, etc. He's bigger than them in many ways. But if I'm equal to Ben Shapiro, I'm hypothetically saying this, why would you want to debate me?
They're much more than equals.
Well, thank you. But just if you could say objectively, I was equal to Ben Shapiro, right? What would their incentive be to debate me? Now they have to debate someone that they know they're going to have difficulty with, and they're not going to have a lot of eyeballs. I'm going to have 100 to 200 people, maybe 300 watching on my platform. They already have tens of thousands, so they have nothing to gain. They're not going to gain viewership. There's only a chance that they're going to lose. Now, the one exception to that is they're willing to debate people with more extreme positions, like Nick Fuentes type people, because it doesn't matter that Nick's a good debater, and he is, regardless of what you think of him, because you're always able to say as a lefty, yeah, but you're a racist, you're a Nazi, and to the left-wing audience, that's always the trump card. So it doesn't matter. Nick Fuentes, like for example, Destiny could debate Nick Fuentes on tariffs, and Nick could theoretically crush him, and Destiny's going to look good to his audience because he could just be like, well, you're a Nazi, and that's good enough, right? But what if you can't say that? Then what? Would you now Nick still has a big audience, so maybe you still debate him. But with someone like me, what's the advantage? So I see what I think happens. I don't think you're wrong with Destiny. I think what happens is when they run into someone that's not on their equal as far as viewership, so they have nothing to gain based on an audience to debate them, and that gives them a tough time. They're like, screw it, I don't want to debate that guy. Why would you? It's
So
the
then we've all
equivalent.
got a mission then, even as your audience right now. Like, we just got to get you lots more views. That's all we got to do. We got to get our heavy hitter up there. Did y'all hear that?
That
like,
is
if y'all,
true,
We need
though.
to share the stream, like, every time. We need to get this man up there. We need to get our fighter up against their fighter. Because our fighter's way better than their fighter. And that's why he's running.
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's not incorrect. And I'm not just saying that about me, but that's true of any good debater or right-wing streamer that you see. For example, I would love to get on Piers Morgan's show. I think I would fit right
That
on
would be
there,
so rad.
arguing with Mehdi Hassan or Cenk or Destiny or Dean Withers or any of those
could
people.
blow them out of the water.
Right. I think I would do fantastic, but I don't have a big enough reach to get on there. And so I'm not put in that sphere. So there have been opportunities that I've sought, such as I got to do Tim Pool's show. The original plan was I was going to debate someone on Tim Pool's show. If I could just give you a little background on what happened, the culture war, they were like, yeah, we want you to come. They saw me talking to Destiny about the Hunter Biden laptop story in Burisma. That's how my name got brought up on the show. one of their, I don't know if he's a producer or just, assistant on the show, co-host, Ian. I did Ian's show. I did a couple of spaces with Ian. He was like, yeah, Tim wants you to have you on Culture War. He wants you to debate someone. So I threw out a bunch of names. Destiny was one of the names. The Krasenstein brothers, Sam Cedar, Cenk Uygur, Philip Bump. I threw out a bunch of names of people that are supposed to be like either big journalists or debate type people on the left. They suggested no to Destiny, which to Destiny's credit, I sent him a DM and was like, if I throw your name out there, would you be willing to do this? He said, maybe, right? They said no because Destiny's been on the show recently. We would like to get new people on. And so they told me they reached out because Tim Pool reaching out to the Krasensteins different than Rob Knorr reaching out to the Krasensteins. So they said they reached out to a bunch of those people and no one could make it fit in their schedule. Now take from that what you will. Maybe they were like, who the hell is this guy? No, I don't want to debate him. Or maybe they were just legitimately like, my schedule's tight. I can't do it. Nonetheless, it ended up, they were like, would you mind bringing someone on that agrees with you and you guys could just have a conversation? So they brought up Benjamin Weingarten, who was good. I enjoyed talking to him. He was a cool guy. But I didn't get to show my strong suit. I wanted to go on Tim Pool's show and to debate someone. That's what I wanted to do. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. But that's ultimately... I think that there are a bunch of very good right-wing debaters, or at least there's me, and I think, there's others out there, and you get blacklisted. And listen, the left makes this criticism of the right. Like, for example, their criticism of Steven Crowder would be, sure, he'll show up to college campuses and he'll debate some random college kids, but he wouldn't debate Sam Cedar. Well, Destiny's sort of the same way. He'll do a spaces with random right-wingers that he could just and then bully around, and they're like, I didn't even know about the alternate electors, and then Destiny looks really smart. But it's different when he's debating me. So he blacklists me. And if I was on an equal platform with him, if I had 10,000 people watching me every day, he wouldn't be able to get away with it as easily. It'd be like, well, there's
That's
a
our
reason.
next mission.
Right. So I'm not saying that to be arrogant. And listen, that doesn't mean that I'm sitting here saying Destiny's afraid of me. He knows I'll beat him in a debate. My guess is Destiny would think I could beat Rob in a debate. It's just going to take much more work than it will some random person. So why even deal with it? Why even have to prepare for two? Like, for example, he brought me on to debate me on January 6th in preparation to debate Glenn Greenwald and Alex Jones. And he fully admitted debating Rob was harder than debating Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald, right? So then why would he want to bring me on to debate me? He doesn't want to, because he knows it's going to be difficult. Now, I think objectively I win those debates, but he's going to think objectively he wins. It's
So
not
does
about...
anyone who can look at it with an objective mind, man. I'm telling you, man, you're giving him too much faith as a man. He's not even a man. He's like a man-shaped thing. You understand? Like, he doesn't have like the same ideas of honor as you and I do. Like, him saying Rob Noir is that's actually him probably covering the fact that he thinks that you'll beat him.
Maybe, look, that may be true. And all I'm saying is this, it doesn't have to be true. He could, what I am saying that I do 100% believe, regardless if he really thinks, shit, I'll lose this debate, or I will win this debate, but it will take a lot of effort and time and preparation. Either one of those, what does he have to gain by debating me? What does he have to gain?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Nothing.
In fact, that's why... And so you just make these convenient excuses. So, for example, when he rage quit, if you go back and you watch this debate, thank you so much for the follow, Stephen. If you go back and you look at that debate, 5 hours is how long I talked to him, specifically on the topic that he wanted to talk about. Under the assumption, the agreement we had at the beginning was I wanted to
the whole thing.
I wanted to spend equal time, because you have to understand, for everyone listening, I got so tired of talking about January 6th, because one of the fundamental problems with conservatives is we allow the Democrats to set the narrative. We're always responding to what they want to talk about. So they want to keep talking about January 6th because they think that's a winning issue going to. They don't want to talk about economic issues. They don't want to talk about Russiagate. They don't want to talk about the Biden shit, the Biden laptop, the FBI whistleblowers. They didn't want to talk about immigration policy. No, they kept wanting to talk about change. Hell, Destiny never even, he goes on and on and on about COVID and vaccines. I offered to talk to him about vaccines several times. Nah, I don't want to talk about that, because he knows He's not prepared to debate me on that. He's prepared to debate someone that says all vaccines are poison designed to kill us. He's not prepared to debate someone like me that's going to say the vaccine mandates were terrible because they were far too overreaching. I don't give a shit if you personally want to take the vaccine. That's your call. My only problem is the government forcing it upon people. He's not ready to have that debate. And so I have this debate with him, and AI comes up 2 hours into the debate. The AI basically says 95% of what I said. He doesn't have a problem with it. We debate 2.5 hours later. He rage quits, and then he has to make an excuse for it. Rob used AI. Yeah. Okay.
That's so bad faith.
And I think it's funny. Like I saw people saying earlier as a joke, Rob GPT. I love it because to me it's just an admission on their audience part that they're just a bunch of lemmings, that they're repeating obvious bullshit. And it's funny because I've defended the same sort of criticisms against Destiny. The big criticism against Destiny from like the Finkelstein fans was Destiny's just like the Wikipedia warrior. He just uses Wikipedia. Okay, so is the information he's citing inaccurate? If I go to Wikipedia right now and it says in 2023 the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl, are you going to say that's bullshit? You just got that from Wikipedia. Okay, let's dive deeper. Oh, look, here's Pro Football Talk. Here's ESPN. Here's newspaper articles. They all say Kansas City. Who gives a shit if that's where I initially got it? Most people are doing that. Most people are Google searching or using a search engine to look up like facts like that. Now you might say, yeah, but if that's all you're doing, you're likely to come to incorrect assumptions because you should delve deeper into topics. But then my answer is, okay, well then prove that that's wrong. That's fine. Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter that I defend on that Destiny's argument. He's looking for an excuse, much like much of these big left-wingers. They're looking for an excuse to not talk. So it's something like that. And they have to use stupid shit like that with me because what else are they going to use? Like, he could say about Andrew Wilson, he could say, well, Andrew made fun of my personal relationship situation. And a normal person might say, oh, well, yeah, I could see not wanting to talk to that person. Of course, the truth is, with Destiny, he gives as good as he gets with a lot of that type of shit, right?
Right, that's why it's bullshit, because it's like, you're the one that brings it up half the time, calling people submissive, and then we have to go like, really?
Right.
Like,
you're absolutely right. But if you're just a casual fan, I could see if someone starts talking shit on my wife, I would say, fuck you, I don't want to talk to you. So I get that. So if you don't know the lore or the history of like Destiny argue with Andrew Wilson back and forth people used to say this shit to me all the time. Like, well, you should hear what Destiny said about this person he debates. I'm like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't really care about his personal life. I just keep it to the debates, the facts, etc. That's it. The way he debates, that's all fair game. But, my honest opinion about his, personal relationships and shit is just like, it's none of my business, whatever. If he starts talking about my family situation, like, it's reciprocal to me. And, like, even Andrew Wilson knows this. Andrew spends a lot of times talking about this shit. And so then people talk about Andrew's situation and relationship. I've heard people say shit about Andrew that is amongst the most heinous shit I've ever heard online. Like attacking children of his and his wife's that have tragically passed away.
Yeah, that's reprehensible.
Yeah, but even though I think it's totally egregious and beyond the pale, if you're Andrew and you start talking about other people's relationships, you have to expect that. So, but they can't do that with me. I mean, they could talk about my family, but it's hard for them to blacklist me and say, well, I'm not talking to Rob anymore because he talked shit about my marriage. No, I didn't. Well, he smeared me to other people and accused me of that. No, I didn't. So they have to, so what they come up with is so fucking stupid. Well, he used an AI. Okay. And then it gets like, to his credit, like, his little sidekick, Pisco, Pisco was like, well, Steven, I think this is kind of ridiculous. And then Destiny sort of gives him a little whipping. How dare you? What, are you secretly friends with Rob? Well, no. And like, that's the absurdity of this whole thing. It's just like, so I don't give a shit like about him personally. To me, it's just a sign of weakness. I'll say I don't think about this shit too much, believe it or not. I know we're talking about it here, but someone like Andrew Wilson used to tell me all the time. He's like, Rob, you're blacklisted on a lot of these left-wing channels. And I was like, what do you fucking talk about? He's like, that's why you don't get debates anymore, because they don't want to bring you on. And I always thought he was full of shit until one time Brianna Wu direct messaged me and was like, hey, will you apologize to me? And I was like, for what? Well, the last time we were on a panel together, I thought you were rude to me. And I was like, right, because you were rude to me. You started off calling me stupid and all Trump supporters are fucking morons and bad faith and blah, blah, blah. And then I gave it right back to you. I don't give a shit. It didn't hurt my feelings. And, well, I've seen you debate other people like Destiny and it wasn't that bad. Okay, well, he didn't do that in that specific time. That's all it was. And basically that ended with Brianna saying, well, I've told people not to have you on panels I was on, and it's cost you, several times that you would have been invited on shows, but you weren't because of how you treated me. Okay, fuck off. And then I started to realize maybe there's something to what Andrew's saying, that there is this sort of blacklist shit. And then, of course, Destiny came right out with it and said that he blacklisted me. And so, I mean, whatever. I get it. I'll just end by saying this on the subject. If I was Destiny and I wasn't very good at debate and was just, trying to use rhetorical tricks, I would blacklist me too, because I would probably be tired of being embarrassed.
Dang.
So that's what I have to say in this subject. But any last word, and then I got to get to a couple more calls.
Yeah, I'm done glazing you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll just say this. I feel like if we keep being the magnanimous ones, it might be the last thing we do.
That's true. It's certainly true. But look, there's different rules for different people. For every Rob Noor, you need an Andrew Wilson. For every Andrew Wilson, you need a Ben Shapiro. So I totally agree with you. But I guess my type of being magnanimous here is it's not as bad as people would think. I just don't give a shit. If Destiny called me tomorrow and said, hey, you want to do a debate on X? Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe I'd say, fuck you. Why don't you go public and apologize for blacklisting me? How about that? Right? And if you don't, then kiss my ass. I don't need him. Now, it's true. If I debate Destiny tomorrow, instead of having 200 people watch, I'm going to have 15,000, which is nice, because I think there's a lot of people that saw me for the first time debating Destiny was like, fucking A, that guy did good.
One of them.
There's even people that were his fans that got fed up with his comments about the assassination attempt that said, I stopped watching him and started watching you because I saw you sort of talking to him. But I don't need him. It's no skin off my back, and I'm not going to crawl like a worm or something. And the same is true of any of these other lefties. And not only that, the same is true of, I don't know how to purport myself. I'm not good at sort of connecting to people in that way. I'm very good at real life I'm very sociable. But like, how many times do I have to email Dave Smith and be like, hey, Dave, I moderated a debate between you and Andrew Wilson. I'd love to talk to you. In fact, I have more in common with you than Andrew does. I'm closer to a libertarian. I'd love to talk to you sometime. No response. What am I supposed to do? Email him every day? So I do it once or twice, and then I feel like I'm bothering people, so I just stop doing it. And so that's how I look at things. I'm doing my own thing. I'll reach out to people. I'm growing slowly, which is great. But I'm not going to kiss anyone's ass. Like, this is it. This is what you get. And, but I do take your point to heart about being too magnanimous. At some point, you have to fight fire with fire to some degree. I'm not advocating violence or shit that many of these lefties would, but at some point, you just have to.
Minecraft.
Right. I know what you're saying. You're not saying that. You're saying, like, if they're going to be ignorant pricks having their own safe space and blacklisting people and blah, 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 then we should do the same and say, fuck you. We'll treat you like we do you. All I could do is be myself, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. It will take some of that, so.
Keep up the fight, champ.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, now I can sleep well tonight knowing at least one person likes me. Some super chats. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, Rob is now Clubber Lang. Thank you. Any predictions for tonight's debate? Pain. John Ruck for $2 says, best thing you can do is share Rob's channel everywhere. Agreed. Thank you, John. And then John becomes a member for the second month. Thank you so much. Thomas Santos. I was just called Clubber Lang. Now Thomas Santos for $2 says, Rob's the Rocky Balboa of debates. Also, I've never had my nose broke. And John, again, says, tell all the lefties they're afraid to debate Rob. You don't have to hassle people. I appreciate it. But yeah, you don't have to hassle people. I think Destiny is a good debater, Neo Jack is. But, okay, 2 more callers here. We got Eat the Yeti. What's up, Yeti? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, what's happening?
Not much. It's really late, so I'm gonna be a little quiet.
That's okay. I'll turn your volume up. No problem. What's up?
Okay, so full disclosure, I'm not American, so in case you have a problem with that and you wanna, skip me for someone close to home.
That means nothing to me. Totally fine. I'm not one of those people that say that non-Americans shouldn't have a voice. I talk about Australia, Canada, and UK, so you say whatever the hell you want. That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, okay. Well, Anyway, this is less of a debate question and more of an observation I wanted to discuss with
Okay.
a red-blooded American.
Oh, you got it.
So here's the thing. I feel like there's a weird, it's like juxtaposition or a contradiction in American culture, where on one hand you seem to be obsessed with rights, resistance to tyrannical government, all that good stuff, and at the same time you seem to not even almost deify, but full on deify certain aspects of your government. And what I mean by that, first off, the more obvious one is your Constitution, your Bill of Rights. You seem to be treating it almost like a holy text. In basically a religious text at this point. From some people, I'm not taking it like crazy leftist.
No, of course, yep, of course, I know what you're saying, but you're not wrong in what I'm hearing so far. Go ahead.
And also this weird cult of personality for your presidents, especially like the founding father types, because I mean, if you look at the Mount Rushmore, for example, it's an insane monument. I mean, the faces of your presidents, which are basically, I mean, government officials, if you break it down to bare bones, immortalized in stone, literally into like a face of a mountain. And you have a literal temple to Abraham Lincoln. He's sitting on a literal, inside of a literal temple on a white marble throne, looking down on his subject like a weird god emperor type thing.
Okay.
So these elements that I just talked about, they seem kind of, and I'm not trying to be offensive or rag on America, kind of fascistic, fascist adjacent.
Let me real quick. I hear the word fascist a lot. Can you define what you mean by that?
Well, I don't mean it as in, no, you misgendered me, therefore, you're fascist. I mean, basically the worship of the state, like the full-on Italian fascism, in that sense.
So you just mean worship of an authoritarian figure, authoritarian state. This is how you're using the term fascist.
Yeah, in the more I guess classical sense. Okay. I don't mean
it's such a weird word because people use it for a lot of people use Umberto Eco's 14 Signs of Fascism or whatever, how many ever it is. For me, I always thought fascist meant a collaboration between corporate and government entities to exhibit authoritarian control. I think a lot of people use fascism sort of interchangeably with authoritarian, that is sort of a government that exists and uses authoritarian means to quelch dissent. And it sounds like that's more of how you're using it here. But let me talk about the general principle. So if I could break down generally what you're saying is there's a contradiction between being someone who values individualism and that celebrates our Constitution, our founding fathers, politicians in this country. I would guess you would say, even going beyond the founding fathers and beyond Lincoln, maybe even like Theodore Roosevelt, that there seems, or maybe in some senses JFK, these are leaders of the country, presidents at some point that have achieved legendary status. And you're saying that there's sort of a contradiction between being someone that prioritizes individuality, but then puts these sort of government figures on a pedestal?
Well, basically, yeah. And you brought up JFK because JFK was also an example. Well, not just general example, but the thing he said, ask not what you can do, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country, something like that. I mean, in the context of JFK, it sounds fine because he's American president, democracy, liberty, hurrah. But if it was, I mean, I can easily see some Italian, back in the Mussolini days, official saying something like that, and it being basically on brand for someone like that.
Okay, nonetheless, the general principle is, I don't think there is a contradiction. No matter who you are, it is to not just individuals, but more so this is true of collectivizations of people, of societies, of sort of cultures. You're going to have people that you venerate, right? Even if they're fictional people, there's going to be people that you put up as the model of what you think represents the values that you want to achieve, right? We could see this easily in fiction. For example, one way you could see, obviously you could look at religions, right? And I might think that some of the tales in certain religions are fictitious, other tales in religions that I believe aren't fictitious. But you could see that we epitomize sort of characters, the character of Jesus Christ, the character of Moses, the character of Muhammad, whatever your particular religion would be. But let's take something like comic books. You know, why is it that people so are invested in certain comic book characters or works of literature? Why is it that people look at certain characters going back? We could see, you know, maybe to Odysseus or Achilles, you know, if we're going back to some of the first literary works, that people look at those and put on sort of these legendary status. It's because there's something in humans that we need to have figures that we could relate to, but also aspire to be. And so, you know, for example, if you take Abraham Lincoln, I've read a lot that Lincoln, and I'm no student of history, but even someone like me that's not well read historically, it's easy to find information that Lincoln's not the hero that many people portray him to be. He's portrayed sort of and venerated, particularly amongst Black Americans, as being this noble person who had this incredible morality that had to make this difficult decision because he felt so strongly about equality and freeing the slaves. It doesn't look like that's the case. I believe Lincoln once said that if he was able to win the war without freeing one slave, he would have done it. There was strategic benefit to him freeing the slaves. And yet, there is value at looking at him as an aspirational figure that fought for the rights of all men and for freedom, etc., even if it's not technically true. The same could be said of our founding fathers. Of course, there's all sorts of blemishes that you could put on them. Someone I really liked was Thomas Jefferson. He was a slave owner. I find it morally repugnant in today if there was I like Ron Paul. If I found out that Ron Paul had 4 slaves, yeah, I would find that morally repugnant and terrible. So how can I venerate someone like Thomas Jefferson? Well, because your sort of history allows you to sort of rub out the things that you don't like and only epitomize and venerate the characteristics of the people that you aspire to. And so when I think of, you mentioned then specifically the Constitution. For me, the Constitution and the foundational documents of this country epitomizes what a government should be. To me, with all of its warts, it epitomizes a struggle against what we saw as an authoritarian government, that of British rule, that was not representing the people of the colonies, and strong people that sought to have a country where there could be differences, but that they could prioritize themselves as individuals that would succeed based on their hard work, because they took a chance. They came to this country. They knew it would be hard. They tamed this great wilderness of this beautiful land, and they wanted to succeed on their own merits. And yet there's this authoritarian government across the ocean that's telling them, no, we're still in control of you. You don't have a say in how things are ran. And it's these people that risked everything to stand up to them, and then created a country where that principle of we don't want that authoritarian control to exist again, and so we will create this new form of government enshrined in the foundational documents of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that say, even though we have differences, these are individual rights that you have that we'll venerate. To me, there's no contradicting in being an individualist and thinking that things like individual freedoms and things should be prioritized, and looking at those founding fathers with veneration, saying these are people that I should look up to. We could, of course, go to any one of those leaders and find out that the truth with all humans are that they suck, that there's all kinds of shit about them that's terrible. It's difficult, I think, for many people in today's day and age with social media to realize this. I mean, you go back 30 years and look at celebrities, for example, like there's some level of veneration of like someone like a Marlon Brando or a Frank Sinatra. And like we put them on a pedestal in different ways, obviously, but we put them on a pedestal not just for their talent, but we assume that their talent makes them special people in other ways. And one of the things we've realized with social media is just because someone's very talented as an artist, they might be dumb as shit. Or worse than that, they might just be an incredibly immoral or vapid person. But we didn't really have that access to people in the past, and certainly not in the days of our founding fathers. So it's easy to look back and with rose-colored glasses, and it's natural for humans to want to do that. My guess is with you, there are historical figures, whether fictitious or not, that you probably look to and aspire to. That's human nature. I don't know how we exist without that. How we wouldn't look at someone to emulate, even if it's just religion, even if you're trying to emulate the greatest of people, which is Jesus Christ, which is a very noble goal to do. How would you know how to act? What qualities would you seek to have if you're not looking at people and saying, yeah, that's what I aspire to?
Well, I think I should clarify that I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. I think you sort of misunderstood that this was like a criticism, or that I see something like terribly wrong with it.
Okay.
It's just an observation that I found interesting, and I wanted to,
Well, let me ask you. Can you name me a country that's not the case? Can you name me a country that you think that they don't look at historical figures with admiration?
I don't think it's just historical figures. That's the thing, because I'm talking specifically about presidents. I mean, the president is basically probably like the first ruler of a country after the monarchy, where it's like it's sort of separated from God, right? Like, I mean, before the monarch was basically in some way connected. It was at least not connected, but seen as connected to God, at least as far as I know. I mean,
so if I could summarize what I think you're saying here is, so if a country venerated like George Washington in our country, if a country venerated King George, you'd say, well, there's a difference because you understand that veneration of King George because he has connection to God in those people's mind. So that is different. But if you venerate
there's like a
president,
tradition in monarchy of connecting a monarch to in Christian culture,
but even
like
even
to
still,
Jesus
there are religious figures even that would have came out of the UK, and political figures that are venerated that weren't, like, for example, the UK. What about Winston Churchill? Right, Winston Churchill's probably looked at very similar to like Teddy Roosevelt would be in the United States.
Well,
right?
I would argue he's nowhere near as venerated as Abraham Lincoln. He doesn't have a temple. He doesn't have a golden bottom marble throne.
I don't know if temples in sort of the eye of the beholder, right? Like there's also a temple. So, for example, in Pittsburgh here, there's a statue of the Pittsburgh pirate Roberto Clemente. If we put that same statue, if we built a specific building with it, a museum of him, and we had marble columns on the front of it, and you went in and there were just all sorts of jerseys of Roberto Clemente, is that a temple?
Well, the problem is, I think you probably don't have to probably know how it looks, but if you look at like ancient Greek, for example, temples, and the Lincoln Memorial, it's basically a one-to-one. Like it's
so aesthetically it looks similar, but that hardly makes a temple. I mean, I could theoretically build a house.
I would go a little farther. I won't say similar. It's basically the same.
Okay, so aesthetically it looks the same, but again, that would mean that any building that looks like that you would call to a temple. Like I could build a temple myself and put a statue of myself, or not a temple. I could build that building. I guess was that a temple?
Yeah. Well, if it's dedicated to something, I wouldn't have trouble calling it a temple to a said thing.
To me, it sort of renders the word moot if it's just the aesthetic appeal of it. If you're saying any facility that seeks to venerate an individual, then, for example, Pittsburgh has an Andy Warhol museum. The town where my sister goes to college has a Jimmy Stewart museum, the guy from the movie It's a Wonderful Life. I don't think these are temples. I don't really have a problem with the celebration of individuals that people have an affinity for or seek to look up to.
I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just an observation and like a discussion topic.
Can I ask?
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Can I ask you this? That's fair. Can I ask you, if you don't have to tell me, but what country do you come from?
Russia.
Russia. There's not an affinity for political leaders in Russia, like Catherine the Great, Putin?
I would argue there is, and there's, highly authoritarian, of course, but we don't have the sort of something even close to a Mount Rushmore, for example. Well, I guess we kind of do. The Lenin Mausoleum, I would say. But if you compare like Lenin to a president of the United States, I think it's completely two different
How about Stalin?
Levels. We don't venerate Stalin that much, actually.
Well, at one point they did.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, certainly. I mean, I think that I don't even want to use the word criticism. I think you're making a commentary that's true of countries all around the world. It would be
but,
hard for me to envision. And if the only differentiation is, well, you understand it in countries where the leadership claims to have a connection to God, so the pharaoh or the monarch, to me, it's not really a differentiation that matters that much. I don't think that, I guess I'm just saying, I'll give you the final word in this, but I don't see the contradiction as being an individualist who says, damn, I look at political leaders or even people that weren't political leaders and I say, those people were heroes, that there are parts of them that I aspire to be. I don't see negativity with that. And I also almost see that as natural to humanity. I don't know how you exist as a culture or society with that having cultural figures that people venerate collectively. In fact, I would say that one of the problems with many populations that come into the United States, going back to a conversation we were having with the previous caller, is that they don't have those sort of cultural connections. You come into a country like the United States and you don't give a shit about the Constitution, and you don't give a shit about the history of this country, and you don't give a shit about the historical figures, or maybe even worse, you view them with contempt. Then how do you have a harmonious society if your values are that different that you're like, well, fuck Mount Rushmore. That's just a bunch of old white guys. And by the way, weren't some of them slave owners? What's your connection then? If you don't have, like, right, you have to have some sort of connection. Maybe that can, I see my friend Casimir's in the chat. Maybe that connection is that you're grounded in similar moral and philosophical beliefs. So you all believe in the non-aggression principle. Okay, you could build a society based on being grounded upon those sort of beliefs. But that's certainly not the case with a lot of population that comes in. Maybe your society is grounded on we are all from the same ethnic or religious background. But if you're not those things, how do you have a society? And like you hear this in the UK a lot. What does it mean to be British? What does it mean to be Irish? What does it mean to be American? What Russia, I don't know as much. I don't know what the immigration system is in Russia. But if you're going to allow people to come in from all across the world and they're going to have vastly different values, and you're like, well, I think it's strange that people venerate the founding fathers and venerate the Constitution. I think that actually becomes more of a problem and more strange to me. Why do you want to be here?
I wouldn't say it's wrong. Or it's just an interesting thing with considering how well it is how I see America. America is a very non-religious country. Well, at least it tries to be.
It should be more religious. I'll agree with you there.
No, but it's surprisingly religious in its treatment of its founding fathers, the Constitution, and sort of like cultural monuments of American political
I don't
history,
look at it as religious. I could see how it's tangential.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is why I decided to actually join, because I feel this is like the type of thing, how like a fish doesn't know what water is.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's just like a kind of thing that an outsider could see, where the American who grew up in this water wouldn't.
Well, that may be true. That may be true. But again, I think you could say, I bet if I looked into, if like we talk for like 3 hours, I bet that I could find historical figures that you venerate. And I would say, wow, listen to you talk about that. You seem to have almost a religious fervor for enjoying that person. Maybe it's Dostoevsky or someone like that. And I would say, oh boy, that seems almost religious. You seem to be saying this person's, his abilities, his inspiration to you is almost beyond, normal human ability to inspire a person. And you would say, no, of course not. And I would say, well, but you're subjective. You're in the current situation. I'm, as an outsider, you have to take my word that I think that there's a little bit of a religious tinge to that. I don't think the fact that we have Mount Rushmore or that we have the, Lincoln Memorial means that I look at those men as gods or I look at them as some sort of connection to religion. I don't see it that way. And you're welcome to your subject. I'm certain there are people like that. I thought you were going to say there are people that seem to treat Trump like a religious figure. That's true.
Oh, no.
There are, but you're right. That
rhetoric.
Right. But there are people like that. There are people that think that Trump's borderline infallible, that speak with like sort of religious language. And a lot of time I find it cringe and actually antithetical to actually wanting good shit to get done. Because if you look at Trump as a human and say, I trust whatever he does, you shouldn't do that with any human. That's bad principle because no one is infallible. No one's right 100% of the time. And one of the things that keeps us grounded is surrounding ourselves with people that really care about us and are willing to tell us when we're doing something that they disagree with. And so if that's not the case with Trump, that would be terrible. But just in general, to speak to sort of historical figures and presidents, I don't see it. I'll give you the last word here. And then I got to get to the
of course.
We got a bunch of
I'll finish with a couple of three things. I guess maybe I should have said it's not like religious, maybe mythical or legendary, but it's basically religious. So I know I decided to make it more interesting. Secondly, as I said, the sort of when I mentioned the fascism, American possibility of American fascism, I'm not saying that Trump is a fascist or it's like some inevitability, or even the foreseeable future we'll see like a full-on American fascist political movement. But I think if this sort of observation, if you take this observation and run with it, I think it's actually a possibility at some time down the line. Maybe you could see like an American brown shirt party or something like that do full-on deify the founding fathers and stuff like that. But
I actually, in principle, what you're saying, although I disagree with some of the specifics, I think you're right in principle. The general principle of you should not worship any other human. You shouldn't, whether it be political figures, whether it be artistic figures, whatever. You shouldn't, because once you look at human beings with that much fervor, it takes your rationality out of it and could lead you to do terrible things in the name of, but I just trust this figure. I will say, though, that I think, for me, you're reading the situation directly opposite. I think the most likely we are to see brown shirts are actually from people that probably come from a political ideology that strongly criticize the founding fathers. For example, the people that we saw doing brown shirt type activity during the pandemic, calling the police on their neighbors because they saw them outside without a mask, those weren't people of the political ideology that venerates those on Mount Rushmore. Quite to the opposite. Those would be people that would criticize them as xenophobic and old white men and slave owners. And so I think that the idea that we're on the cusp of sort of people kicking in doors in this country, I'm not saying you're saying on the cusp, but that we could see a situation where people were like, for Teddy Roosevelt, for George Washington, with bayonets fixed, breaking into people's doors. I think we're a long way away from that. And culturally and politically, we're much closer to the other side of the ledger, which is our government and the people that sort of worship it, people that worship figures like Dr. Fauci. I think you're much closer to seeing them behave as brown shirts and indoctrinating children to go out. Right now, there is an incredible movement in this country of people speaking with moral certainty that they should ostracize anyone from their lives, even family members, even parents or siblings, even husbands or wives, if they voted for Donald Trump. So,
yeah,
I mean, I
don't... I 100% agree. And actually, if you look at it, like the sort of liberal, progressive wing of American politics, basically also has like certain religious aspects. They think that comes to mind immediately is George Floyd. He's basically a martyr saint.
Right, I agree. So, all right, I gotta let you go. I got more people. I appreciated the call though, man. We do a call-in show every Friday, so feel free to call back in.
Brother, I would love to.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. All right. Oh shit. Let's see if I get people in the right order. We're trying here. All right, we're gonna move. Let's bring. Okay, I'm gonna cheat. I don't know what the order was, so I'm just gonna bring in Casimir first. Casimir, what's happening?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Fucking won.
We did. We won
that shit.
How's it feel? It's nice, isn't it?
Oh, the margin. Oh, and the Iowa thing was cherry on top.
No,
amazing.
Well, not to whinge too much about this, but people forget that the census accidentally screwed up, which it wasn't an accident. And actually, if they would have given the electoral votes to Florida, the 2 extra that it should have had taken from California and New York, and the way that the redistricting would have happened because of that, we probably would have seen closer to 240 House seats. And also, if we weren't still counting votes, the margin might actually be bigger. But even as is, clearly this was a impressive win, not just for Donald Trump, but for sort of what is represented by him. And even the establishment Republicans, I find it sort of ironic that they did poorer, because a lot of the narrative that you would have heard from establishment Republicans was, like in Pennsylvania here, Dave McCormick that was running for Senate. He's more of an establishment type guy. Trump's an albatross around his neck. Trump far outperformed almost all of these establishment Republicans. So for me, it was not just a repudiation of the big government establishment Democrats, but also of the big government establishment Republicans.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, my vote was almost strictly against what was there, and I want to connect with what the most likely crypto communist that called in was talking about. The strange thing about communists, when they call in or when you read them, they identify the problem almost exactly, but because they share the same fallacious philosophy as the foundation, they don't have access to the solution.
Right.
So they point to the neoconservative, quote unquote, corporatist, crony, quote unquote, capitalist America, and they call it fascism, which, if you analyze the sort of the way the fascists try to control the economy from an economic perspective and a tiny bit from the cultural perspective, it fits. It's
Sure.
okay. It's a decent claim. Now, the problem for them is that both the mainstream and the Democratic and the far left Democratic Party are economically socialist, and culturally they have a lot of similarities to fascism. It's just that their fascism is not limited to the country or to the state of the United States. Their fascism is, in terms of the group that they point to, is towards people of color and minorities.
Mm-hmm.
So they have that in-group that's supposed to make up the state, and they pursue it in a similar aggressive manner, like the Nazis were pursuing racial purity among their ranks, or the Italians were pursuing national purity among their ranks and trying to evict anyone with a dual nationality. So there's a lot of similarity there economically, and in terms of their proposals. If you take Bernie Sanders, a liberal supposedly, you take his speeches and you switch them with the speeches of Hitler, you will not be able to decide who is who.
Right.
If the names and the groups targeted are going to be slightly renamed, the same arguments, but and so they point out to Mount Rushmore, they point out to Lincoln as this concept that shouldn't be venerated and as a disease. But if you start asking them what they venerate, which statues they want to build, they're not going to be much better. Now, the interesting part with Lincoln, let's talk about this for a bit. There is this Americanism with which I grew up. So I was admiring the United States before moving here, before immigrating. I took the oath. I did everything legally. I waited a long time. I filled out all the papers. And when I came here, I was extremely patriotic. I probably knew more about the United States and its laws and its history than most people in the same high school as I am. And I think I pretty much aced AP history in high school. Had no problem with that. But as you start learning more about American history, you realize that while the image, the concept of the American dream is beautiful, and the concept of a nation of rebels is beautiful, the reality is that the counter-revolution showed up very early and has won. Specifically, the statue we should be having in Washington, D.C. should be the statue of Jefferson.
Right.
People like Hamilton, Lincoln, Washington should have smaller statues, let's just say. Not statues that glorify them, but statues that point to them and say, that was a flawed character that we should remember for his mistakes. Mm-hmm. Lincoln, in particular, if I made a list of the absolute worst presidents in the United States history, Lincoln is competing for number 1 and 2.
You got Biden ahead of him, or
No. Number one is most likely Woodrow Wilson,
yeah,
because Woodrow Wilson has flipped the switch between somewhat libertarian, somewhat freedom-based, liberty-based country, and he flipped the switch into creeping communism.
Yeah.
Like
Federal Reserve, yeah.
The federal, not only that. So he declared, what's the Federal Reserve? And the program is as such: your gold will be taken over by the government. That happened in the 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Your currency is going to be controlled by the central planners.
Yep.
Meaning they're attacking both ways of you having savings and externalizing your ownership of things. So they've attacked that directly. And then merely 4 years after he did the Federal Reserve, they attacked your body ownership. They implemented for the first time officially on a federal level conscription as law, universal conscription. So now they're claiming everything that you might ever have. And go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so let me say this in general. There is utility in talking at the specifics of what people did, our historical figures. I think that there is a lot of veneration of Lincoln from people that really have no idea what was going on. They just hear the sort of comic book version of he freed the slaves, and most of us have something within us, at least that are moral people, of this notion of the wrongness of enslaving people, right? Like
yes.
So that is a concept that I say this all the time when it comes to the double standards of people I see, particularly those on the left or in the establishment. To me, what the double standard proves is when they're being hypocrites, it proves they don't care about the value that they're claiming, but they know you do. So for example, they don't give a shit about the idea of sex trafficking. They don't give a shit. They'll freely support people that they feel sex traffic. They don't care if it means them maintaining power. But they know that most of us do care about that. So they'll use that. They'll say, look at Matt Gaetz. Or they'll, the easiest example is what would Jesus do? Oh, Jesus would accept all the immigrants. They don't give a shit at all about Jesus. They don't care about it. But they know you do. So they can employ double standards. They don't give a shit. Similarly, I think you could see how that applies with historical veneration of people. What I'll say in general to this, and I'm probably less well read in the history of this country than you, which as someone who's generationally goes back for probably my family in this country, that seems nonsensical. But it has to do with just being lazy and being a dumb redneck and being more looking at things my interest is more looking at things pragmatically on the ground as it happens. I don't understand how you have culture without veneration of something. That might be religious figures, that might be, like I said, I think someone like you is less likely to say, my cultural and political and economic beliefs are because of this person, and I venerate that person. There are figures and writers that you'll look at and say, yeah, that person was cool, but I don't think you'll be as much of building a statue to them as maybe someone does so with the Founding Fathers. But you still have that veneration. It just maybe isn't centered on a specific person. It's centered more on an ideology that you've spent time looking into. So the general criticism of the veneration of people that we look at these values and we cover up a lot of what they do, that's certainly true of anyone. And sometimes it's more egregious because you get things specifically backwards. And so I don't know that I agree with you necessarily on Lincoln. I know that there's probably a lot that he gets venerated for that it's not as easy as a case as, yep, greatest president as people make it out to be. I certainly wouldn't say that at all about Lincoln. I don't know that I'd put him as the worst, but I do understand why people do it. And I think that the criticism the caller has, well, though it could be rooted in some truth, like you said, and there can be problems, to me, it almost seems like the opposite problem is more of a problem today, where there isn't an agreement on even those sort of values that we all say, well, those are all values that we look at. We might disagree on who represents those values, but yes, the idea of the rebels fighting against the authoritarian and having freedom for people, those are things we value. I don't think that we have that, or rather we do, but it's so bifurcated. There are people that let me put it this way. I always used to say this, and I think I was wrong about this. Maybe this will lead into something you'd like to talk about. I used to say to my socialist friends, well, we all want the same thing. right? We don't want people to be poor. We don't want people to be sick. We don't want people to be hungry. We want people to have a roof over their head. We just massively disagree on how to get there. I'm not sure that's the case anymore, or that it ever was the case. If I'm honest, I'm starting to believe that Orwell was correct, that for many of these socialists, it has nothing to do with lamenting the plight of the poor. It has everything to do with trying to obtain power and criticizing those that they feel that has more power than them by weaponizing our big hearts for people that are less fortunate. And to me, that's the crux of like so much of the social, like what they accuse you of is exactly, they accuse you of being greedy. But what's more greedy than wanting to take other people's possessions and spread them out in a way that's beneficial to you, that obtains you power, and that you should be the ultimate arbiter of it. So to me, that represents a problem with a lack of, it doesn't have to be figures on Mount Rushmore, but there has to be something that brings us together as a society. There has to be a set of values. There has to be sort of something to aspire to.
Rob, I admit to this. We should take Mount Rushmore, blow it up, and replace the faces.
Who's your four?
Oh shit. Jefferson. Probably Francis Scott Keys, probably. There is one president, I forgot his name, the one that abolished the central bank, the second time actually.
Jackson? Was that who?
Possibly Jackson. I
get you. You don't have to have four, but I get what you're saying. Those figures are important. It's just better to have figures that more accurately represent the values than the ones that we currently have. But you sort of need, if not human figures, you need some figure that represents those values. Like
yes. Let me talk about this briefly. One way that I believe it's sort of rational to look at heroes is that I don't know I can name you my heroes. I cannot name you a flawless hero.
Of course.
The best heroes I have that I respect the most is because late in life or early in life or at any point, they said, oh, I was wrong about that. I was so wrong, I actually recant, and now I'm doing something else. Many of my heroes have done evil stuff initially in life or pursued evil ideologies, and then at certain point they followed their reason and they switched sides and they became different people, and they made a lot of effort to offer restitution to anyone that they harmed. So those are the type of people that you sort of respect, even though they could still be naive and wrong about many things.
Well, I'll give you a specific example. When we grow, I understand I'm lucky in my situation with my family, so maybe it's different from other people, but I think there'll be a commonality with most people here. When you're growing up, if you have parents that are there's this sort of, when you're young and naive and you're a toddler and you start to get a little older, your first memories, your parents are perfect. They know everything. They're infallible, right? They're just the greatest people ever. And that carried through me with particularly my dad, my mom as well, but my dad, I guess, just being a man I related to, I just thought, what a perfect guy. He knows everything about everything. I go out fishing. My dad's the best fisherman in the world. I go hunting. He's the best hunter. He's working on a car. He's the best mechanic, et cetera, et cetera. And he was just always, to me, sort of perfect. And then as I got older, I started to be a bartender at the same bar my dad was the head bartender at. So I'd hear all these people that are his age, like, let me tell you these stories of your dad just being a shithead when he was a teenager, just stupid drunken antics, nothing super terrible or anything. But you know what I realized? My dad was a shitty, flawed person like everyone else. And he was basically just a teenager out there, rambunctious, getting in trouble with the law and all this shit. And then he met my mom, got married, and then had me. I was the oldest son. And
sounds based.
Those flaws make him a greater man than when I thought he was perfect. Because what he now represents to me is someone who was just as flawed and shitty as me, who got married, who decided to have kids and said, now I'm going to bust my ass to raise my kid in the best possible way. So the original idea I had of just this sort of doesn't do anything wrong, he's not a drinker, when I realized, no, he was just as shitty as me. He just did the right thing. That makes him a greater person. Overcoming flaws, to me, is something to be celebrated more than being flawless in the first place. Now, you could take that same mentality, I think, to historical figures, right? Like, I understand there is value, and this is something that I like when I hear these people talk about this, like, well, we never teach in schools the problem with the founding fathers. What the fuck are you talking about? That's all we
No.
focus on. That's
They don't know. They point at irrelevant things. So I don't know. Jefferson having a dozen, or even 20, or 50, or 100 slaves is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Correct.
For the period, for the time, compared to the king of England enslaving an entire nation, or Lincoln liberating the South, which is a true story, did cause liberation of slaves and they didn't shackle them. Then the South was evil in the slavery business. Absolutely atrociously evil, evil economics, just bad, and shaky culture. However, Lincoln's intent was to enslave the entire nation. He conscripted hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. He had people that are political opponents just frivolously thrown in jail for criticizing him. He was acting like Vladimir Putin today, or like Hitler in mid-century Germany. He was doing that. He had concentration camps. He had his own slaves. None of that side of the history gets told. And in the case of Lincoln, I believe it overshadows anything positive that he achieved. So, we can venerate him as a liberator of slaves and should build a statue to that, and there is one. Right next to it should be a statue where he's putting the shackles back on everybody else, including the people he liberated. He's just doing it in a different way by placing the federal government at the center of the country and making the federal government control everything, which in a very few generations leads to the calamity that we have right now.
Well, hey, I got to let you go. I got to get to more callers. I'd love to have you come on here someday to talk about what do you think of these cabinet picks so far and how things are going so far. So hopefully we can set that up. Also, I'll get in touch with you with the clip of me and you from my 24-hour show. I actually think my editor got that all together in a nice package, so I'll send that directly to you and make sure you have that. So,
Ace, absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Casimir. Always nice to talk to you. Okay.
Mutual.
Good. I don't know the order that we had people here, so we're just going to go the way they're showing up on my screen. We'll go with an OK Life. Before I bring you on, though, OK Life, I'm sorry to... Let me read some super chats. Not many to get to. John Beard. Oh, I'm sorry. Lord of the Nerds. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Vita. I got to go up to the right one. Vita for $2. Thank you so much, as always, man. It says, amen. Rob needs 12,000 watching right now. Get this man on top. Yes! Get me 12,000. Here's my sneaky goal. I'm going to sell out. I just want to let you all know this. I'm going to sell out. Once I start making like $10 million, once I get to the $10 million, I'm buying an RV, and you guys are never going to hear from me again. I'm going to take my wife and my son, and we're going to go RVing. And he's going to get homeschooled. That's that. I'm just kidding. You'd still hear from me, but that's the goal, baby. That's what I want to do with my life. No, I really appreciate it. I do think that I'm a voice that's pretty good, and I hope that I get bigger, and I really appreciate the growth that I've had. I'm humbled by it. I think you guys are the best, so I'm glad you enjoyed the show. So thanks again, Vita. Lord of the Nerds, thank you again for $2. Says, caller is hiding his power level. Just an observation. Speaking of the gentleman that called in from Russia. Birdman, thanks for the subscription. I really appreciate it. He's hiding his power level. John Peart, thanks for the membership. Says, shit, has he picked a color crystal yet? I don't know. Also, the U in the word color there, very suspicious. John. Vita for $2 says, U.S. is the only country that's never had a dictator. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, the Founding Fathers helped establish the idea of separation of church and state. Color had no clue what he was talking about. All right, let's get to our next caller. And okay. I talked to the wife. I have permission to stay later tonight, so we're good. And okay, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, Rob?
Doing good. Let me adjust I got to adjust your volume level just a bit because Casimir and the other caller were a little quieter. So how you doing tonight?
Sorry.
Oh no,
Yeah,
you're fine.
I'm doing good. You're actually this is the first stream I've ever watched, if that's okay. So first time viewer and first time caller today.
Wow.
I was just I heard a lot about you from other like circles I've been in, and like friends have apparently talked to you or know you, and they like mentioned you quite a few times. And then I saw you were live today after I got off of work, and I was like, fuck it, let me see who this guy is.
Yeah. Well,
And
I'm sure most of it was about how handsome I am, but it's also
Of
nice
course.
to talk to you. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, so I actually just wanted to like feel you out a little bit since this is my first time, and I was reading up a little bit and seeing what I can find on you, and it says that you're a populist conservative, and I just kind of wanted to figure out what that meant to you and why you generally think that's best for the country. Because from my view, looking in as someone that's more or less politically homeless, but more leaning towards like a progressive side, I'm more or less, but a little bit all over the place, right? I haven't really seen too many politicians that seem to actually have a solid structure for taking us forward with America. And like the closest I've ever saw was maybe like a Yang figure, right? So what to you is a populist conservative, and why is that good for America compared to anything else that's being offered on the table?
Okay, first off, I consider myself a populist, libertarian, adjacent conservative in that order. So to me, populism is the most important thing, followed by libertarian adjacent, followed, which you could call minarchist, some people say, followed by conservative. So let's run them in the opposite order. Conservative, which would be the third value that I put, I think that my definition of conservative would be very similar to other people you'd talk to. I am fiscally conservative, which will go more into the libertarian adjacent, but socially conservative as well, where I believe that the unit that we should prioritize most in this country is the family unit, that is the most important unit that any country could have and where we should put the most of our values. So I myself am a Christian. However, those beliefs, if you heard a caller that came in earlier, come secondary to my second belief, which is libertarian adjacent. And so by that, what I mean is the value that I look at foundationally first when thinking how government should run is the idea of personal freedom. Now, the caller that just called in before you, Casimir, is an ANCAP, so he is like a total libertarian, and he would be appalled if I would try to call myself a total libertarian. But I do share the foundational belief that your individual liberty and freedom is the starting point, which I should say. I would just disagree threshold that I think there are certain times that those sort of things can be put on the back burner in a very limited sense. For example, if there was a virus that was spreading through New York City, could you quarantine New York to ensure that if someone left, it wouldn't spread to millions of other people? Probably. I would say that that's probably something that your individual liberty would be allowed to be curtailed in that specific situation. But in general, when I'm looking at any potential government policy, etc., the first lens I look through it in is trying to prioritize people's individual liberty. The first value that I think supersedes both of those, though, is one of populism. And when I say populism, I know it's defined in different ways, so I appreciate you asking me what I mean by that. By that, I mean that I think that our country, and for that matter, most of the world, is ran by sort of an elite group of people that don't really have the priorities of average people in their minds when they're making decisions on how to rule the country or any specific country. I'm focused, obviously, on the United States as a United States citizen. So, for example, as a progressive, I think me and you could agree, or me and you could mightily disagree on certain things. Bernie Sanders is someone that I would look at as potentially a progressive circa 2015, and I would almost be directly opposite of almost every economic policy that Bernie Sanders wants. However, I would be willing to support a progressive over a traditional conservative if I thought that that progressive actually was interested in governing for the people and wanted to break up the hegemonic powers that actually have control. Most of the people that control our system of government are unelected bureaucrats, and they don't give a shit what me and you think. So me and you could have a knockdown, drag-out 5-hour debate on socialized medicine, right? And let's say you crush me. Who gives a shit? Is it going to change anything in this country? Well, you better hope that the people that really run the country agree with you, because that's the only thing that really makes a difference. We could see all sorts of issues that 70 to 80% of the country agrees with, and it doesn't matter. It's just like even circa 2016, many people really, really wanted a border that was secure. Didn't matter. Both the establishment Republicans and Democrats didn't give a shit. Many people really want ID to vote. Doesn't matter. They don't give a shit. And this happens in many, many ways. The people that are running shit don't care about progressive values, and they certainly don't care about libertarian values. They just care about entrenching their own power to work for them and the people that they've allied themselves with. They don't give a shit. They'll pay lip service. They'll pay lip service to the progressives. Right now, if you're a progressive, the Democratic Party will pay lip service to you all the time. Corporate America will pay lip service to you all the time. But they don't really give a shit. And as soon as the cultural pendulum swings the other way, then they'll pay lip service to the conservatives. And they'll treat progressives like shit. It doesn't matter to them. They're just paying lip service and saying what they can to entrench their own power. And so I support people on the right or on the left that are interested in being outsiders and trying to dismantle that hegemonic power from those. That's what I mean by populist. So for me, I could support someone who is a legitimate progressive that would say, I have a problem with the corruption at the FBI, or I have a problem with the fact that, there's so much interchangeability from the pharmaceutical industry and HHS or the FDA. I would support those people, even though their specific policies on economics, on other things, I would disagree with more. If their central goal was to dismantle the corruption in those institutions, I would support them more. So I think that is why I'm a populist first and foremost, because I feel that our government is just not working for the people because of corruption. And then secondary is libertarian adjacent. I think that maybe arguably that you could put this as the top, but I still say populist, is because the size of our government and the fact that we've given the government to have all these powers in the first place sort of makes this shit inevitable, that it'll eventually become self-replicating and entrench itself in power. And then lastly, my values as a person being conservative values. So Andrew Yang specifically, I don't know, all hat. I don't think he's necessarily it's someone who claims to be an outsider and then just, wags the tongue for establishment Democrats every time. It's no different to what Bernie Sanders has become to me. I just, maybe.
Yeah, I am disappointed in that.
I think maybe what Yang originally, the universal basic income, I disagree with this, but I think originally it came from a place where at least I thought his values were sound, where he's just saying look, everyone should have the bare necessities. We should all send people money for food stuff. I don't think it would play out practically the way he wants. And I think that once you give the government the power to tax people and then send people money like that, it's just socialism under a different name, and it's going to get worse and worse. But that doesn't mean that the values that Andrew Yang had, I don't think he came to that from the decision of, I want more power, I want more control. I think it came from a place of genuinely wanting to help people. But I don't know how effective he would have been. He was interesting. He was quirky. He brought up a conversation I think was worth having, but not a good representation, I think, of effective progressive values or anything.
Well, that's why I said he's the closest, not that he's
Sure.
an actual representation of it, because he was the only person that sat down and, he called himself the Forward Party for a reason. He was the first person I saw sat down and talk about thorium reactors. I'm somebody that really is into nuclear energy. I had to write a research paper for my state when I was going through college on nuclear energy and did a lot of research into thorium reactors. That shit, it piqued my interest to hear a politician going against the grain of all the left, quote unquote, and liberal are talking about, solar energy, wind, and renewable resource like this. Okay, those are good in the places that they work, right? But they don't have comprehensive plans, and they're not even that efficient when nuclear has been there since, the 60s, and it's one of the cleanest and would literally launch America into a new age of energy. And the amount of things that we can produce with this new energy would be insanely ahead of what we're doing right now. So having a politician talk about that seems like something that's truly against the grain and in the interest of the people. He was the first person to bring up AI automation. Right now, the projection is 30% of jobs are going to be lost to AI just in America alone in the next 5 years. And I honestly believe that number. I don't think that's too far-fetched with how much we've already seen. This year, I think we've already lost 60,000, and that's just with ChatGPT, which is a very shitty version of this AI technology. So he was on that, and he was talking about UBI in a way that actually makes sense compared to the European model. The European models were very short-sighted. They didn't even have a fully established tax system and how it would work. He actually had a full layout. And while I don't agree with UBI, I would prefer something more like UBS, which is services that are universal rather than income. I think that the heart was in the right place. And like you were saying, I'm much of a populist myself, where if somebody seems like they're in the interest of the people, I don't care if they're on the right or the left. This is why I would vote for someone like Ron Paul, but also would turn around and vote for someone like Bernie Sanders in the heyday. I would have voted for Bernie in 2016 if I did vote that year, and I would have voted for Ron Paul if he was an option as well. So for me,
I have told people I probably would have voted for Bernie Sanders over Jeb Bush if that election goes the opposite way. And instead of Hillary versus Trump, it's Jeb versus Bernie. I probably vote for Bernie. I'd probably vote third party, but I'd rather seen Bernie as president. So I get where you're coming from. And I mean, certainly, I think Andrew Yang, I disagree with a lot of the conclusions that Andrew Yang came to. But again, he was talking about things that you didn't hear people talk about. That's true. I mean, many people, the first time they heard the concept of UBI was probably through Andrew Yang. And the same with AI replacing jobs. I think there is a more complicated discussion. I don't think it's just going to be jobs eliminated. There certainly will be a change in how jobs occur, but it's certainly something worth talking about. And oftentimes what happens is, even if you disagree with someone or think that they're factually wrong, having these sorts of conversations resonates with many people. Let me give you an example. You might be able to articulate how 20 years down the road, nuclear power, renewable energy and stuff, even with zero government intervention, is going to gradually replace something like coal power, right? I know friends that are coal miners, right? You might say, tough shit. People used to work on horse and buggy coaches and the automobile put it out of business. Who gives a shit? That's life. But that doesn't mean that those people don't have valid concerns and fears that a way of life that maybe they've known generationally is going to significantly change. So if someone is speaking directly to them, even if it's in ways that you disagree with their ultimate conclusions, I think there's value in that. And that oftentimes what happens is that we just see our politicians and culture in general look at certain things like we don't give a shit. So AI, for example, sort of represents a concept that I think is a tale as old of time, which is that technology advancing and making old ways of life and old careers obsolete. And so I find it funny. I used to talk to a lot of people when I was in college. A lot of my friends were in the art department. I've always tended to appreciate people that do things that I'm terrible at more. And so I am one of the worst artists that you'll ever see. I was enthralled by my friends that were in the art department and how great I thought they were painting or sculpting or, writing, all of this shit. I was just like, wow, this is amazing. Meanwhile, I could go up and give a speech in front of 100,000 people. I'm, in the top 100 debaters in the country while I was debating. Like, I was very good. There were people that were obviously better than me in the debate field, but I could kind of, even though they are better than me, I didn't look at it like, wow, that shit's so impressive. They're better than me. Cause I'm like, I could kind of do what they're doing. Yeah, they're better than me. But the person that could draw you, if you're an artist, you might be like, dude, that guy you're saying's awesome sucks. I could paint better than them. And that's probably true. But someone like me that's so shitty at painting, I resonated with that. So I had a lot of friends in the art world. And some of them have went on to work on set design for television shows and things like that. I don't know how many people know this, but I live outside of Pittsburgh. They actually used to film a reasonable amount of television shows in Pittsburgh. And I had a friend that worked in that and some friends that were artists, etc. And they used to sort of laugh at a lot of the other people that I grew up with that worked on oil wells or coal mines or farming. And they'd be like, oh man, you're going to have to find a different job. That shit's going to become obsolete. It's sort of funny to see the writer's strike then a couple years ago, right? Where it was like, well, AI, we thought that technology was going to make the farmer obsolete. And in some ways it did. But you still need some amount of farmers. However, the smug art people that I knew that were like, I don't give a shit, it doesn't affect me. We'll always need artistic people. Will we? Because most artists, they're not the dude that's like, Andy Warhol. They're not Picasso or Banksy. Most artists are doing graphic design, making $400 to come up with a design for someone's small business, or they're getting hired to do a commercial. And what happens when you could just pay some AI service to create your design? Now all of a sudden those people are like, well, this sucks. And you have a lot of these people. This is where the learn to code meme comes, right? Where you had a lot of these people that were in these traditional blue collar jobs that are like, fuck you. You didn't care about us. You thought it was funny. You told us to learn the code. Eat shit. Now you're suffering. You didn't give a shit when technology you thought was making us obsolete. Now that technology is making you obsolete. I try to run that line and try to look at everyone and say, I try to have compassion with both sides of that. I admit my bias, though, coming from a blue collar area. And most of the people I know growing up sort of live in towns where a lot of these factories dried up. Living outside of Pittsburgh, there was a lot of kilns that used to operate in here that the towns just dried up. The town that I grew up in, the biggest employer was a glass manufacturer. They went out of business probably 15 years ago. So it's, I have a bias just because that's what I've grown up with and I've seen. But I think with Andrew Yang sort of trying to understand that and was like, well, what's going to happen? There's going to, even if I think he's wrong that how many total jobs will exist or need to exist, and I think that there will be a shift, that there will be jobs, there'll be opportunities, but it'll shift. Certainly there are many people whose way of life that they have right now is going to radically shift. And who's talking to those people? And I don't think there's a lot of that. I think that's something that Trump resonates with as well. That he, regardless if you like him or hate him, there are people that believe that no politician has talked to them or gave a shit about them. Even if they're just pissing on your leg, at least here's this guy Trump that's at least talking about you, who's saying the right things like, hey, you guys are great, blue collar workers, etc. That to me is why there's so much popularity with people. And I think that it's missed so much with so many people, particularly that hate Trump, particularly on the left, that are like, well, you're from rural Pennsylvania. Why do people give a shit about this billionaire? What's he have in common with them? Well, it's because no one's talked to these people at all. Like no one.
No, I completely agree with you.
So I could see where you come from Yang in that, because I think there are a lot of people that Yang talked about and problems that he was talking about that I think you're right. No one was really saying that. No one was talking about what does it mean when AI comes in? What does that mean? Not just what about the farmer? What about the welder? But what about the artist? And I think that resonated with a lot of people. And it doesn't matter if you agree with his solution. He at least saw a potential problem. And now it seems stupid, right? Now that AI is here, it seems like, well, of course. But who was talking about it before him on a national political level?
Only him. It was only him, which is why I respect him. I had I did a stream dedicated to looking through all of his appearances and debates, and we had a Andrew Yang was right bucket. We were filling it pretty high on the amount of issues he talked would be a problem that instantly became a fucking problem.
Hey, real quick, if I can interrupt you real quick, Jess Gerald donated 100 memberships. Man, that is incredibly generous. Thank you so much, Jess Gerald. I really appreciate it. I do promise it's coming. We're going to do the membership only content. It's coming. It's probably going to be more personal. I don't mean like hot tub streams or anything, but maybe less political and more to do with like sort of personal stuff that's going on in my life, having fun more than talking politicals. But thank you again, Jess Gerald. Really appreciate that. Sorry to cut you off there. I didn't mean to.
No problem.
I thought that warranted 100 memberships.
Does he get some feet picture on the private stream too?
I don't think anyone wants to see my hobbit feet. I have this, so I have a 3-year-old, right? He's unfortunately inherited my square feet. It's damn impossible to find shoes for him. For me, it's like, as an adult, you could get the 12 wide or something. But as a little kid, it's like, oh man. And my wife's got some magic touch where somehow she can get a shoe right on. I'll be there for like an hour. And I feel like I'm going to hurt this dude. I can't get this damn shoe on. So I'll be putting him in Crocs and shit. My wife will be like, it's
You got to get
raining.
the Dockers.
Yeah, he's got some Hey Dudes that fit on pretty nice. But we're getting into the winter months here in Pennsylvania. So it's like we got to go to the boot shop. And we're going to get him something here. We're going to get some nice boots. So, we got 50. One more second. Let me check again. Oh, Jess Gerald, another 50 membership. My goodness, man. That's very incredibly generous. Thank you. Pretty much assured that everyone that's watching right now is now a member. He's gifted 150 memberships, so incredibly generous. But anything specifically more? I got 2 other callers on. I know that this has been sort of a general, but any specific points that you want to bring up, or?
Well, yeah. There are a few points that I just kind of, it's still a little bit of a wide-reaching thing, but when I see the cards of like who are my options. Yeah, no problem. When I see the cards on the table, I see basically you have when the politicians, you're gonna have to choose 5 good things versus 100 negative things, whether that's Trump, Biden, fucking Bernie, whatever. It's going to be a lot more negative than you're getting positive, and I'm getting fed up with that. And nobody seems to be it all seems to be defending these 5 things or demonizing the 100 things instead of actually kind of trying to build a consensus around a narrative of what needs to be focused on. And I think nobody's actually talking about going forward. And like when I hear conservatives talk about it, a lot of the solutions seem to be very extreme, and same with like the left. I don't want to be like this in the middle. I'm not in the middle. I'm more one way than the other. But everybody seems to be talking about extreme solutions and not like mixing. Like everybody's like everything that is bad on the left is socialism all of a sudden, and everything that's like horrible on the right is capitalism. There's no talk about a mixed economy of, hey, maybe socialism does work for healthcare. It seems to fucking work for a lot of countries. There seems to be a lot of good math behind it. I worked in the healthcare industry for a bit in my life. There seems to be a lot of legitimate reason there, but also like with like private land and stuff, I agree a lot with like libertarians of like maybe we should start like deregulating land and getting houses built and stuff, but like we can't even start like coming around these problems. So it's hard for me to even like call myself anything anymore. Like the way I see it is that the way only forward is using technology to take America into an economic well place, because with economics comes freedom and everything else, right? If you're economically free, everything else follows. But
that I agree with. I think that that's absolutely correct. In fact, when I debated in college, that was the argument that I made all the time. How do you take some guy that's just some redneck like me, and I'm one of the better debaters in the country? Well, you have to make things simple for someone who's dumb like me. And when I was a coach, I did the same thing. I'm taking people that are going to the state school, Clarion University. They're basically farmers and stuff coming to the cheapest state school in the how do you coach them up to the debate? Well, you say something that's true but easy to understand. It doesn't matter what your issue is. Women's rights, the environment. Would take your issue. In a world of economic prosperity, all of those things are by default better. You could focus on those sort of priorities once everyone has a meal. But all of those things, thank you so much, Gizmo, for the cheer. I appreciate it. But in a world where you're struggling economically, do you give a shit that they're cutting into the rainforest? No. I don't give a shit. I'm trying to feed my family. So yes, economic prosperity is sort of a precursor, in my opinion, to solving a lot of these problems. The idea of extremism, so let me be quite frank, probably a lot of the policies that I would strongly want, you would consider mighty extreme. For example, I think that we need to disband the FBI. I think that they've become so corrupt that they're not.
Dude, I agree with you on that.
Well,
I hate the government.
Many people would say that's an extreme position. I think, though, one of the reasons, I think there are 2 reasons that I come off as not extreme. One is that I'm genuinely a person that has friends from all walks of life and respects that people could have different political values to me and even cultural values to me, but try to see the best in people. As antagonistic and confrontational as I could be in sort of debating, it's not disingenuous. It's who I am. I think that when someone Colin's a little different, but certainly in the debates that I do with people online, to me, the most ethical position is to treat people as equals. And so if you enter the debate stage with me, then I'm going to give my actual opinions and values and try to reciprocate the tone that you're giving to me. I'm not going to say, oh, I arrogantly think I'm better than you, and so I'm going to talk down to you. That's not what's in me. And so it could seem confrontational at times, and sometimes it is. Sometimes I don't think it's that confrontational, because I think there's a lot of people that in general think that disagreement and debate means that there's some moral negativity to that. I couldn't disagree more. I think arguing with people's fun and healthy, and there's certainly times it can become toxic, but I think it's natural to disagree with people. It's fine. So I think that I come off as reasonable because that's genuinely how I believe. And I also understand the value of sort of getting political alliances with people from vastly different beliefs when it comes to the issues that I find most central, which is a government that's not working for anyone. And so now I'll give you an example. It seems like decades ago, but in Trump's first term, I believe in 2019, there was a gun rights march in Virginia, I believe, maybe in Arlington.
I think it was Virginia.
Yeah, and I remember I had some other streamers that were doing a live stream from there, and they were taking call-ins, and I ended up getting to know some of these people a little. And so I called in, and one of the things they said was like, there's this black nationalist group that's like right beside us. And I was like, oh, well, good. I don't agree with black nationalists, but I'm willing to ally with black nationalists on the idea of the right to self-defense. That I agree with. And you have to prioritize. What are the things that you think are the most important values? I believe free speech is a very important value. So I'll partner with an anti-Semite that says, yes, the government shouldn't be censoring our speech. I don't agree with the anti-Semite, right? I'll partner with someone that wants to say that they hate MAGA, that they hate Trump supporters. Fine by me, in the sense of we are allied on this important position. And so I have disparate groups of people. For example, my friend Casimir, ANCAP, libertarian, right? My friend Andrew Wilson, Christian nationalist. Now, they're going to be diametrically opposed on many, many issues. However, we both agree, or both of them agree, myself as well, that's going to be somewhere in between those two, and many other people. Some people that are on the progressive left. Some people, like I think that Jimmy Dore or Aaron Mattei or Glenn Greenwald, I understand they get smeared as being these right-wing, you're a Trump person now. I don't think they are. Those are traditional, sort of more progressive people. I think we all understand the government's in this place right here where it doesn't give a shit about any of us. So we all need to go in this direction. Now, at some point, we will get to the point where we fracture off. And we're like, nope, I disagree with you now. But we need to head in that direction. And because of that, I think that I found myself lucky in life where there have been a lot of people that have disagreed with me a lot on politics, but could see that there was areas of agreement, like you were saying, that it was worth focusing on. So when I was in college, most of my friends were lefty. The debate community is radical left wings. And I had a lot of friends for that because I was spending hours upon hours a week in it. And so all these lefties, they thought I was nuts. I was this sort of Ron Paul libertarian guy. But you know what they loved about me? I was against the Iraq War. You're probably younger than me. I'm 40. That was the big issue of the day. When I was in college, that was it, man. 2004, 2005, Bush lied, people died, Cheney's a war criminal. Like, that was it. That was Russiagate of the day. Right? That was the January 6th of the day. That was the biggest scandal, the Iraq War. And so all these lefties were like, Rob's insane when it comes to economic policy. But hey, at least he's going to marches with us against the Iraq War, which I was. And so they were like, oh, see, I could find a collective good in that with him. So, there are policies. I know from the perspective of I'll criticize big government policies as socialists from time to time. I'm not, I also work in the healthcare field. My job is I work for, 70 hours a week working with adults with developmental disabilities. Most of that money comes from government money. Now, that also gives me an opportunity to see the waste. But yeah, in general, I think it's important to provide services. I'd rather see it through private funding, but the point's well taken that if you're going to have a government and taxation, I think that's one of the best places to spend money. I really do. But I do agree with you in principle. I just wanted to get that out there, that I don't want you to think like, oh, Rob's just milquetoast, doesn't have any extreme positions. No, there are positions I have that many people are like, that's too far, that's extreme. Oh, and the other thing is I'm very vehement in calling out all forms of political violence and sort of, I don't know. I think I try to keep the personal out of things. And so I get smeared a lot by communities that think they don't like my politics, and they try to say that somehow makes me unethical. All I can say is I challenge anyone in the thousands upon thousands of hours to ever find me suggesting violence, to ever find me attacking someone's relationships or any shit like that. It just doesn't.
Oh, you seem reasonable from everything. I've heard that you were unreasonable from a few people. I heard that you were great from a few other, and I was like, let me find out for myself. So I just sat back and I listened in your chat for a few hours, and after 2 hours, I was just like, you seem like a reasonable person. I don't know you. You could turn around and say like the N-word out of nowhere, and then I have a different opinion of like,
I'll tell you, if that's a deal breaker, I have said the N-word.
Okay, well that's not a full deal breaker. That's not like a deal breaker. But I meant like on the middle of the stream, you just were like, I would be like, whoa, what the fuck was that?
I'm not it's really funny. A lot of the criticisms that people send me, I don't really go to Reddit or shit, but people send me shit all the time, like screen caps or messages people have on X or Facebook about me, and I just think like a lot of the criticisms from lefties to me I find absolutely hilarious. Like for example, this is a criticism I've seen people repeat over and over, particularly from Destiny's community. Well, Rob seems reasonable, but man, how he treats gay people like subhuman. Like literally, some of the biggest debates I've had are friends of mine like Andrew Wilson, where I've spent 7 hours arguing for gay marriage. I've never I don't know where, like, it's just a lie that people have said about me and that it's caught wind. It's like there's a million things for lefties to complain me about. You're literally gonna take the one thing that my audience bitches at me for all the time. Like literally, that's the attack you're gonna make, or that I'm racist, that I'm a white nationalist. I've debated Richard Spencer, I've debated J.F. Gary Eppie, I've debated Sean Last against sort of the ideas of white nationalism. So a lot of the criticisms I find are bullshit, and it's something that I really try to do. When I debate a big left-wing figure, I'll constantly have people saying, did you see what this guy said about this community? Did you see this thing they said in the past? And what I try to say is I try to judge people based on my individual interactions with them, because you never know the circumstances. You know, maybe someone had a bad personal relationship with someone else, and you're catching a 3-minute quote of them saying, well, this person XYZ, and you're like, well, that sounds like a really shitty thing. So I just try to judge people based on what I hear of them. You know, I don't know. I'm not trying to make friends or anything like that. I just try to go about my business, talk about politics or cultural issues, talk about the things that interest me. I'm not really, I'm fucking 40. I'm an old man for this. It's just a hobby to me. It's not my career right now, though. Shit, if people are going to kind of keep donating 150, Jess Gerald's going to be here every day donating 150 memberships. Maybe I'll quit my job and just do it. But
I mean, someone likes you, huh?
Yeah. For me, it's like the personal drama shit, teach their own. I think it's easier to find shit to talk about if you're dealing with the drama stuff a lot. Sometimes it gets to feel like a slog talking about politics all the time. That's certainly true.
Yeah.
So I see the appeal of wanting to talk about the personal drama shit, but it's just not me.
Yeah, I've been stepping
shits.
away from politics a little bit now because I feel a little bit tired from the scene. But I've just been looking for people kind of like you to like sit down and have these like one-to-one conversations. Obviously, I don't fully know you yet, but if you ever are, I don't know if you have a place where you do longer formed, dedicated stuff, because I would like to talk to a conservative such as yourself that might have radically different views. Because I don't. I'm tired of hearing people like Destiny sit down. I know that you have gripe with him, and this isn't me trying to placate. I don't know what you
could with him. I really don't. I don't wish him ill.
Or he has a gripe with you or some shit. I don't know. But he's an asshole. I don't like the way that he debates, and I would like to see like a leftist or someone that's more progressive and actually will sit down and have a productive conversation of why, like, what is the merits of the left's approach to economy and social issues versus somebody that's conservative. And I've been leaning more progressive on a lot of this stuff, but I don't have too many people to sit down like and talk to like you that can actually articulate this is why I feel this way. So is there like any place to...
So first, I'll just say this, and then I'll let you go. We'll get to the other call. I'm supposed to be done at 8 tonight. My wife gave me permission to keep going. So, what I want to start doing is to anyone that's new, I'll explain this. First, I have to apologize because I know people have done what I'm about to suggest, and I haven't done a great job of getting back to them. I'm going to try to go through my messages and make sure I'm responding to everyone. Because I do home health care and I'm at work 24/7, I almost never set up any debates or collaborations, discussions on Sundays, Mondays, Tuesdays, because I work almost every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And even though I could stream when I'm off the clock, I never know when I can be off the clock, and I can only stream through my phone. So those days are almost always off limits. Saturdays are almost always off limits because half of them I work, and when I'm not working, that's time that I really like spending with my family. The day that I'm really trying to have a collaboration every week, whether it be a debate or just a discussion, is going to be Wednesday evenings. And the best way to get in touch with me is direct message on X. My X account is Rob Noer. It's just ROBNOERR. If you send me a DM, we'll set up a date with anyone who wants, within reason, right? If it's a topic that I'm just blatantly not interested, like I've turned down debates on flat earth, I just don't give a shit. But pretty much anything I'm open to talk about. And so if you say, hey, can we call in? And it'll just be me and you for like 2 or 3 hours, and we can talk through anything you want. If you want it to be a debate, that's fine. If you want to get a moderator, that's fine. If you just want to have a discussion, that's fine too. So if you or anyone else is wondering, the best way to get in touch with me to set something up is direct message on X. If you send me an email, I'm probably going to get lost in the shuffle. If you give me a message on Discord, sometimes I miss those as well. So direct message on X. Let me know, and I'll try to have a guest every Wednesday. So maybe it'd be 3 Wednesdays from now. I would.
Sweet.
So, but yeah, I'm open. You don't have to have a channel. You don't have to have a camera. As long as you can talk. Discord works best. If anyone wants to contact me, and once we're going to do a stream, Discord works best. I find that it's easiest, but I have Zoom and I have a Google Voice. We could do all that stuff if necessary. So you're even able to call in if you just have a phone. So.
Yep.
But hey, thanks so much. Hopefully,
Thank you for having me.
Send me a DM, and then we'll set something up. I don't mind it at all.
I don't have X, but I sent you an ad on Discord if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'm free a lot of Wednesdays as well, as well. Other than this month because I want to spend a lot of time with my family. But December, we could work something out. If I could mind suggesting a topic, I think the topic would be what direction should America go in. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Going like forward from here. Yeah.
Send me a direct. I accepted your friend request on Discord. Send me a DM with the details of like maybe 3 Wednesdays from now or something. Just a general idea what you want to talk about. We'll get it set up. So.
All right. Thank you. Well, it was nice meeting you, and thank you for being one of the rational people out there willing to talk differences.
All right.
Appreciate
Thanks
you.
so much.
Peace.
I really appreciate it. Really good call. Someone who wants to talk to me in my racial separation views. We got him. He just co-signed off to it. All right, we got one more caller in the queue, but I want to get to these super chats first. I'd be remiss again, Jess Gerald, if I didn't say 150 memberships. Unbelievably generous. Thank you so much. It's really amazing. John Beert for $2 says, The Window and the Pendulum, forward the line. Thank you, man. Alter Void for $5 says, wait, when did Rob get friends? Believe it or not, I have real life friends. Totally true. And Alter Void, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. Rob, take I. Ralston's call, something like that. We'll see. So is that the last person that's in here? Yes. All right, I. Ralston. Can you hear me, sir? Or ma'am? Or Zeezer? I'd be remiss if I didn't ask me about my pronoun. I still love that I found this notebook. It's amazing. Can you hear me, Railston?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's happening? Thanks for calling in.
Nothing. Just hanging out. The topic I wanted to ask you about. I'm wondering, as you kind of like identify yourself as like libertarian adjacent. I was wondering what you think about AI and like what the government should do to regulate that, like in terms of like faking people's like voices or videos, things like that.
It's complicated, right? So the idea of government regulation, again, if you look at things through respecting people's individual freedom first and foremost, I hesitate to ever give the government power to make something illegal. So for example, let's break it down. Like, my voice is out here a lot. So easily someone would be able to plug my voice into an AI and then be able to come up with a script where they could type anything and make it sound like my voice is saying it. Should they legally be allowed to do so? Yeah, probably. There are certainly parody implications that we should not censor humor and allow this sort of, parody. But what if they're saying something with the intent of smearing me to cost me opportunities, so they make my audios, they sync it up, my audio and visual, just this right here, and it makes it sound like I'm using a racial slur. Then they send it to my place of work. I hesitate to say that it should be illegal for them to sort of make that. Sending it to my place of work, though, maybe is different. Maybe that's intentionally libelous. But I think that would be the case even if they didn't make an AI to do that. If they just said that I said something that I didn't in a need to get me censored. So I don't know that that necessarily requires any sort of new legal framework from our government. Then you get into more dicey things like, what if someone wants to take an AI image of me, then put it on pornographic material and then disseminate that material? It gets dicier. I think that theoretically you should be allowed to do that until you start to claim that it's real and slander people in a way like that. Or if you're trying to profit off of it, maybe there are implications to that. I don't know. It's something that I have to think about specifically, because certainly I think that we will in our lifetime, probably in the next 10 years, we're going to have a more and more difficult time of determining what is real and what isn't. And what are the implications once, Barron Trump's running against Chelsea Clinton for president, and someone shows video of Barron Trump snorting lines and banging a hooker, and it's completely made up, and that gets disseminated and treated as true, and people can't tell the difference, what are the implications that that's what society is going to become? It's dangerous. I don't think the answer, though, is government regulation. The answer is sort of training people that this shit's going to happen. You have to be, just because you see something with your eyes doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be true. And we're all going to have to accept that. So I don't know. I hesitate to think that it should be made illegal by the government unless it's used for slander in laws that already sort of exist.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think in particular, like as AI gets better, I wonder if even people that can like look at the code of like videos to see if it's been edited, or are even going to be having a much harder time determining what is like a video and what's like an AI created video. And
well, it's like, yes, there will be questions of, will it ever be possible for an AI to be created, some sort of manufactured using AI or other means picture? Will it be possible to make it so convincing that even the most trained experts could look at that and they can say, we don't know. We can't find any telltale signs that this is manufactured or a fake image. It's possible. I don't even have the bare minimum of background to determine whether or not that's likely to be the case. My gut feeling would tell me that there'll probably always be some sort of something that if you gave an expert infinite time, and obviously infinite time doesn't exist, but hypothetically if you could, that it would be possible to determine that it most likely was manufactured. It's probably possible, but practically I think what you're likely to see is that it will be so difficult and so time consuming that for all practical purposes, it will be impossible. That you're not going to give an expert like, hey, you have 50 years and the new technology that comes out and infinite resources to study this one image or this one video or this one audio to determine whether or not it was manufactured or not. I just think that won't happen practically. So the way that it'll play out is, yes, we'll eventually have AI probably in the near future that even experts will be able to be like, our guess is that this is real, or our guess is that this isn't real, but it's just a guess. And then the problem becomes, well, even beyond that, how do you trust the expert? For example, I'm distrusting of a technological group called CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike was hired by the DNC to say that Russia hacked the DNC and Hillary's computer, and Hillary's emails. Are they accurate? Maybe, maybe not. They certainly had benefit personally and for their clients to say that it was Russia that hacked that. They did not allow the FBI to have direct access to the server. So we're just taking the word of alleged experts, but they had a personal benefit to coming to the conclusion that they did. And I think that we've seen with a lot of experts here recently, including experts on the pandemic, particularly those that were involved in gain of function, because it was so crucial to their livelihood, they were all predisposed to come to a conclusion that, nope, this couldn't have came from a lab. 47 of them signed a document saying, that's debunked, it couldn't have came from a lab. And then we found out that this was written by a guy named Peter Daszak, who was funding gain of function in the very Wuhan lab that he was saying it was impossible that they would have done this. And so, will the experts be able to decipher? Probably for all practical reasons, no. But what do we do once an image comes out? Let's say political party A. We'll just say for the sake of, we'll say the Republicans do it. Doesn't matter. It could be either side. Let's say the Republicans come out with a video of the Democratic candidate for president doing something illegal, something really heinous, punching a woman in the face and, almost strangling her, right? And they come up with this image, and then their experts are like, oh yeah, that's real. Like, how is the American populace going to decide whether they're going to be like, and it's tough to say that. I mean, shit, we're just at the very cusp of this. Think of how much better this is going to get. You already see it. I see it all the time. Like, it's in the simplest shit that have nothing to do with AI. Right now, with someone who is one of the most technologically illiterate people you can imagine, I could fake a Trump post right now. I could fake, I'm capable of, like, using Photoshop to just have Trump's name on his, Truth account and then typing words and have Trump say, like, all of my supporters are stupid assholes. Ha ha ha. And then I put that out and be like, look what Trump said. And there's going to be a huge portion of people that are going to be like, holy shit. Did you see what Trump said? This happens all the time. Here's a story that's real. I think it was maybe the Babylon Bee or Onion, that's sort of a satirical, sites. I don't know if you know what they are. When you remember when Nancy Pelosi ripped up Trump's State of the Union speech?
Yeah, I remember that.
I had a lady tell me, who knew that I kind of talk about politics, is like, did you see that Nancy Pelosi at the State of the Union ripped a Bible, stood up and ripped a Bible in half? And I was like,
right.
What? No, I watched the State of the Union. Yeah, I saw the picture. And then sure enough, I went online and I was like, oh, that's Babylon Bee. And I was like, that's a hysterical site. That didn't happen. She ripped the State of the Union speech. They're making fun of that she ripped the Bible. And I was like, you have to ask yourself, like, when you hear an outrageous claim like that, you have to start to ask yourself, like, well, does this even make sense? Like, why would Nancy Pelosi rip a Bible? Well, because she hates religion. Okay, maybe that's true. We don't know. But even if that's true, why would she do that in front of the world? Where does that benefit her? And so when you see things like that, you have to be skeptical. And even if it's not images or something, if you hear a story, well, Trump said that he admires Hitler's generals. Okay, how'd that go? Well, this guy Kelly heard him say that. Okay, well, what's Kelly's story? Did anyone else hear? No one else heard. Instantly, you should be like, all right, this is a little skeptical. Well, what's the circumstances? Well, he heard Trump say this in 2018, and he's really pissed that Trump fired him. And he didn't want Trump to win the presidency in 2020, so he said that he heard Trump say soldiers were sucker and losers, but he didn't say anything about Trump saying he admired Hitler. But now in 2024, he is saying that. Like, there has to be part of you that's like, are you, what? Theoretically, that could have happened, but we have to be more skeptical of this. Now, what if that same story happens and there's audio and it's Trump saying, by the way, Hitler's the greatest, he's awesome? Then what happens? Obviously, all the Trump haters are going to be like, see? But there's going to be people that are on the fence. They're going to be like, holy shit. And how do you tell them, like, but that could be AI? That could have been someone that just created it. How do we know? And we're going to have to live with that. We're going to have to live, like, people are going to get burned over and over again, and you hope that people learn. Even, like, the average person starts to learn, yeah, you can fake a picture real easy. It's real easy. But I'm not that positive that the people are going to learn that lesson easily. I mean, right now, you can, you know what the term catfishing is? Like,
yeah.
No problem right now for me to set up a social media post of some attractive 25-year-old woman, and start talking to people, and you could be like, wow, it's attractive. And then you do a reverse image search or something. You're like, this is from a fucking Sears catalog. Like, what is going on here? But people fall for that shit. And so it's definitely a dangerous world. As bad as sort of disinformation is now, we're just at the beginning. It's going to become so realistic that, we're probably only a cycle or two away from literally images like those Hunter Biden images of him having sex. I personally don't give a shit about any of that. I really don't. But there's going to be images like that of, like, fucking Nancy Pelosi or the equivalent of that, Mitch McConnell. And then what do? The people that want to hate those people are going to say, yep, it's real. Totally real. And the people are going to be like, no, this is bullshit. This is fake. And then it's just like, well, what is... Right now, the majority of people believe that Matt Gaetz sexually trafficked an underage kid. They believe it. Is it true? I don't know. There's certainly incentive to make up this story. The FBI
they certainly don't have proof either.
So my feeling is there's many levels to this sort of story, but in general, my initial feeling is, unless I see some sort of proof that I'm satisfied with, fuck you. I just don't care. You've made up so many stories. Why would I believe you? What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this evidence? If the equivalent comes out, if some 17-year-old girl comes out tomorrow and says, yeah, by the way, Kamala Harris had sex with me, what am I supposed to do with that information? Am I supposed to say, oh, that's it? She testified to it, that's it? You think that's the standard the Democrats are going to have? They're going to say, well, wait a minute. When did this happen? What are the specifics? Why did you wait so long? et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, at some point for me, everyone's going to have their own sort of level of what they do with this. But for me, as someone who focuses on so much of institutional corruption, if you're truly an outsider and you're going to come in and upset the apple cart in these institutions, God knows how they'll smear you. God knows what they'll do. I mean, there are accusations of Cheryl Atkinson, who was a lawyer that was like defending Trump and, you know, a lot of this, you know, election stuff in 2020. She says that basically she caught the feds trying to plant underage pornographic images on her husband's computer to frame him.
Yeah.
Now, that might be true. That might be false. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that information. But it's not beyond the realm of possibility. But all of us are so infuriated by the idea of sexual inappropriate behavior with children. Who the hell wants to defend that? As soon as you hear that accusation, you're going to be, it could be me. People could say, oh, well, we really like Rob. He seems like a cool guy. If you found out I got arrested tomorrow and it was like, oh, well, they found 10 gigs of, you know, child pornographic material on his computer, people are going to be like, oh, fuck that guy. And it won't matter if I come out and say, this is horseshit. This is bullshit. No, not true. Your image is destroyed, right? And so what do you do when all of a sudden, oh, and by the way, here's the AI images to prove it. Here's the AI audio of Rob Dissett. Here's the, I mean, even now without that, here's the Discord chat. Well, those Discord chats never occurred. Yeah, they did. Here's another story. You remember, what was his name? The lieutenant governor that was running in North Carolina? Robinson, was that his name?
I'm actually not familiar with this one, I don't think.
He supposedly, it's kind of funny. Supposedly he was on this like pornographic site under a pseudonym and was saying all kinds of crazy shit like, I like to hook up with transsexuals and I cheat on my wife with their sister and I like when she pees on me, and except he's obviously using more graphic language. Now, it may be true. This all might be true, but what if it's not?
How would you just destroyed it?
Yeah, how would you prove? Yeah. How would you prove, like, well, this is bullshit? How do you prove it? The best we could do is try to use our context clues and try, you know, here's another example. Joy Reid. Remember, she supposedly said all of these homophobic claims and shit back in the early 2000s. And then she claimed, oh, no, what it was someone hacked my channel. And it's like, wait a minute, someone hacked you when you were a nobody in 2003 and said a bunch of homophobic shit and you never noticed it until now? And she's like, yeah, I've contacted the FBI. Now, for me, it's like, this sounds like bullshit. But maybe she's right. What if she was right? It sounds so so we're left with just being like, well, what makes the most sense? You know, and it's shitty because we all have biases. I don't particularly like Joy Reid, so I'm less likely to give her the same benefit of the doubt as I would if it was someone like Ron Paul. Though maybe not. Maybe Ron Paul was based and was saying he didn't like gay people. I don't know. But you see the point. So your point's absolutely legitimate. What do we do with AI? To me, the greater question of should it be made illegal or not is, what do we do with how it's going to be employed? You know, right now, a sexual assault accusation could ruin your career, even outside the realm of politics. You have an ex-girlfriend. Right. She gets pissed at you because, you know, you get fed up with her and you kick her out. She cheated on you. You're like, I don't want to be with you anymore. She's pissed because you provided for her. So she accuses you of sexual assault. Your life could be ruined. How do you defend yourself? Even in the most seemingly ridiculous of claims, like the E. John Carroll case of Trump, they found him civilly liable. He supposedly assaulted her in a department store years ago. Oh, well, a jury said he's civilly liable. Trump's rich. He's a huge political figure. It's one thing for him. What if it's you? What if it's Joe Schmo regular guy? What do you do? And so what do you do when the tools become more sophisticated? Oh, and by the way, here's images of him doing it. Here, look, here's AI images that he sent me of sexually harassing me with him naked or whatever. You know, what do you do?
And, you know, I did have a thought as you were talking a little bit earlier about the experts thing. And I was thinking, because some a leftist asked me this question, and obviously his answer was probably going to be the like regulation of the government in some way. But I didn't think that was a satisfying answer. So, and I haven't really thought about this topic. So.
It's something I've said, you know, it's someone who's like, I'm focused a lot on, or I was, and I still am to some degree, the FBI Russia collusion investigation. Right? Remember that
Yeah.
started with this salacious story. Well, Trump went to a hotel and got the same hotel room Obama had and hired hookers to piss on him. And that's how that started. Remember, that was the start of the dossier. And it was like,
Yeah.
I remember saying, even back then, it's like, what happens when technology advances enough? I'm like, oh, and here's a video of it. Then what?
Right.
And it's
Yeah.
indecipherable to the average person. You'd be like, wow, that story sounded like bullshit, but there's a video. And then, even if you could convince people, now you have to spend time discussing the video if you're Trump or his associates, which is giving more light to the story in the first place. And so it's like, oh, shit. I want to address something that Taylor M said in the chat. It says, I don't know, folks were all too keen to run apologia for Matt Gaetz, even when associate pled guilty to trafficking minors, GOP leading the House Ethics Committee investigation. So I don't know how much you followed the Matt Gaetz story, but apparently, I forget the name of this associate. Apparently, this associate was in trouble I was reading this. I don't know if this is true or not, but I was reading. This associate was in trouble with sort of financial crimes. And apparently, he went to the FBI and was like, look, I could get you this sitting congressman that sexually trafficked a minor. And then the allegation that I was reading was that basically he knew that these girls had fake IDs or whatever and contacted Matt Gaetz, and they showed the ID, and Matt Gaetz thought that they were of age and basically entrapped Matt Gaetz. And so this person pleaded guilty to this low-level crime in an effort to smear Gaetz to get out of greater trouble. Now, this could all be bullshit, but this is what I was reading. What we do know is one of the agents that was going after Gaetz went to Gaetz's father and tried to blackmail him and said that they were offering a full pardon if Gaetz's father would spend millions of dollars that they wanted to use for some sort of project. And that agency guy is now in prison for attempting to blackmail Gaetz's father. So the situation isn't as clear cut. The second level of the Gaetz story is, okay, let's assume that it's true. Now what does that mean? Well, there's different levels to that. Is it true because he believed this woman was an adult and he was duped? Well, that's still not good, and you still might say that's really shitty judgment to just sleep with some random stranger without really understanding whether or not much about her life, right? Yeah. But is that disqualifying to be a politician?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And then there's, what if he did know she was 17? Okay.
Yeah.
I've had this conversation. This sucks to have. It's not the same as sleeping with a 13-year-old. It's still not good. All things equal, I wouldn't want to support someone that's... I think it's fucked up to have adult men that are in their 30s sleeping with 18-year-olds. But it's not illegal. But to me, it's still sort of gross. It's not something I would do, Of course, I'm married, so I don't know. It wouldn't matter if she's 18 or fucking 40 to me. I'm not sleeping with anyone else. But I don't know, right? I had someone call in and I kind of poo-pooed this, but it's true. What does the term sex trafficking mean? Well, technically, they could arrest people for sex trafficking because you paid for them to come across state lines and put them up in a hotel and then had sex with them. They could say that's sex trafficking, even if it's a 20-year-old woman. So we have this gut feeling to these stories. Oh, sexually trafficked and underage. Oh, my God. But what does it mean? And what are the circumstances? I would tend to believe, for me, if he was lied to, if he thought that this girl was of age, then to me that's not disqualifying. But my personal thing would be, if this happened and he knew that the girl was only 17, that's probably disqualifying for me. It's probably how I would look at it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Personally,
Go ahead.
I would say on that one, I would say that if everything they're saying is true, like I think they're also a part of the allegations is that he paid her and like flew her over state lines, and then she was underage. I don't really know, and I'm not gonna even try to guess what happened. But even if everything was true, it's like, do I support him like as a congressman or as the AG? No, but at the same time, I still think it's better than the alternative that we had, which
Caleb says,
was
I'm a PDF apologist. Is that what I am? Who'd you vote for, Caleb? By the way, weren't you calling in this week, Caleb? Who'd you vote for? Patrick Neal, please stop putting allegories to shooting, even if it's zombies, in the chat. I don't want any misinterpretation that this could just be a call to violence. So please stop. I know you're probably just joking around. You're talking about zombies and stuff, but just for interest. Caleb, I'd be interested. I would be interested in talking to Caleb, who thinks that this is me apologizing for PDFs. I would be interested in that. Is anyone that voted for Joe Biden also doing that when he sniffs little girls' hair? When his daughter wrote in the diary? Or is your argument, oh, well, I don't believe that? Isn't it interesting how we sort of judge that ways? Isn't that interesting? Caleb, I am going to ban you here, by the way. Just want to be clear. If you're unwilling to call in, I know I said previously that was going to happen, but I apologize for that. For this, I will. For accusing me of being an apologist or sympathizer for that group of people, I will ban you if you're unwilling to call in and defend your position. I think that's completely fair on my part. If you're going to accuse me of being one of the most heinous of people. So Caleb, we'll give you 3 minutes to agree to calling in. I'll put the link out there. And if not, you're going to be banned from the channel. So sorry to interrupt you there.
Yeah, no problem. Just to bring the conversation back to the AI thing, the thought that I had was that I think actually, just based off of what you're saying with the experts, I think actually the solution that I think would be the best is leaving it to the market to maybe develop something that can, decipher way faster than an expert would be able to what's AI generated, what's not. And also there's like extra incentive in, for a company to do that, because think about how many people would be interested in that kind of thing. I mean, you'd have government contracts, news organizations, but at the same time, I think that kind of, I see that you could have like an arbiters of truth where they, can kind of form their own narrative. So I'm still kind of working through that.
It's tough. And it's something that we'll have to wrestle with. And, for laymen's like me that don't know much about technology, it becomes difficult. But hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I got some other people that are calling in, but yeah, feel free to call back in anytime. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been an interesting conversation.
All right, man. You take it easy. Thank you. Sorry to cut you early. I'm trying to get to bed at some point tonight. So
yeah, no problem.
All right. A couple super chats, and then we'll get to the next call. Alter Void, thank you once more for becoming a Nor Nation member. Alter Void for $10 says Microsoft Office 365 will now clone people's voices on team calls. So if I speak a different language, I will hear it translated in my language, but my voice in real time. Yeah, and that's technology we just have now that's above board. So imagine if you're if you're working for the Russian government or the Chinese government or the U.S. government, the technology that they probably have. Speaker for the Dead for $2 says showing support. Howdy, Rob. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alter Void for $5 again. Thank you. Says, and I'm sure Microsoft will keep everyone's digital voice. And a cool thing that they don't have to tell you because they're going to use it at work, right? It's amazing how much data we freely give to people that can then be used. I was watching this guy on YouTube today he's like a scam. He goes against scammers or something. And he was saying that a lot of scammers, do you ever get that call where they'll call you and there's no one on the other line? He's like, the more you talk, a lot of times they're just recording your voice and then they could use that nefariously for other purpose if they wanted. So they now have a recording your voice, and theoretically they could put it into an AI and they call your grandma. Hey, this is Rob. I'm stuck. I need $50 wired to me for gas. And it sounds like you. So yeah, that's just stuff we know now. I'm really pronouncing this terrible. Somogino for $2 says, I want to see Menard debate Pisco and tomfoolery. Speaking of tomfoolery, I'm supposedly playing poker with him and some other people tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes. All right, let's get Socrates on. Then we got Econoboy. And then Caleb's going to call in, huh? Socrates, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Rob, how you been?
Doing good.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you again. What's happening tonight?
Yeah, I saw you're doing a call-in show. Haven't chatted in a long time. Was curious to see. I've been thinking about education in particular with respect to like Trump's new picks. So Linda McMahon, if that's how you say her name.
McMahon?
McMahon. Okay.
I know. Do you know who she is? Do you know who
she's? Yeah, so she's like co-chair of WWE. Vince's
wife. Yeah.
McMahon.
McMahon, yes.
I don't know why that's so. I read it and I'm like, I don't know.
Are you? Let me ask you.
Uh,
Are you from the United States?
yeah. I am.
It's a bit of a common name around here. So there's a famous,
Mhm.
Ed McMahon that used to
Ed
be the
McMahon.
sidekick of Johnny Carson, and there's some famous McMahon. But it does look weird to see it. Isn't that a problem though? I have that happen all the time. If you don't hear, like, you might be involved in politics and you read a name over and over again, but you never hear anyone say it. And then when you finally say it, people are like, "What?" And you're like, "Well, shit, I don't know. I'm just reading." So I get it. But yeah, Linda McMahon. She's been tasked with the head of the Department of Education, I believe. Correct?
Yeah, and I know. I mean, the directive is basically like to kill that agency,
Yeah.
quote unquote, send it back to the states, which
Yes.
which basically means cut off federal funding, and I guess cut off. I think a lot of the like No Child Left Behind kind of regulations. Although I guess those were attached to federal funding, they would be irrelevant in terms of enforcing any kind of testing if there's no federal funding related to it anyway. For me, I'm personally very much against that. I feel like it's going to hit underfunded schools the hardest. Schools that are already able to bring in money, or schools that are in districts that are getting a lot of like property tax dollars are going to be fine. But the schools that are really struggling, I feel like they're just going to be really screwed with that. I don't know, but yeah,
Well,
this
so
is just
let's
what I thought about it. I'm
so
curious
let's
to hear another
start with
perspective.
this, right? So let me be specific. Let me be completely honest with you. I don't know much about Linda McMahon's qualifications as far. I do know this. Linda McMahon is someone who was involved in Trump's first administration. He probably feels that she is loyal to him. I think Trump is picking people based first and foremost on people he thinks will be loyal to him. I don't blame him. The attacks within his own administration of himself, whether it be full out attacks in the open once people left his administration, or constant leaks to the press, etc. His team was illegally spied on by the FBI. He was targeted for investigation over and over again. So I can understand why he would want, as a first and foremost criteria, people that he trusts will be loyal to him. It's probably the case that that's with Linda McMahon. Does she have any specific expertise involved in education?
So
I would guess not, would be my guess.
So she was involved with I don't want to misquote. It was a school. It wasn't like a single school board. It was some like more regional school board in Connecticut. She had to step down for some kind of like ethics reasons, and they also found out that she had basically padded her resume by saying that she had a bachelor's in education. It turned out she had a bachelor's in French, and her defense was like, well, I got confused about like what the degree was.
It probably really pissed off Dr. Jill Stein. Or I'm sorry, Dr. Jill Biden. She was probably real pissed off about that. Legitimate doctors. And of course, she's not as qualified as someone as eminent like Pete Buttigieg's Department of Transportation, whose qualification was he likes trains. So, yeah, I guess I don't really give a shit about that, the specifics of it. It's interesting how we determine when it's Trump and people around him that we all gnash our teeth and talk about the importance of qualifications. When it was Democrats, whether it be recess appointments or the lack of qualifications of the specific cabinet positions, all of a sudden things were different. You're hearing the same thing with RFK. He's not qualified to be at HHS because he wasn't in the medical field. And yet we could see a litany of people that have been appointed to HHS before him also didn't have sort of qualifications that you would traditionally think would be important for someone at the head of HHS. So I don't really know about the qualifications of Linda McMahon other than Trump probably thinks she's loyal to him. Specifically, though, when it comes to what should be done with education. Let's start with this.
Yeah.
Do you think that there is a problem with schooling in the United States?
Yeah, for sure. No, we've got a lot of issues, absolutely.
So we could agree on that. We could agree that the status quo, something needs to change. That even if you use comparative metrics to other countries, it seems in the past 40 years, the United States has been slipping in quality. And some of I think that it is true, if we're honest, that a lot of this is disproportional to communities that traditionally aren't as wealthy, right?
Yeah,
So, for example, and I haven't delved into this data so much, but you see cursory level I've looked at sort of, there are specific districts in this country where people are graduating and 90% of them graduating only have a 6th grade reading proficiency or a 4th grade math proficiency, etc. That's not good. We can agree with that.
Or low number of people graduating
correct.
at all.
Right.
Yeah.
And
from high school.
Right. So I think that traditionally the answer to those problems has seemed to be, let's throw more money at the situation. Right?
I mean, I don't know. This is something I need to do like a deep dive before I can say anything authoritatively, because in some ways, yes, it's been throw more money at the situation, and in some ways, no, because teachers' salaries, I believe, are comparatively relatively low compared to a lot of other countries, and there's relatively little like family leave, so like maternity leave, paternity leave. I had in school, I think like a couple teachers in a row for history who were pregnant and then gave birth, and then we had like a different teacher. And if it's hard for them to kind of come back in that, stay in it, I think there's probably more that we could be doing to attract like more talent into teaching, make it like more prestigious and supported thing for teachers, and have more teachers per classroom.
Okay, so
I was lucky to be in a school with like a lot of teachers per kid.
So let's start with there. I've heard I'll just say this as someone who, I'm not going to claim that I'm an expert on this situation or anything. I've heard the opposite. I've heard that actually commiserately teachers are paid quite well when you factor in that the number of days that they work, the fact that they get 3 months off. Many of them then are capable in those 3 months of picking up other jobs that supplement their income to the point that they're making more than average people. But let's say that that's not true. Like, so I'm saying, I'm not taking at face value what you're saying is true, but for the sake of argument, let's say that it is. Yeah. It's still a problem of throwing money. The bulk of the problem is that we keep sending this money, and both in higher education and sort of general education in this country, it seems that you could see that a lot of that money is going to administrators. And this is true of a lot of fields when the government starts throwing money. What you end up seeing is, I know the numbers better for universities, for example, the amount of money, the tuition cost increase that have gone so far above inflation, the amount of the disparity between how many professors do you have for students, like that hasn't gone up that much. What we see is administrators have gone up like 10-fold, 20-fold. So you're sending all of this money, but the money's not really going to teachers. The money's going to someone working into the office. The money's going to some diversity, equity, and inclusion counselor. I know that occurred at the little state university I went to. There was a person whose job it was just to look at diversity. Okay, there's a job. That guy's getting paid 6 figures. Great. I'm some dude working at Burger King trying to pay my way through college. A chunk of my money is going to people like that in these offices.
It could be overpaid for sure.
So when I say throwing money at the problem, it's not just throwing money at the teachers. It's in general that it seems like that there has been this trend that's been occurring over and over, that the only solution that seems to be offered is, well, we need more money. You hear this. I remember doing this debate several years ago. I don't know if things have changed on this, but when you looked in, it turned out that the traditional narrative of, well, these inner city schools, they're just so much more poor. And it turned out the amount of government dollars per student was actually more in many inner city schools than it was in other schools. Now, a couple caveats to this. One, when you're talking private schools, etc., that would hardly matter. If you're wealthy enough to send your kid to a private school, it's not going to matter how many federal dollars are going into that because you're paying it. Secondly, even in communities that have higher property taxes, they might be using more local taxes, therefore need less federal dollars. But if I remember, the numbers were still coming out that on average, even if you factored that in, many of these inner city schools were actually still spending more per student. So then the question is, well, what's the problem? Well, there's many problems, and I think much of it is directed to what the core focus of what our education system is. It seems that we're no longer setting as the core mission things that we should want, like reading, writing, math. It seems that there's more of, whether it be through policy and standards that are given or through the cultural and ideological preferences of the people that get into teaching, that their focus is more on creating activists and sort of pushing cultural issues. And there is a lot of other stuff going on. For example, a lot of these inner city schools aren't safe. And so it's hard to attract high quality teachers. If you're a high quality teacher and you could either teach in inner city Detroit or you could teach in a suburb, even if you're making the same money in both places and you really try your best to go into inner city Detroit, but what you find happening is that there's no ways to discipline the students there that are being the most damaging to everyone else, and the cycle just keeps going on, you probably get fed up with it. And I know several people that were teachers in the inner city that tell me horror stories and tell me how terrible it was to have to leave that field, because there are students in there that really do show promise. And unfortunately, they get left behind because the bad apples are spoiling the bunch. And so and then the only time you really hear these issues being brought up on the national stage, it sort of has to do with the debate of school choice, which the Democrats have historically been against. And it turns out that there are a lot of effective schools, like particularly in inner cities, a lot of private schools, when school choice is offered, these kids are thriving. These inner city kids that, maybe were struggling when they went to a public school, but then all of a sudden they get sent to sort of school choice allows them to get sent to more of a private academy, and their tax dollars are able to be spent there. They end up thriving, and it's a good opportunity. So with all of that, and then that's not to even speak of higher education, as a I'll tell you a little story. This is anecdotal, so you could throw this out if you want, but I debated this guy named Jangles. Jangles Science Lad. He's a left-wing guy that debates. So about 3 years ago, I debated him on the subject of critical race theory and how I thought it was being taught in schools. And he said, nah, it's not being taught in schools. And so we discussed what is critical race theory. We looked at Delgado, the people that created it, et cetera, et cetera. And then I talked about, there's two ways I would define critical race theory, the ways that the original authors define it, and then how it's being applied in schools today. So we get to the original authors, and he's like, no, it's not really being taught. And I talk about this idea that Delgado, one of the founders, talks about the need to create political activists in our primary schools, even as young as kindergarten. That's the mission. That's what schools should be doing. And Jangles says, yes, that's a good thing. We should be creating activists for good causes. And I say, do you think that Trump is racist and MAGA is racist? And he says, yes. And I say, do you think it should be a role of our primary schools to teach students to be activists against Trump and MAGA? And he says, yes. Now, why should my tax dollars go to that? Why should I have to pay so that my child could be taught in a public school that I'm a racist, that the guy that I voted for is racist?
Well, do you mind if I push back on that?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, so I would say something like teaching any child in a primary school, in a public school, maybe in college you could get into something like that in like a really kind of objective or reasoned way in a class. But in like a primary school, especially a public school, I don't think you should be teaching anything that even could approach as partisan as saying like these current politicians or this current administration is even like bad. I don't think that's something that should come up in a public school. I think that's massively too partisan.
Well, good. I'm glad that you agree with that. Now, I could bring up examples of it happening.
Wait. But the idea that we shouldn't be teaching people to be activist sounds like like a scary kind of boogeyman word, but teaching people to be active. So I think we should be teaching, in addition to math, reading, writing, we should be teaching things like civics, because the amount of people, I think you and I can agree on this, sure. The amount of people in the last 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, whatever, that have shown, now that we can see on Twitter all these posts, people that can demonstrate that they have no idea how the branches of government work or how anything functions in our country. I think things like being able to engage with that and teaching that you can be active, not that you have to be active in a particular way, but that you need to know how it works, and you should be active as a citizen. I think that's important.
But that's not what they mean by activists. Teaching civics is one thing, how to get involved in the process, voting, how our government runs. That's sort of one thing. When they're talking about creating activists, what they're talking about is people that will go out and push for things culturally and politically for certain messages. With critical race theory, what they're talking about specifically is activists that will push sort of the socialist Marxist race theories that they have, this sort of cultural Marxism that whites are oppressors, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what they're talking about. That's not the role of schools. Teaching civics and like, this is how to pay your taxes. This is how the branches of government work. This is how to vote. This is why it's important to vote. That's all fine. Saying we're going to train you how to go to the streets and hold signs and protest particular things. That's not the role of government. Because the problem, and you have to understand, like, listen, you're going to get pushback on this from the opposite side. So, for example, I deal with people that are Christian nationalists, and this is what they say. They're like, we're absolutely fine with the indoctrination of children in education. We just want to take over and indoctrinate them into our positions. We say if the left did it for years, if the left said these are what's, the trans issues are good and LGBT issues are good and critical race theory is good, we say fine. Now that we're taking over, we're going to say Christian ethics are good and we need to do this. And I'm like, yeah, man, I just want them to teach math. I just want them to teach history. I just want them to teach writing. That's what I want. I don't want the schools to teach my kids morality. I don't want them to teach my kid how to be an activist. It's my job as a parent to do that stuff. If I want my kid to learn Christian morality, I'll send them to a Christian school, which is exactly what I'm doing. I'm sending my kid to Catholic school, right? Though the Catholic school around here only operates till 6th grade. And so then in 7th grade, no choice. There's nothing around here except public school. That's just the way it goes in the rural area where I'm at. So what I'm saying, though, in general is there's a lot of problems culturally that goes on in these classrooms, and it seems that things are getting worse. And we keep being told it's the same pattern of shit that we see. There's no problem at the border. What are you talking about? It's racist to suggest there's a problem at the border. Oh, it's election year? There's a problem at the border. It's Trump's fault. There's no problem with these schools. They're not indoctrinated. This shit's not happening. And then when you show it's happening, well, it's a good thing that it's happening. And it's that same old shit. And even if you don't want to buy that narrative, that's fine. I mean, clearly, we could have a longer conversation about this if you wanted. I don't know that this is the appropriate venue.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
But we could both agree that there are significant failures. And so I don't mind a radical shakeup. For me, it's like, you might disagree with that shakeup, but something needs to change. The business as usual that's came from the traditional Democrat and Republicans being in leadership hasn't seemed to done shit. Even as we've thrown more money, it doesn't seem that we're getting positive results, particularly in the areas that are most low income and would rely on public schooling. It doesn't seem that we're getting results. Something needs to change. And I would be interested in talking to someone who's has specific reasons why, well, that change shouldn't be diminishing the value of the Department of Education. Here's little tweaks we can make, or here's other things we could do that would be more beneficial. I'd be interested, but my guess is most of those people, when you get deep down to it, would say, well, yeah, we don't have a problem with these schools sort of teaching LGBT shit. We don't have a problem with them, teachers having political preferences that are shown. That's my guess. But when the system's working for you and pushing the sort of agenda that you want, all of a sudden you don't want to radically change the system. I say, fuck it, we're not getting the results, so I'm all for a radical shakeup. That's where my default is right now, though I'm open to criticism on that position.
Okay, so three things. So one is, I might surprise you here by saying I think teachers should have a lot more autonomy to operate away from the influence of parents. I think this is one thing that I've heard from teachers is that they're actually have issues with the amount that parents can interfere, make things difficult, that they're worried about, their child getting critiqued about their scores or whatever it is. And that actually is an imposition that makes things more difficult. I might surprise you by saying I actually think.
But if I could push, if you don't mind me pushing back on.
Let me say my two other things, and then just so I don't forget them. When it comes to shaking things up and cutting the federal government out of it, the federal funding right now, a lot of it is attached to test scores. And I have issues with the No Child Left Behind Act. It's been amended in different ways. But fundamentally, it's like if your test scores drop for really, really objective things like math and reading and writing, then you get less money for your school. So that's based on really, really objective things. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing in No Child Left Behind Act that Bush initially put into place and has since been amended that has anything to do with DEI. Okay, and now finally, very very quickly, the last thing, and then I'll let you respond, which is when it comes to activism, I really want to think broadly about this, because a major critique that I've heard from people on the left, people on the right, is why am I sending my kid to a school that is basically designed to do two things, which is turn them into a worker that just, works for some corporation, pumps out money for them, and doesn't really have any critical thinking autonomy, and being indoctrinated into basically having kind of like whatever full confidence in the state, not being politically a free thinker. Not saying that we need to indoctrinate people into being anarchists, but that we shouldn't be indoctrinating people into fundamentally just pro whatever the country is doing, but should be thinking about it critically. So something like, have you heard of the Battle of Blair Mountain?
It rings a bell, but I couldn't tell you specifically what it is.
This is a small scale war that was fought between coal miners and security forces hired by the owners of the coal mine when the coal miners wanted to go on strike, and the owners of the coal mine were like, fuck that, we're going to shoot at you until you stop striking. And they fought a war over it. I think something like, you don't have to teach people to do demonstrations, but I think you should teach about the kinds of protests that have occurred in our country before, and the kind of ways that people in groups have had to fight against tyrannical power. And I think that's a very
who gets to choose those? Who gets to choose
something that everybody can kind of get behind.
Who
is
gets
like
to
people
choose
who are
it?
just working.
Who gets to choose what those issues of talking about tyrannical power? For example, I think there's tyrannical power of the pro-choice groups and the tyrannical power of locking up pro-life protests. Should we teach that in school? Those tyrannical powers, how to protest against them?
Honestly, this is where, so I had like a comparative religions course where we learned about different religions. Honestly, a course where we learned about just people who protested from every kind of different ideology.
You took a course in that?
No, not a course. This is part of like a, I think this is part of like history or something in high school that was like learning about world religions.
The problem is, look, what you're saying, I just disagree. We have people that are graduating or not graduating with second grade reading levels. Like, that's where the focus should be. That sort of focus. Let's say that we solved all of those issues and 90% of students are graduating and the numbers go way up, and comparatively to the rest of the world, we're back where we were in, say, the 40s and 50s, and things get to that level. Can we then have a conversation about, let's have these broad-reaching courses about, here's a bunch of different types of tyranny and the appropriate ways to protest against them? Sure, I guess hypothetically then we could have that conversation. We're so far away from that, and the problem is that becomes subjective, because what happens is you get the 1619 Project and, the appropriate ways to protest against the American government and how it was built on racism and all this shit. But we're not going to talk about the protest of left-wing authoritarianism, etc., and the sufficient ways to protest against them. And then there's all these fightings that
we
should, but that's not how it'll play out. And so I think that it's better to stay out of that and instead teach writing, reading, math. Those are the sorts of things that I would like to see being taught. Probably the federal government shouldn't be involved in the first place, but we don't have all night, so I'm going to have to finish on this point. To go to the first point, the idea of parents getting involved. At a surface level, what you're saying is kind of true. For example, imagine that you're a teacher and you give a student a C, and then the parents come in and scream at you and say, this should have been a C, it should have been an A, or maybe a B plus because blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I can see how that would cause difficulty in your job as a teacher, and you probably get tired of sort of busybodies to that sense that are trying to interfere in exactly how you're teaching things. However, most of the time, that's not what we're talking about in parent involvement. So I think that we could probably both agree. If you had to guess, who do you think is more likely to do poorer in the school system? People whose parents are involved too much, or people whose parents are not involved at all? Who do you think on average is doing poorer?
I would say probably there's more people whose parents are busy and don't have time to be involved.
Well, the reasoning's irrelevant. I'm
more.
asking, the reasoning's irrelevant.
That would be my guess.
It doesn't matter the reason. Would you agree with me that the parents that tend to not be involved, those students are probably on average doing poor? Obviously, you can find examples that's not the case. There's probably kids whose parents never once went to a PTA meeting or, went to open house or anything like that, whose kids are ace and shit. That exists, I'm sure it does. But on average, I think that the problem is lack of parent participation more than too much parent participation. And what you're starting to see is, and this particularly was true, it's one of the silver linings during the pandemic, all of a sudden as kids were being taught from home, parents were able to see exactly what their kids were being taught, and they were fucking infuriated, and rightfully so. And we could see that the teachers union, how repugnant they were for sacrificing the health and well-being of children to prioritize their own financial gain and that of them not having to come to work and to do things as well as they should be doing. They sacrificed our children. You want me to give you examples of that?
Sure. Yeah. Just
Sure.
so I understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
So, for example, the head of the largest teachers union, Randy Weirgarten, pressured the Biden administration to continue to keep schools closed to in-person learning, despite the fact that almost every other developed country in the world realized that children were more at risk, not only from the pandemic by staying at home, they're more likely to contract it, but that they were being harmed in significant other ways, the least of which was their education level. They were also being harmed more in the fact that they didn't have members of society that were able to check up on them, malnutrition, emotional health because they weren't in contact with other people. There were people that were like, particularly people I work with in my field are people with disabilities. Those that were going to schools were ultimately horribly damaged and set back years because they didn't have the interactions with their peers that was ultimately necessary for developmental and social health. So these things all occurred while the teachers union and the scientists in the United States knew that children were at very little risk of COVID. And what we were told was, well, yes, but they could endanger the teachers, which ended up being largely bullshit as well. But nonetheless, what we were told was we had to sacrifice the well-being of the children for the benefit of adults. That's what we had to do. That's the official position of the teachers union. Now they've tried to rewrite history and say, we never said that. We said that schools should be open, which was absolute total bullshit. So we saw what was going on, and when you saw some of the teachers union's demands, much of them had to do with progressive indoctrination and progressive values that they wanted installed into the classroom. So it was bullshit. The teachers unions, at least, failed miserably. They showed their ass for the world to see. We were able to see what was going on in these schools, and we could see over and over again that it turns out that most parents have no fucking clue what their kids are being taught at school. And the schools that are performing the poorest probably have the lowest level of parent involvement. And there may be good reasons for that. Perhaps if you live in an inner city, you have to work 2 jobs and you don't have the time like someone who's independently wealthy that has a father that goes to work but a mother that stays at home. She has more time. That's different cultural conversation. I'm not besmirching someone based on ethnicity or economic status or anything like that. I'm merely making the point. It seems to be the schools with least amount of parent-teacher involvement is doing worse for those students. So just fundamentally, I reject this idea that, well, the problem is that parents are involved too much. I think that it is the right of the parent to know what their child's being taught. And that if your tax dollars is going for that, you should have the right to make sure that your tax dollars aren't going for shit that has nothing to do with education, but instilling values into your child that is antithetical to what you believe. And I'll bet that if these same schools, all of a sudden, if Christian nationalists took over and they said, we're going to have all these schools teach that LGBT is a sin and it should be something that's condemned, I'll bet people like you would say, fuck that. My tax dollars shouldn't go to that. So why should my tax dollars go to DEI and critical race theory?
Yeah, I mean, you said a lot there. I'm gonna have to look into, what the kind of teachers unions pushes were for. I'm sure they didn't say, quote unquote, fuck them kids.
Well, no, they didn't say.
So-
of course, they
Can I
didn't say
put here? I
that.
don't wanna...
Of course, they didn't say that. They said that the danger of spreading it to the teachers and to the other workers there, it was unfair to put those great essential workers in the line of fire. And so the students, even though there could have been things that were harmful to students, still they prioritized that it was the better situation, even though every other developed country decided that that was no longer the case. So, but I do have to let you go. I got another person on the line, but I'd be happy to talk to you again about this. I would.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
This was fun.
appreciate the call. I really do. All right, man, you take it easy. Have a good evening.
Have a good night.
All right. Icona boy, what's happening?
Bobby Noor, how's it going? How's
Good.
life?
Life's good. I've been chomping at the bit to talk to you. Actually, I heard you on a show one time, and I haven't had a chance to talk to you. So I know you called in, and it's bad form to do this, but I have a question for you. Am I garbage?
For what?
In general, I voted for Trump. Am I garbage?
Yeah, it's a question that I've struggled with. I mean, I posted actually a poll on my Twitter the other day. I'm not sure how long ago it was, but and it was essentially asking, if you have a fundamentally decent person, but they voted for Trump 3 times, how does that, change their status? Are they just like a bad person at that point?
I voted for Trump for 3 times.
Yeah, I guess like however many times. And the conclusion that most of the audience came to was they're not a bad person, but they did do something that was morally very wrong. And I think that's kind of where I sit.
So when Pisco did his, oh, trust me, bro, there was an apostrophe in Biden's statement, which you probably believed hook, line, and sinker. And he said Biden would never call Trump supporters garbage. And then you called into his show with pondering, and you were like, actually, I think probably as high as 50% of Trump supporters are garbage. You've since rescinded that stance.
Yeah. No. Well, don't get me wrong. So it's going to depend on the person, right? So there's probably garbage people that vote for either candidate, obviously, right?
Of course.
And so
that's of course. 50%.
Yeah. So, well, it's a matter of like how many people do you think actually sort of know that Trump is bad for various groups of people, but decide to vote for him anyway? And I
But
guess
couldn't I say
you're
the
never.
same
Who
about any
knows
candidate?
what that is?
Couldn't I say the same about any candidate?
I don't think you could. Like, I think that there's probably a percentage of people who support, Donald Trump that are doing so for incredibly morally disdainful reasons or for malicious reasons.
Richard Spencer went to bat and endorsed Kamala Harris. Iran seemed to be interfering with our country to help Kamala Harris. So I could say maybe 50% of Harris voters are garbage, because I could say there were people that voted for her for bad reasons because they didn't like particular people on the other side of the ledger. You would say, well, of course, there could be bad people in any specific political group, of course, but that's different than saying 50% or half of the people are garbage or morally deficient, morally bad people, right? And to say, that's because they knew they could suspect that voting for that politician would be bad for particular groups of people, but everyone would have that suspicion. Like, I think that voting for Kamala Harris would have been bad for certain groups of people. I think voting for Hillary Clinton would have been bad. I think voting for Trump, there's going to be winners and losers in any political ideology. And so if you say it's fair game to call 50% of the voters immoral or garbage because there are small fractions of people within that group that may have been doing so for nefarious reasons, I don't see how it adds into that.
I'm not making how do I put this? Like, I'm not making a definitive empirical argument, right? So what I'm really saying is that by my moral framework, I would say that there's maybe half of Trump supporters are sort of net, condemnable or whatever the word would be, by my moral framework, right? But obviously you could have, evangelical Christians would say like, no, these Democrats are evil. They want to kill babies or whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, that's just their way of evaluating things. So I'm not claiming that I'm objectively correct in this regard.
Okay,
but
the last thing I'll say, and then I promise you can get to what you want. Do you understand the strategic stupidity of what you did on Pisco's channel? He's trying his best. Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Pisco, being the sort of partisan hack that he is, decides that he's going to hyperventilate about a comedian's joke at a Trump rally in Madison Square Garden. And then, like the great schadenfreude that constantly bites people like that in the ass, a day later, Joe Biden, the boss of Kamala Harris and current head of the Democratic Party, comes out and calls Trump supporters garbage. Now, Pisco tries to do everything possible to be like, trust me, bro, there's an invisible apostrophe. He wasn't talking about Trump supporters. He was talking about a specific Trump supporter in Tony Hinchcliffe and his argument. And trust me, bro, that's what happened. He's jumping through any hoop because he understands a little bit better than you, I think, just how devastating that is for the argument of Democrats that wanted to make such a big deal out of Tony Hinchcliffe's joke, who is a comedian who told a joke. He's a roast comedian who always tells offensive jokes, and how much worse it would be for the head of the Democratic Party, who is a.
I didn't
let me
make
finish.
a big deal about
right
that.
like he understands how bad that looks. And so for you to then step on his toes and come in and go, yeah, but actually 50% of Trump supporters are garbage. It's fucking laughable to me. I loved it. I thought it was one of the funniest things I've seen to watch Pisco not only squirm with this invisible apostrophe shit, but then have to have two of his co-hosts from his show call in and basically shit on his entire argument by going, well, yeah, actually they are garbage. It was just, mwah! I loved it. I thought it was enthralling. It was enthralling to watch. So I do thank you for that and not having sort of the competency to realize how you were fucking up your friend's own argument. So thank you for that.
Well, we disagreed though during that stream.
Yeah, I agree
was
with that.
trying to make an argument.
The
I
point,
wasn't.
You understand what the point people from the outside were going to say, including reasonable people. I hope, man, I wish that I could find that actually that was what put people over the top. How amazing would that be? The disingenuousness of people like Pisco and so many in the Democratic Party to focus on Tony Hinchcliffe's joke and how important it was, only to then have to downplay.
I didn't do that.
I understand you didn't do that. I'm not saying you did that, but then to have to defend Joe Biden's comments. Right? Because you understand, oh shit, the Democrats made this such a big part of their strategy. And now Biden comes out and steps on that argument. Now we have to defend this. And then to have people like you come on and go, actually, though, we do think they're garbage. And so then an outsider that's watching this is going, what a fucking joke. What a joke this all is. No, we would never call them garbage. Now here's my co-host. Yeah, they're actually garbage. Well, I'm not saying you said it was fine. You disagreed.
Yeah. Well,
I agree you disagreed. It was just chef's kiss to watch all of that juxtaposed. That 3 days worth of material was absolutely amazing. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean, I don't think I was part of the gang that was making some huge deal about the joke or.
Yeah, I didn't say you were
overly.
No.
Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, but that's my point though. Is that I was saying my whole point was saying that. I don't know that this joke is a big deal, but like if you really think about it, like I think there's a lot of Trump supporters that have morally condemnable reasons for supporting Trump. And all I said was as well that you could from a certain moral framework you could say the same thing about Democrats, right? That's just my sense of things. I think
that's true. All I'm saying is strategically. I'm not saying that what you did was immoral. I'm just saying is a line of sort of a series of events. It's really funny for so many of the Democrats to go, oh my God, I'm clutching my pearls over this comedian's joke too. Yeah. Oh, but when Biden calls Trump supporters garbage, he didn't really mean it. There's an invisible apostrophe. We would never say that too. Here's my co-host who says, yes, actually Trump supporters are garbage.
Well, I mean,
that lineup of arguments is hilarious to me. That's all I'm saying.
I do think that Democrats, they probably, left-leaning people probably overreact to a lot of jokes and whatnot. I mean, that I think I was not really I wasn't like part of this cancel culture mob kind of type situation. But anyway, I mean, obviously there's some reasons that you could cancel people or whatever, not want to work with people, but anyway, but I'm glad that entertained you. I don't know.
It was fun. So this guy in my chat, Kako Fonzies, is like, let it go, let him go. We need to hear what Econoboy wants to talk about. So let's get to what Econoboy before Kako, whatever his name is, blows a gasket. I'm sure he's going to start a channel right after this and really get to what exactly you want to talk about, Econoboy. It's nice. Were you offended that I brought this up? Did it upset you that I brought this up?
No. Why would it upset me? I don't understand.
Well, this Kako guy's very upset. So let's move on to why you were calling in.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just calling to get a temperature check, honestly. I was just curious how you thought that the transition is going so far. And I guess just like your sense of things.
I don't like the Bondi pick very much. I certainly don't like Rubio.
You said you don't like the Bondi pick?
No, I think it sucks. I think that it's capitulation to sort of the establishment Republicans, that the reason that people like Jeb Bush and Lindsey Graham are gung ho about Bondi is they realize that she'll probably be strong on issues that Trump's concerned about, such as immigration, but she won't actually go after the corruption at the FBI, would be my guess, that she's not actually going to do what's necessary. I could be wrong. I don't have total confidence in that. I'm saying that that's my gut feeling on it. I have heard her say that she thought that a lot of the investigations into Trump was politicization of the FBI. So we'll see. Maybe she'll do something. The Rubio pick I don't like, but I'm okay with that. I think that Trump had a coalition of people, and he has to appeal to some of those coalitions. So he had to stick with RFK in some capacity. He had to have some sort of MAGA type people, obviously. He had to have people that were more establishment Republican, like Marco Rubio. So he's trying, I think, to check all of those boxes. To me, the biggest, the most important position he's going to appoint is the Attorney General, followed by the Director of the FBI. So we'll see what he does with the Director of FBI. If you end up with someone like Kash Patel, maybe that makes the Bondi decision look a bit better, because maybe she'll agree to work hand in hand with someone like Koch that I think will go after that corruption. If not, if you would go with Mike Rogers, which it seems that they're not going to do, but if they would have went with that, I'd have thought that that would have been a disaster, because that would have signified that nothing would have been dealt with the corruption at the FBI. That's what I'd have said. But overall, it's hard to tell. I think that it's better this time. I'm more excited with the messaging that Trump has, talking about all of these big issues, such as issues with the Department of Education, issues with corruption at the DOJ, the FBI, issues with government bloat and inefficiency. The little statements that he's been putting out, they're just statements, but I think message-wise it's better than his first term. And I think that a lot of his appointments represent people that are people that he could trust, as opposed to just appointing people that he thought were quote-unquote qualified, that actually came from the very swamp that he claimed that he was trying to drain. So I'm optimistic, more so than the past in the first term, but I also think that the corruption that he'll be up against will be astronomical as always, and so it'll be difficult to sift through it. Who knows? I'm sure you agree it's time to start the investigations into people like Merrick Garland, Joe Biden, etc. Because as we know, the bar for starting FBI investigations is very low. And so I'm looking forward to those investigations, particularly to people involved at the AG level and the FBI. And I can't wait for you to join me in that, because as we know, the bar is very low, the bar for starting investigations. That's what we learned about Russia collusion and FBI investigation. The bar is very low for starting. So I'm looking forward to, hopefully that comes through. I'm not totally certain it will, but yeah, that's where I feel so far in the transition. And it's also, in addition to that, it's also fun watching people on your side of the aisle have no ability, I don't know you specifically, I haven't heard you talking, but so many people of prominence have no ability to self-reflect on what this loss was about. That's interesting to see as well. So there's a bit of humor in that, I guess. So I'm happy. I'm happy as a clam these past few weeks. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to say, I guess. Like I don't have reason to believe that he is not going to do what he said he's going to do in many regards. And so, the problem is I really can't, I can't imagine what these kind of efforts would even really look like. So like his mass deportation stuff, it's like I have a reason to believe that he will really seriously, make an attempt at that. I looked up the numbers. I think, we deport 200,000-300,000 people a year. And so, could he multiply that by, 5 or 10? I mean,
the
maybe.
truth is, what I've always said, like, the wall's a good idea. It's something that should exist, and having actual security at the border is important. More important than the wall is empowering the federal agents to do their job in the first place. And I think that you could see through the Border Patrol Union, etc., that they specifically blame the Democrats, including Biden and Harris, for hamstringing them.
Well, I'm not even talking about that, though, Rob. I'm not talking about
right. But
inflow. I'm talking about the outflow.
Right. So I'm using that to prove a point. So, but what I always said about the wall was that's actually secondary. The way to stop illegal immigration is to take away the incentive for the illegals to come. And for me, the obvious way to go about that is to target businesses that are knowingly hiring illegals. And as soon as you start punishing them with fines or potential jail time, they'll stop hiring these people, which means the people will self-deport. I think what people aren't realizing when they look at the scale of deportation that Trump's talking about is much of it will be self-deportation. Much of it, I do believe that they'll start with people that have already received deportation orders and people that are violent criminals. And then hopefully they do what they say they're going to do, which is go after these businesses. And I think that what you'll see is a lot of people then will self-deport. And I wouldn't be surprised, and it will piss off a lot of Trump supporters, that what happens after that is there is sort of an appeal for the people that are actually here trying to do things the right way, etc., that they'll give them a fast track to immediately get back those that are seen as beneficial. And it might include not actually sending them out. It might be like, look, we're going to deport you unless you go to this hearing, you do this, you prove that, you're someone that can be here, and we'll take heavily into consideration your history here. You've been here for 8 years. You haven't committed any crimes. You aren't using a terrible amount of resources, and so I think that the language that you hear, and again, a lot of Trump supporters don't like this, but the language you hear coming from Trump and more particularly from Elon Musk about the importance of legal immigration, I think that that's likely to be the case. But you can't really say that if you're Trump's team. You can't be like, oh, yeah, and trust us. A lot of you will be okay. You want to make it sound as harsh as possible to encourage deportation from the people that are a net drain on this country. And I think a lot of that, once the ball starts rolling, particularly, I think the most important part of this is to go after these businesses that are knowingly hiring illegals and to go after sort of the benefits that are being sent to illegals that allow them to be here. I think a lot of people will self-deport. They'll just be like, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that if, especially depending on how harsh the actual apprehensions end up being, that a lot of people would, like you said, just decide to just voluntarily go back. I don't really, to me, that's not really a comment necessarily on how good or bad this policy is, right? Because, I don't think that conditions should be made harsh for undocumented immigrants. But that's kind of beside the point.
It depends on what you mean by harshness, though, like of the harshness of the deportation. Like, I'm not advocating they go in and punch people in the stomach, and shit like that. I think that they should be treated humanely, like I would want any criminal to be treated humanely, as far as that goes. But I think the harshness should be, the level of harshness should be, we don't give a shit about your sob story. You were given a deportation order, you're out. That's it. But my family, I'm sorry. You were given a deportation order. We start with those people or the criminal. I've told this story many times. I have someone in my extended family who took to social media to decry the harshness of local law enforcement because they arrested her baby daddy. And the reason he was arrested was for non-payment of child support to another woman that he had children with. And her take on it was to take pictures of this and then her children crying, which she brought her children out to the porch to watch their father be taken to the police car in handcuffs. And we could say that was a family separation. Does that mean that we shouldn't punish people for non-payment of child support? What if it was a DUI? Should we not punish him because she took pictures of her children crying and that was a family separation, etc.? The offense that the Democrats will have is they will use their media as soon as deportations begin to find any crying child that they can to pull on the heartstrings, because the truth is people in the Democratic Party, they don't give a shit about these families. They don't care at all. They care about the policy, and they know that the average people don't want to see things like sad children, and so they've weaponized that empathy and that good nature to allow these millions of illegals to come. They gaslit us that it wasn't a problem, that the border was secure. They knew what they were doing. And then they say, but now that they're here, it would be inhumane to kick them out. And unfortunately, just like the people that put buckets of candy out for Halloween and say, take one, and then constantly you see a few bad apples ruin the bunch, the people that you vote for weaponize that empathy. And now we have to say, sorry, you gotta go. It's not me that wants to separate those families. It's people like you and the people you voted for. You weaponize the empathy, and now we have to take the necessary steps to protect our country, and the majority of the country agrees with it. And you'll try to weaponize that, not you, but your party will try to weaponize that empathy more by going to every child that's crying and say, oh my God, look at these monsters and what they're doing. But the people you voted for made this all necessary. You knew that the refugee process was being exploited. You knew that the border wasn't secure. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying you. The people you vote for knew that it was a problem, and they didn't give a shit. It's actually exactly what they wanted. Just like Chuck Schumer said, we need to give these people a pathway to citizenship. We're constantly told, oh my God, you're a racist. It's not a problem. How could you suggest that? These people can't vote. And then, of course, it's happening. Of course, it's a good thing. It would be inhumane for them not to be allowed to stay and given a pathway to citizenship. So sorry, I hope that the American people are strong enough to not be led astray by emotional appeals, which we're likely to start seeing here. And hopefully getting out the worst of the apples first and going after the employers will send the signal to everyone else that they need to self-deport, Or I hope, what I wouldn't mind seeing is a process that's set up for the people that are actually net benefit to the country to sort of voluntarily submit
Yeah.
to a court proceeding, to which then they would be eligible to stay and go through some
Yeah,
sort of
you already
process.
said that. Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, I just don't think that, I don't know. Obviously, we have many different notions of immigration and the nature of it. But I think it would be very immoral to deport all of these people, especially the ones, like you said, the ones that have built families here and are part of communities and stuff. Obviously, I don't really care about if you're, if you have some violent criminal history or something. Obviously, I'm not going to feel too bad for you if you get deported. But obviously, there's a difference in type of immigrant there between, you're just,
Sure,
you're
and I'll give you
undocumented.
that. I'm not going to put that on you. Of course, you're not saying someone that sexually assaulted a woman, well, we can't take him away from his family. You would say clearly there are crimes of the level of that's so heinous. Yes, anytime you put any violent criminal in prison, it's a family separation. But there are some things that we could agree that would be necessary. Regardless.
Yeah, and I don't even know how that works, right? Like to me, it sounds bizarre that you could get convicted of being a pedophile and not just immediate. Like, why isn't it just part of the sentence? Like, as soon as you step out of prison, trip right back to where you came from. Like
Yeah,
I don't really know.
I don't know. Oftentimes, is it either incompetence or is it intentional corruption? I don't know. But I'm more interested in the other group that you said that it would be immoral. So, at what point does it become immoral? For example, let's say someone received a deportation order a year and a half ago, and since then they've had a child in the United States. Is it immoral to deport them?
Assuming they're just a regular member of society.
Sure.
Yeah.
A year and a half. They came in a year and a half ago. They went through the court proceedings. They were ruled that they didn't have refugee status, so they were given a deportation order. They ignored that, and they stuck around, and they've since started a family. You would think it's immoral to deport them.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, again, I think that if you're talking about someone who has built something of a family life and a productive home life for themselves in this country, then I just think that their claim to some sort of, and it doesn't have to be citizenship, but like some sort of residency status is extremely reasonable at that point in time.
Okay, but then, I mean, the word productive is doing a lot of work there for you. You said if they're being productive. So let's say they didn't have a kid. Let's say they just went to work under the table for some lumber company. They're cutting wood. Yeah. Is it immoral to kick them out?
Yeah, I would say so, because again, they're working under the table because they don't have a legal sort of protected status.
And therein lies that lies the rub. That's why, unfortunately, again, it is the people like you that make this necessary. Because what you just said is, even if they went through the appropriate process and the court said, no, you can't be here, and they broke the law and ignored that, you still think it would be immoral to kick them out. And so what we could see is
making a moral argument.
What we could see is the people that were okay with the porous border situation and the people coming in saying, what we need is just more resources, more courts, etc. You still would always want these people to stay. Always. Even the people, we're not even talking in this scenario about people that have been here 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years
that's
and have started
true,
families. You're talking specifically about...
You're ascribing that to me.
Wait. What part of that's not true? You just said we went through what I thought was the easiest case, other than criminal nature, violent crimes, the easiest case, which is someone who came here like a year and a half ago, doesn't have kids, is working under the table, and has already been given a deportation order. And you're like, yes, it would be immoral to kick that person out. That would also mean then if we went through each individual case, someone who's been here for 8 years and has 3 kids, you would say it'd be immoral to kick them out, correct?
Yes.
So then what part of it is not true when I say that the people you voted for intentionally had a system that let these people in and said, well, the problem is we just need more court hearings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that there were people like you
said
that
I would say that. You said that I would essentially say that, you can flood into the country, and then just as soon as you've, rented your first apartment or whatever, you're immediately fine to say.
I didn't say rented one apartment. I said there are people that literally just have received deportation orders that have been here a year and I don't know what the average length is, but it takes time to go through this process. So people that came 2 years ago may have just received a deportation order like 2 months ago. And you're saying, well, they've been here for 2 years. It's immoral to deport them. What good
Yeah,
is
I
the
mean,
immigration courts then? What good is the courts if you're going to say, what is the minimum length of time that you think it would be immoral to deport someone?
Yeah, it's not, we have to draw some line somewhere in applying this sort of general moral sentiment to actual law. And so I don't, I'm not sure if it's 4 months or 6 months or a year or whatever, but there's some idea that a person has at some point become part of the community, proven their value in some way or another, whatever, just become a part of this sort of American
let's say
project.
a year. So you're okay, hypothetically, it would be okay to kick someone out at 11 months, but not a year.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of drawing the line, there's always going to be some fuzziness in the middle, but I mean, a year would sound, I think that would sound reasonable to me. Like if someone came into this country and, they started working immediately and whatever, just were renting apartments, no criminal history, you interview them and they're just like a regular member of the community. Like, yeah, I think that would entitle them to some sort of residency status, not citizenship, right? But some sort of legal status.
Okay, what about 9 months?
Yeah, I think again, there's fuzziness in the middle,
Okay,
but
all right,
if you called it a year.
But I'm just
whatever.
I'm just trying to get to your minimum. What about 6 months? That you would clearly be like, yeah, that's clearly not long enough. 6 months?
I think practically a year would probably be
a
like
year.
Where
Fair enough. Do you think that people that come here claiming asylum are entitled to sort of certain legal protections? For example, they should be entitled to have a hearing.
Yes, yeah, I would say so.
Do you think they should be entitled to have an attorney provided to them?
That's a tough one. I don't know how practical that is. I guess I'll say I don't know how practical. I don't know if that's even possible to have that many attorneys.
Well, that was part of the bipartisan border legislation to provide attorneys for people. So that's what the Democrats. Do you think they should have the right to an appeals process?
But to answer your question, though, I would say probably yes. Should they have a right to an appeals process?
Yes.
Probably an extremely expedited one. Like, I don't know if there's some sort of criteria that funnels a very small percentage of cases into an appeals process. I think that could make sense. But yeah, I mean, some sort of appeals process probably
Well, I
makes
think
sense.
that what you'll see is the normal court procedure, even if we would put more money into it, probably it's not abnormal for it to take over a year for this process to play out to fruition. Most people on the Democratic side you would agree with that, right?
I'm not against reforming the asylum process.
Okay, but you would agree that as it exists in the status quo, even if we would provide more money into the process, it wouldn't be unusual for the entire process to take over a year.
I don't know what I wouldn't be surprised if that was the number.
So then that would by default mean that unless there was major reform, that you would agree that the status quo would mean everyone that crosses the border would be allowed to stay. It would be immoral to kick them out, save they commit some violent crime. Because if the process on average takes over a year and it is now immoral to kick them out regardless of what that process finds, then you would say, okay, by default, it's open border. Anyone that comes across should be allowed to stay.
Well, again, there's probably always going to be exceptions for criminals and people who, prove to be
we're taking criminal, like you commit a murder, that's different. We're talking just beyond that.
Yeah, just being an ordinary functioning member of society. Yeah, I mean, I would agree that would be an implication of our current asylum process, but I'm in favor of probably, changing to an incredible extent how our asylum process works. I mean, I don't think that.
But you're agreeing that that's not the way it would work. So by de facto, everyone basically that's came across, which are tens of millions that came across during Biden here. I don't know the exact number.
Well, practically, I mean,
all of them should be allowed to stay unless they've committed crimes, correct? Even if they've received deportation orders if the process took more than a year.
You have to do something about the people. Yeah, you have to do something about the people that are currently here, right?
But again, what I would I'm just saying that you could tell me if I'm misrepresenting you. All of these people that came during the Biden-Harris administration, much of the time we were told the border was secure and it wasn't that big a problem. Because on average, we could agree that most of them, even if they played out the whole process and they were given a deportation notice, that probably took more than a year. You would say it would be immoral to send any of those people back. Unless they committed a violent crime or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so I would say you have to probably, in my view, give some leniency to you have to grandfather it in at a certain point. You have to give some leniency to the people that are already here. But when you're talking about the people who are like currently flowing in, that's a totally different discussion. And I think that we would probably agree on certain things.
We're
with
not going to
regards
agree on much because you've already given the game away. So the current administration, the Biden-Harris administration that had such a porous border, they all get amnesty. That's your solution. Well, it's immoral at this point to kick them out.
I'm not hiding that ball, Rob. That's
right.
a position.
Well, I'm not saying
I'm
you
not
could be
being
hiding it or not. I don't care. I'm just getting the point out so people could see the absurd nature, and I think you represent quite a common position in the Democratic Party. I think this is absolutely true. Some of them are more duplicitous than you. They're not going to come right out and say, actually, we're for all of the people that came staying here. Would you be for giving those people a pathway to citizenship?
I would say every legal resident is entitled to a similar equitable pathway to citizenship. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know what that exact path should look like, but I think our current system probably works just fine.
I love it. I love that, it was a racist conspiracy theory. Talk about great replacement theory, and then it just takes 10 minutes of talking to someone to be like, yeah, that's actually exactly what we believe.
Well,
we believe that it's immoral to kick anyone. We understand that the current system would take
at least a year to resolve. You don't seem to know what that is, though. You don't seem to know what the great replacement is.
Sure I do. I know that you'll claim that it's racist and it has racial undertones. When I say great replacement theory, what I mean is this, that people in both the Democratic and Republican Party want to replace the population of people in this country to perpetually ensure that they win elections by pretending there's not a problem with a porous border. And then once those people come in saying it's immoral to kick them out and that they ought to be given a pathway to citizenship. And they say that you're racist if you notice this.
Well, yeah, again, I think that I don't know. There arguably could be some weird, notion of political replacement that you could have if you were to call it great replacement. But obviously when people refer to great replacement theory, they're typically talking about the racialized sort of conspiratorial element where people will say that, the Jews or whatever or the liberal elite is conspiring to let in all these brown people to dilute the Aryan white race or whatever. And obviously if that's the great replacement that you subscribe to, that's an incredibly racist theory.
Right. I understand, right, that just like I can make, I don't know if you can see me, I can make this okay sign. That's racist, right? And that's what we're told by the left. That's racist. That's.
I'm not.
And then I'll say that's not what I mean by. And you'll go, well, yes, but what we're talking about is the people. Yes, I understand that people want to besmirch anyone that talks about it is the Democratic plan that they lie about all the time to have open borders, to then say, okay. To lie and say, oh, it's not that open, trust us, to then say, well, those people already came in, so it'd be immoral to kick them out, and then say, oh, and by the way, we should give them a pathway to citizenship. And then when people like me saying, look, there's tantamount to open borders, they're going to allow these people in, they're going to then say it's immoral to kick them out, then they're going to give them a pathway to citizenship so they could vote, and they're going to overwhelmingly vote Democrat, and I get yelled at, that's racism, that's great replacement theory. Yes, I understand that that's the game. I'm not racist. I don't give a shit. These could all be Norwegians that are coming in. The truth is, the Democrats, this is what I'm talking about with great replacement theory. The Democrats largely want a new voting bloc. They know that if they allow these people in, that they're likely to perpetually vote for Democrats, and so they lie every step of the way. They say, no, the border's not open, and then they say, okay, well, these people that came here, it's immoral to kick them out. And then they say, well, if we're saying they're allowed to stay here, then it would be immoral to not give them some sort of pathway to citizenship. That's the game. They could have said, what they could have said in 2021, 2022 is, yeah, we're leaving millions of people in, and unfortunately our process is such that it'll take them at least a year to resolve this, and that means it'll be immoral to kick any of them out, even if our courts say that they should be deported, and we are going to give them a pathway to citizenship. They could have been honest and said that, but they didn't. They lied and accused people that were correctly calling that out of being racist. Are there people that are does potentially like a Kamala Harris voter like Richard Spencer, a white nationalist? Does that Kamala Harris voter, Democrat Richard Spencer, does he possibly have a problem with border policy because he doesn't want to see the white race diluted? Maybe that Democrat Kamala Harris supporter, Richard Spencer, maybe he has a problem with that. I don't see that as a reason to besmirch or deflect from the actual policies that Democrats are pushing, which you've articulately outlined here.
Well, I don't know how this became a great replacement debate. I'm not part of the particularly scoldy part of the left. I just happen to think that there's a great replacement, argument out there that's very racist. Republicans have been saying for like, I don't know, literally 30, 40 years or something at this point that, oh, the Democrats want all these immigrants to come in so that they become citizens and then vote for Democrats
That's what you
forever.
want.
No, that's not what I want. I have what I believe to be a compelling moral case to let in immigrants and to allow the immigrants that are here to stay.
Okay, your
I don't-
rationale for why you want them is irrelevant to the practical application, what it'll be. Regardless of why you came to the conclusion, you want to allow all these people to stay and give them a pathway to citizenship that will mean that they have the right to vote, and they happen to overwhelmingly vote for the political party that you would want.
We're in coalition politics, right? So there's not like a perfectly sliced out econoboy party that is going to fit, exactly.
Course. But you're a Democrat. You voted Democrats.
No,
Right?
yeah,
of
no, I'm
course.
not-
I agree with.
Well, do you agree with everything Trump's going to do? Like,
No,
probably
of
not.
course not.
Fucking obviously,
Of
right?
course
So,
not.
like,
But if I was to say to you, right? Of course, you would agree with that, and I don't think you agree with everything Kamala Harris or the Democrats do. But if I was to say, well, if all of a sudden Trump's like, we're going to leave all these people in from Turkey or from Hungary, we're going to leave all these people in, right? And they're all super fucking MAGA. They're just like, and Trump's like, and I'm like, I don't see. What do you mean he's leaving them in? I don't see that. What the fuck are you talking about? That's racist. You just hate Hungarians. That's racist. How dare you say that? And you'd be like, but Rob, he's doing it. We can see the numbers. We fucking. I'm like, that's racist. That's racist, dude. How can you say that? And then Trump's like, and it'd be immoral now to kick them out, and let's give them a pathway to citizenship. They're all going to vote, and there's like 100,000 when we place them all in Pennsylvania, swing state. Oh, now they're all going to vote, and they're all going to vote MAGA. Do you think you would say to me if I was like, yeah, that's morally what we have to do? Do you think you'd say, well, Rob, it would be unfair to say that these people would vote for the party you want because after all, you're never completely adherent to any political party? Of course not. Yes, I take ipso facto that you're not someone who agrees 100% with the Democratic Party. In fact, no human being is unless you're an automaton. I know you enough to know that you're not, but you overwhelmingly vote Democrat. And these people coming in,
Right.
if given the right to vote, will overwhelmingly help push the political party that you tend to agree
Yeah, I mean,
with more.
I can't evaluate obviously in an alternative universe what that would look like. Now, what I can tell you is that immigrants or like people from immigrant backgrounds, and typically speaking, we're talking about Latino immigrants, obviously in the back of our heads, and those people have come to this country, and it's not totally clear to me that they're especially after the exit polls were published from this past election, that they're like a particularly like overwhelmingly left-wing group, and the trends seem to be quite the opposite, as a matter of fact. And
But
I'm
those are legal.
holding...
Those are people that are here legally. Of course, you're right. A lot of people.
Right, but I'm talking. But these people are all part of the same communities, right? So I would expect it to be the case that in
That's not true at all.
well,
You
no.
can
But
Go
these-
ahead,
well, I'm
and then
saying-
I'll explain to you why it's not true. Go ahead.
Well, these people are part of, legal immigrants and undocumented immigrants of Latino heritage occupy extremely similar spaces in this Venn diagram of a country, right? Like very, very large overlap. And so, so let me just finish. And so the only reason I say that is because in my view, it seems like the trend of things is that these Hispanic immigrants are trending conservative, away from my political
Legal
beliefs.
immigrants. It would be the equivalent of saying
understand.
this. It would be the equivalent of this. Someone flees Qatar, right? Because they don't like some of the Islamic policies there. Now, they come from the country of Qatar, right? And they fled that oppression, and maybe they're Muslim, but they're very apolitical. Like, they don't think Islam should direct our politics, and they like the freedom that the United States offers. And then all of a sudden, 50,000 refugees from Qatar come in who want Sharia law. It would be like saying, oh, well, that first immigrant that came comes from a very similar place. They came from the same country, and therefore they must share similar values. No. In fact, we could see that some of the people most antithetical to illegal immigration are actual Hispanics. Because they see the devastation. They know that they came here the fair way. They have different values many of the times. And even if you could say, well, someone who comes from Mexico or comes from, some South American countries traditionally would tend to be more Catholic or tend to be more Christian. And so culturally, they would tend to have more social values. They're still going to vote in a way that they think ensures their economic viability and their ability to stay in the country. So they're certainly going to vote for the party that they think will give them more benefits.
I mean, I get the
and give
point,
them
Rob.
more
You're
of an
just
ability to
saying,
stay. I don't think
I-
saying, well, because they both came from the same country, they have similar cultural values, therefore we don't know how they vote. I think that's asinine. We know how they
No,
would
I
vote.
don't. I don't think. No, I don't. I don't think that that's. Basically, you're just making the argument that you think that basically legal and undocumented immigrants of the same cultural background, wherever it is, national background, you're just saying that these are actually two very different groups of people in terms of their political persuasion. And I just
Let me
don't
just
happen to
okay, but I'll just ask you as bluntly as possible. If
Yeah.
Biden waved a magic wand and the courts allowed it to occur and every illegal in this country was allowed to vote in the 2024 election, what percentage do you think would have voted for Donald Trump?
I would say. I think that the exit polls that I saw for Hispanics was what was it? I think Kamala got like 55% of the Hispanic vote, and so I would say that this group of people that you're talking about, this like 10 million some group of people,
10
or I
million.
guess
That's how
about-
many illegals you think are here?
you
Wow,
could tell
what
me
a
different number,
disingenuous.
but-
That answer was disingenuous in a litany of ways. 10 million is completely underselling the problem. The idea that
Well,
just
I-
because someone shares an ethnicity or a language with someone means that they would vote the same way. You know the answer, and it belies your integrity to lie
I didn't even
about this
finish my
answer.
answer, Rob.
You think that okay? So you okay?
You
Then finish your
interrupted
answer.
me.
Go ahead.
All that I said was that I think about 55% of Hispanic people voted for Kamala and about 45% for Trump. And I would say that the undocumented immigrants that are here of a similar background would probably lean, maybe like 58 to 42 or something, like probably slightly to the left, but I don't think it would be
That's laughable.
like
You're fucking
radically
laughable.
to the left.
We're gonna vote for Donald Trump, the guy that promises he's gonna deport us if we get here. Fucking laughable. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like,
that, but-
it's stuff like, yes, that's
These
what Trump
people-
was
but-
running
but
on.
Rob,
That's what
Rob,
Trump
these
was
people
running on.
occupy the same household a lot of
Who
time. Like you
gives
literally
a
have.
shit?
I'm
You're
trying to
e-
use the example,
It
Rob.
is. It is. It is completely.
You
it is
occupy the
completely-
same household as an undocumented family member, and you still vote for the guy who's gonna deport all the you'll see you'll literally see videos of undocumented immigrants for
The
like
people in
news
the chat know you're
stations.
full of shit. Even the people that are traditionally Democrats, you're
news-
making a
news-
fool of yourself. They are not going to vote for the guy that is running on the promise, we're going to kick you out of the country. It's a joke that you're even pretending. And what it does is, I don't
I
know
don't
why you
think
do
you're-
stuff like
you're
this sometimes. It just
overestimating-
makes it look so
You're
bad for you.
overestimating
It makes
how
it look so
politically
bad.
engaged
It makes
people
it look so bad for you that you're willing to die on a hole that is so hill that's so absurd as this. It's fucking absurd. It shows that you're being completely bad faith. You're telling me that you think 40% of illegals, if they had the right to vote, would have voted for Donald Trump that said, we're going to deport you. That's your argument.
Yeah,
It's a fucking joke.
and-
It's
no,
a
because
joke.
you have no idea how ill-informed the average voter
It's a
is,
joke.
Rob. Like, I don't think that people have this very robust view of things. Again, that's why you can watch news channels interview undocumented immigrants that said, "Oh yeah, I'd support Trump, and he's not going to deport me. I'm a working
It's a joke.
immigrant. Like,
It's a
he
joke.
likes working immigrants."
It's a joke. Everyone can see it. I guess we'll leave the conversation.
Well, what do
here.
you
It's
what
not
do you
worth
think
the
the percentage would be?
I would
You
think that it would be
90%.
It would be close to 90. It's probably a fair number. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I mean, that's a wild assumption. But anyway, that's.
I mean,
besides the point, Rob.
that's
I'm
that's
making-
absolutely hilarious. I'm willing to take that. I'm willing to take that argument to the bank. Econoboy, who's well respected in the field of economics, might I remind
Well
people,
respected. That's
well
true.
respected in the field of economics, didn't
Well
foresee the lockdowns causing the economic pandemonium that we've seen, but nonetheless,
did.
well respected in the field of economics.
I
He
did.
believes that it'd be about 40% of illegals would have voted for Donald Trump.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's a joke. I'm willing to take that.
Rob,
We'll
it's-
clip that out. We'll clip it out.
Well, it's-
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I know, amazing to your audience, but no,
Even
it's
lefties
all the
in the
point, though.
audience are like, "This is a fucking joke." Like,
Look, I don't like, for instance, right? I don't like, like extremely conservative, like right wing immigrants, right? So, in a sense, I very much disagree with their politics, but I would never argue for instituting like a politically charged test to determine the
Who's
political
suggesting that?
ideology.
No one suggested
No,
that.
the reason I'm saying that is because I'm not my stance on immigration does not really have to do with the politics of the people who are coming into the country.
I understand you
for,
say
for
that.
a number of reasons.
I understand that. That's going to be the argument. It just happens to work that way for you. I get it. And maybe you're being honest. That's fine. I'm not speaking to what your values may be. Anyone that comes here, it would be immoral to kick them out. That may be your values. Those are bad values. But nonetheless, that could be your reasoning. That's fine. I'm saying I can't get into your head necessarily. What I can see is that the outcome of that would be to benefit your side politically. That I can see, regardless if that's your motivation or not.
Do you think Republicans, do you earnestly think that Republican politicians believe in all of these restrictive voting measures because they just genuinely believe in election security? Or is it the case, like we saw in the North Carolina Supreme Court case, that they basically just look at the ways that opposition members vote and they make those ways illegal or extremely inconvenient? Like, it seems like that's a politically convenient thing to believe as well. And maybe if it were the case that, I don't know, like, black people who are less likely to vote overwhelmingly were Republicans, yeah, you might see some political realignment on that issue. You might see the Democrats all of a sudden become more in favor of restrictive ID laws, and you might see the Republicans do the opposite.
Okay, so let's say two. We'll deal with this in two ways. One, let's totally concede your argument. Okay, all Republicans that ever want voter security are purely doing it because they think that it'll help disenfranchise the people that will vote for the opposite party. Let's, for the sake of this argument, say that's true. Great, then that doesn't help you in the argument that Democrats probably then are the same when they want mass illegal immigration like you want.
No, that's what I'm saying, Rob. I'm saying that probably are some. Well, can I finish my point? I'm saying that there probably are some politicians who have this, very long-term view of immigration and like how we should treat immigrants with regard to their future political prospects. But the truth is, I just think that that's a very small number of people, because I don't think it's a very small number of people, because if that was true, if there wasn't a duplicitous reason, then people wouldn't lie to us. People wouldn't have lied. They wouldn't have said the border is largely secure. There's not a problem here. They wouldn't have said, no, we never want to give these people the right to vote. That's absurd. That's a racist conspiracy theory. Well, now it's immoral to keep them out. And actually, we should give them the right to vote. If they weren't being duplicitous, they would have been up front from the get-go. Yeah, but we just might have a different interpretation of those events, Rob. Like,
I completely disagree. What's the different interpretation?
Agree to disagree. That's what I'm saying.
What's your interpretation? They thought the border was secure?
No, I think that there's a lot of Democrats who, like me, who would say that to a large extent, the ways in which, or you could say the quantity at which the number of people are crossing the border is not, this disastrous amount of people who are just unable to be absorbed into this country and don't contribute to the long-term prosperity of this country. So there's probably a lot of Democrats who feel that way. And so they look at the number of people crossing the border and they're like, yeah, this just isn't that big of a problem.
So they look at it, they see like 900,000 a month. They're like, it's not that big of a problem. And by the way, these people should be allowed to stay. And by the way, they should be given a pathway to citizenship.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, Rob, there are people who literally say this. They say, oh, the Democrats they're so pro-immigrant. They want open borders. And it's like, well, yeah, there probably are a lot of Democrats who. Can you show me one? Can you show me one Democrat and a prominent politician or even a media figure that said, yep, we should be taking roughly 1 million people a month. Yep, we should give them the right to vote as it was occurring. Can you give me one? You cannot give me one that says that they're going to import all these people to have a conspiracy to vote for them. But what I'm actually agreeing with.
Yes, I can. Chuck Schumer.
No, what I'm saying is that there's an interpretation of these events where you're saying, oh, there must be the proportion of these people must be, oh, it's like all these people that have this conspiracy. Whereas what I'm saying is that I think that amongst the Democratic elite, I think a lot of those people probably have relatively radical views on immigration, such to the extent that they would say, oh, I just don't think it's a big deal to have whatever, like.
Why weren't they honest then?
Because you're saying they downplayed it, and it's like, well, that sounds like
what you're saying
the
is
person
they
that
just
believes that
looked at
was
it and said, I don't think it's a big deal. That many are coming. And of course, morally, they should be allowed to stay in. They should be given the right to vote. Why can't you point to one politician who said that? When I bring that up, you're like, well, you can't point to a politician that said, this is a conspiracy theory of ours to get people. What the fuck
No,
are you
I'm
talking
saying
about? What
a
does
lot
that
of
have anything to do
politicians-
with the question
a
I
lot of
asked you?
politicians, because I'm saying there could be a different hidden belief that they have that is
Okay.
motivating this,
Okay.
right? So you're saying that the motivation is necessarily this long-term political project, whereas what I'm saying is the motivation might just be, I just genuinely think that this immigration
Let's
is
say
just
that's
good for
true.
the
If it
people.
was just all benevolent motivations and there was nothing duplicitous about it, and would you agree that there's been a huge narrative that part of the Democratic goal is to give these people the right to vote? You even said Republicans have been saying that for 20 years. So you
There's
know
been
that
a-
this is a
yeah.
narrative that's out there, right?
Of course, yeah.
Then why can't you point to me to one prominent Democratic politician or media member that said, yeah, we don't have a problem with the amount of people that are coming in and we absolutely think they should be given citizenship? Why can't you point to
Because
one?
those people are not, because that would not be towing the party line. That those people would not be,
So
propelled.
wait. So you think that a large percentage of Democrat politicians want roughly 900,000 a month coming, want to give them a pathway to citizenship, but they can't say it because the Democratic Party line is, we don't want that. What was the Democrat Party line then?
Yeah. I'm not sure what you're saying. It seemed like Kamala was taking an increasingly harsh stance on immigration.
Wait. We're not talking about just Kamala. You didn't say Kamala's line. You said the Democratic Party line. Remember, this has
think
been
she's
going on for 3-4
representative.
years, so it wasn't just
Yeah.
Kamala only ran since what, like, April, May? I forget when Biden
I mean,
jumped out.
she and well, it was during the Biden administration,
Okay.
obviously. So, I mean, I think
So
I don't know what your point is, Rob. All I'm
my
saying
point is,
I-
what I'm saying is, for years we saw record numbers. And you're saying, well, a large
Yeah.
portion of Democrat politicians saw those numbers and say, good, these people should be allowed in, and actually we should give them a pathway to citizenship. And those same Democrats know that one of the biggest arguments that the opposition's making is, but they're going to try to give these people the right to vote. And that's going to disenfranchise people right here because these people are likely to vote for Democrats. And you're like, they're listening to that, and they're like, yes, that's exactly the plan. But it's nothing duplicitous about the fact that we're going to pretend that that's not the case. None of us will come out and say it. And you say, well, that's because it was against the Democrat Party line. So my question is, what was the Democrat Party line? Was it there aren't that many people coming? Or these people are coming, but they're going to be deported? Or these people are going to be welcome to stay, but they're never going to be given the right to vote? What was the official Democrat Party line that prevented people from telling the truth? A large portion of Democrats, they were unable to tell the truth because the official Democrat Party line was...
Yeah, so I think that the messaging that I saw, generally speaking, on the border as an issue was, number one, to acknowledge that it's a big problem. Like,
That's not
hey,
true.
this
They
is a
didn't
very big
show me them
problem.
saying that in 2021, 2022. Show me
I
Biden,
can't
Harris.
pull up the clip. If this is my sense of things. If you don't think that this
What
happened, then okay.
what they said was there was a problem in the humane way that people were being treated trying to cross the border. It was a human rights crisis. They didn't say the number of people who was coming was a problem. I didn't see much of that as the main narrative.
Okay, well, we probably, you probably were more steeped in Trump and his, side of the campaign, and you probably know more about that or have a better sense of that than I do.
Okay, but let's fine. Fuck it then. I'll agree with you. Okay, the official Democrat narrative, the mainstream Democratic narrative, 2021, 2022, 2023 was there's too many people. It's a problem. There's an emergency here.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Okay.
and I don't. Again, I don't want to get this. We've gone down this huge rabbit hole. I'll just say that my view is that I think that politicians, they message to a lot of different audiences and motivations. It's diverse coalition politics, representative politics, right? So these people are not going to be publicly the same as they are privately. And what they end up proposing is very complex. And so I would never say that either side's perfectly honest.
Of course, no
but
one would say that. But what you're saying is you're making it sound like a not insignificant percentage of Democratic politicians have always had the belief that, yeah, we could take 900,000 people a month. Yeah, we should allow them to stay. And yeah, we should give them a pathway to citizenship. And when I'm saying, wow, it seems like that they were hiding this. It seems Republicans were right that this was always the plan. And you're like, oh, no, there's nothing duplicitous about that. Not at all. And I'm like, well, then why didn't they admit it? And you're
That's
like,
not what
well,
I'm saying.
because it was against the official Democrat Party line. So what it
I
would
didn't
seem
say
like...
that wasn't duplicitous.
Okay, Okay, so it's duplicitous. So it was a lie.
Anytime a politician messages in a way that is not perfectly reflective of their personal views, that's a lie. That's duplicitous. That's part of a messaging strategy, essentially, right? It's not necessarily the genuine personal beliefs.
We'll just take it that. So you're admitting that many Democratic politicians always wanted this number of immigrants coming, illegals coming.
Democrats and Republicans, yeah, they each have their own sort of radical views.
Right. Yeah, I notice I'm talking about a specific thing. You're talking about generality. So I just want to get this just so we could have it nice in a nice little package. So there's no.
Yeah, I can answer
Okay.
that. I think
so let me ask the question, and then you could respond affirmatively or negatively, and then expound upon it if you like. But you're admitting that there were a large group of Democrats, a non-insignificant percentage, that were perfectly fine with the amount of people that were coming during the Biden administration, that fully intended to allow them to stay, even if they received deportation orders, and that fully wanted to give them a pathway to citizenship, which would have ended up voting. And even under your unbelievably biased and absurd explanation that roughly 60% of them voted for Democrat, even that would admit that the majority of these people would have voted for Democrat. You're admitting that they believed that and intentionally did not tell the truth because they thought it would have hurt the official Democrat party line, so they lied.
No, so you're combining. I don't know how you're not getting this point. We just have to move beyond it. I'll repeat it one more time, and if you don't get it at that point, then I said at the beginning we're going to have very different ways of evaluating this. What I said was that not that they secretly want as a political conspiracy to bring all these people in so that they vote for them disproportionately, but that there's probably a large portion of the Democratic party elite, like the actual representatives in office, who are just simply pro-immigration.
You're so it doesn't matter what their rationale was. Yes or no, do you think these people believed, like you do, that disproportionately these people, immigrants, once they had the right to vote, would have voted Democrat? Yes or no?
Oh, you're asking me, do I think that they had that information?
Do you think they believed that?
Like, okay, what do I think that they...
Okay, you don't... Let's...
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, let's start with this. We got to get very basic for here, Econoboy. Econoboy, do you have any connections to some sort of special polling data to illegal immigrants or anything like that?
No.
Do you have connections to people in ICE or people that were with the Department of Homeland Security that had access to information that the regular amongst us doesn't, to talk about the mindset of illegal immigrants and what their cultural or political values would be?
Rob, just make your point. This is taking...
Okay, right, it's difficult. Now, despite the fact that you don't have special information, you were able to come to the conclusion that the majority of these illegals would vote Democrat, correct?
No, I would just ask your
What
question.
do you mean, no? Yes or no? You were able to come to that conclusion.
Just make your point.
Yes or no? I can't just make my point because I made my point quite clearly, and you're feigning ignorance. So I'll ask you to respond with a yes or no.
Right,
you were able to. Did you or did you not come to the conclusion that the majority of these illegal immigrants would vote Democrat if they were given the ability to?
So can I clarify what I'm asking, or
I would just like a yes or no. You'll have your chance to clarify after you respond to my questions.
So I intuited it out, essentially.
Yes. So you used your intuition to come to the conclusion that yes, the majority of these people would have voted Democrat, correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Then when I say, okay, I'm not talking about the motivation. Let's say for the sake of argument, all of these Democrats that you're talking about truly have a huge heart and just want illegal immigrants to come to this country. Fine, great. Yeah. Motivation irrelevant. What I'm saying is the following facts. One, they knew how many people were coming across the border and were okay with it. Second, they wanted to allow those people to stay. Third, they wanted to give them the right to vote. And fourth, they knew that overwhelmingly they would vote for Democrats. You seem to say, well, wait a minute. How would they know that fourth part? How would they know that? And I said, well, you knew that. And these people probably have better access to information than you. And so then that is what you were saying. And then the argument you were making before that is, yes, that might be true, but that wasn't their reason. Their motivation had nothing to do with these people would end up voting Democrat. It actually had to do with that they want to be moral people and think that morally these people should have the right. I'm not talking about what their motivations are. I'm saying, are the following facts true? You could give me a yes or no. One, they knew how many people were crossing the border roughly. Yes or no?
Most probably did.
Okay. Second, they wanted to allow those people to stay.
Most probably did.
Third, they wanted to give them by the way, we'll add an addendum there. Even if they were given a deportation order.
They would want them to stay?
Yes.
Most probably would, yes.
Okay. Third, they wanted to give them a pathway to citizenship, which would include voting.
Most probably would, yes.
And fourth, they understood that the majority of those people would vote Democrat.
That was probably, if you had asked them that question, most would probably say yes.
So then when I made that statement and you said, no, you don't understand, you're misrepresenting me, I wasn't misunderstanding. That is exactly true. You're just going to say, but that wasn't their motivation as to why.
Yeah, that's a big deal, Rob. What? Like, obviously, that's a huge difference. Like, obviously, if you have a genuine belief one versus another, that's a big difference in how we might evaluate the morality of what someone's doing. Because, for instance, I might disagree. Obviously, you and I greatly disagree on certain, perhaps fundamental moral questions, right? But that doesn't mean that I think that you're a bad person necessarily. We just have, a philosophical sort of irreducible disagreement. And so that's a much different sort of evaluation of someone's motivation for doing something you consider to be wrong than, I actually have this conspiracy of letting in people basically purely for my personal gain, and I don't actually care about the policy implications of what I'm doing. Well, we would say that that's probably a much less moral person who has less moral motivations for doing what they're doing. That's much more condemnable.
But you're
right?
bringing in morality. No one mentioned morality. I'm talking about the literal on the ground facts. No, that's not the morality of why they're doing it's irrelevant. What I just outlined is true, and you want to deny it because you understand the implications of what the average person will think looking at that.
No,
the other problem is, and why
do you not recognize anything I just said?
Yes, I recognize what you said. You said yes, motivations could matter about whether or not we judge someone as immoral. It doesn't matter to the practical application of what's going on, right? So I already argued. So the practical application of what was going on that I had to like pulling teeth to get you to admit was
I've never denied actually what's
going
on.
When I specifically,
I've never denied actually
what's
going
true.
on.
That's not true. When I specifically outlined this for the first time, you said, no, Rob, you just don't understand. And I'll re-explain this one more time. But actually, everything I said was exactly right. You were just saying, but I think they have benevolent motivations for it, right?
No, I'm saying I've never denied what's going on with the immigration crisis.
Yes, you did. When I outlined, yes, you did. We could run the tape back when I said, one, they knew how many people were coming. Second, they wanted to allow those people to stay even if they got deportation orders. Third, they wanted to give them a pathway to citizenship. And fourth, they knew that majoritarily they would vote Democrat. You said, no, that's what you said. Then you started to deflect to, well, their morals for why they want this. And so then we had to painstakingly go through it because you denied the statement I said was correct. Then we finally got you to admit, okay, what you said was correct, but they have moral reasons for doing so. Now you're saying, but I never denied that was correct when yes, you did. That's how we got into this whole angle.
You just said that I said at the beginning and the end of the conversation that the motivations were really important for why they would do such a thing, right? So, I don't take that to be some sort of teeth dragging out thing. I said that right at the beginning.
Secondly, I don't know what this has to do with. Secondly, what we specifically talked about was if someone is acting in a moral way, they don't act duplicitously. So if they really believed, it has nothing to do with the fact that this will benefit, it does ipso facto benefit us politically, but that's not our reason. Then they would have been upfront with it. They wouldn't have lied. But they did lie. So what conclusion are we supposed to draw? I can't see into your mind. I can't see into the average Democrat politician's mind. What I can see is they lied, that they always intended to allow this many people to come, that they intended to allow them to stay even if they got deportation orders. By the way, many of these same Democrats that you're saying, they're the ones that said, if we just gave more money to the courts, then they would have attorneys and stuff, and then if they got deportation orders, we'd be okay with them. Many of them are lying about that.
Rob, I've understood your point this whole time. Your point is that all we have is a set of facts. We can't read their minds. You're saying that this set of facts implies to me that of the proportion, of Democrats, I guess the members of government, let's say, that, the overwhelming majority of them had this sort of political conspiracy theory in mind, whereas what I'm saying is, as I said at the very, very beginning, we have a different interpretation of the facts available to us, and our senses of our respective political realms. Okay, so we're never going to actually know the answer to this information. Well, maybe there's a forensic investigation. Maybe Trump does a forensic investigation and discovers this conspiracy. Maybe that does happen. I mean, that could happen. But I would just say probably that would not yield very many results.
Okay, what I'm saying is the motivations is irrelevant to how disastrous that is. Second, we know that these people lied, so we can see what the facts are that are undisputed. And that there was what's that?
We disagree on how disastrous it is. That's what I've been trying to say.
Well, you could say, I would say intentionally lying to the American people that you wanted millions of people to come, that you fully intended them to stay, and then saying now they should be given a pathway to citizenship while simultaneously calling everyone racist that said that this was the intent is a disaster. And then the third is when we're trying to do our best to evaluate what the motivations would be, given that we don't disagree about the fact that, one, this would politically benefit Democrats, and second, that they lied, which you admitted, it seems to be if this was for purely moral reasons, they wouldn't have lied.
I don't have reason to believe that in our system. Again, people vote for politicians that often have private views that do not reflect the views that they have publicly.
Why should we believe? Last question. Then I got to get to another caller.
Rob, do you disagree with that? How could you possibly disagree with that? It is a reality of the matter that there are private positions politicians have that they don't share publicly. Do you disagree that that is a fact?
To the extent, I would say the reason they didn't share those publicly was that they knew it was politically damaging. That the majority of the people in this country didn't want open borders. So they lied.
Yes.
Because they knew that it would benefit, whether it be them morally or them politically, they knew that it would benefit their ideology to allow these people in. So they lied to the American people. Yes. Got it. Last question. Since we finally painstakingly got there, why should we ever believe anything they say about immigration again? Oh, if you just do this, if you just give amnesty to the ICE people and the people currently here, we promise next time we would have border security. Why should we ever believe people that feel that these people are morally entitled to be? Why would I believe you? Why would I ever believe you?
Because the exact same thing is true on the Republican side.
Give me an example.
The exact same thing is no, on this issue, it's true on the Republican side as well.
Okay, give me an example. How so?
Okay, so I would say that many Republicans have a view that we are against this illegal immigration. We're against immigration into this country in general, depending on the type of immigrant, you could say, because of those same political motivations. We only want conservative immigrants.
Are they publicly saying they're against the immigration?
Yes.
But they're not publicly saying what their motivation is. Correct?
Well, of course, yes.
Okay, notice the difference. So on the Republican side, you're saying the problem is this. They're not being forthright about their motivations, though many of them are. Many of them are specifically saying...
Rob, you didn't... No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they have a portion of Republicans probably believe something like that. Now, is that
so then you keep saying no, that's not what I'm saying when I'm accurately representing what you say. Then we have to argue for 5 minutes for you to finally admit, okay, yes, that's what I'm saying. So listen very carefully. You're saying they are accurate and telling the truth that they don't like this immigration system. They're just lying about their motivation. Yes?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, that's different than the Democrats who were not talking truthfully about what their motivation was, and were also lying about the policy that they wanted. So they're not just lying about the motivation, they're lying about the policy. That's the Republicans, as you've already admitted, are being open. Our policy is we want a strong border. You're just saying, well, the problem is they're lying about the motivation. Who gives a fuck what the motivation is? You're admitting Republicans are being honest about what they want the border policy to be. You're also admitting that Democrats lied about what they wanted the border policy to be.
Each party probably has issues like this. So, for instance, on abortion, I would say that Democrats
now we're deflecting to another issue. Got it.
No, Rob. Got it. You have to let me draw an example before you can reject the example, outright. For instance, on abortion, I think that Democrats are privately very, very left-wing on abortion rights, right? They believe in basically just total, health. It's treated as a healthcare decision, don't have any sort of legal restrictions and things like this on abortion. Now, that is a conveniently honest public position that Democrats have taken, which is that this is a healthcare issue. This is, not the job of the government to get involved in. They're being honest about their opinion, and their motivation is such that they believe in the policy as well. Republicans are probably the opposite on that issue. They oftentimes, I would imagine, have actually quite radical views on abortion, but they don't publicly come out and say that. They spent the whole campaign, J.D. Vance, Trump, trying to distance themselves from these harsh abortion bans, even though probably a portion of Republicans have very radical views on abortion. And so, I don't know if I would evaluate either of these issues as, or I should say, I don't know if I'd evaluate either party as like particularly good or bad on this issue.
Your whataboutism is very interesting on this. I'll ask you this: do you trust abortion or Republicans on abortion?
What do you mean? Do I trust them?
Do you trust that they're being truthful on abortion?
I think that some Republicans probably have softer views on abortion than they let on.
Do you trust the Republicans on abortion? Do you trust when they say we wouldn't sign a national abortion ban that they're telling the truth?
I would say that most Republicans in the Senate would privately support some sort of abortion ban.
So you don't trust them when they say that?
I think that's one of the things that they have a difference between their public and private role.
Why can't you ever just answer a question? Hey, here's how hard it would be. Do you trust them? I'll put your position. This is what I've said. No, I don't trust them. I think many in the Senate would actually be for that. See how it's super easy. You're like,
trying to block me into this corner.
I think that some would just answer the question. You could expound as to what your reason was, but why can't you just answer the question? So what you said in a very vague way that we're going to have to go through for 7 minutes is, yeah, actually, I don't trust Republicans on abortion. I think that they're being duplicitous. I think that the stated policy that they're suggesting that they wouldn't sign a national abortion ban is untrue. Given the chance because of their motivations, I think they would. See? Not hard at all. Then my follow-up to that would be, then why would we trust Democrats on the border?
I'm not saying you should believe what a Democrat says.
Great, fantastic. That was the question that I had, that it took this long to get to. Why would we ever trust Democrats again if you're admitting that they're intentionally lying to us because they like the policy as it is right now? Great. Thank you. All right, any final thoughts here?
Well, I think that you have reason to believe the things that we do for obviously for various reasons, let's say. And so, I think that many people probably have the view that politicians are, they have different beliefs publicly than they actually hold privately. And yeah, I happen to think that immigration is probably one of those issues that a lot of Democrats say, look, I'm honestly just very pro-immigrant. And so I'm not really that perturbed when we have all these people coming into this country. You say, oh no, it's actually a really high proportion of Democrats who say, well, actually, I have this political sort of long-term conspiracy of just letting in these people for my own political gain, not because it's actually good for the country. And that's what I disagree with. I think that Democrats have a private principle that they know is politically unpopular, and so they try to repackage it and sort of, have a strategic messaging campaign on that. But it's not because of this like long-term political conspiracy project. I just don't think that that's a practical thing to believe in. That this is actually like, for 3 decades, multiple different generations of Democratic leadership have had the same conspiracy theory over that long a period of time. Like that seems
they've lied about it for 3 decades. You agree with that?
No, I don't think. I mean, it's my understanding actually.
Cool.
We had a quite pro-immigration sentiment for a long time.
Wait, say again.
Well, for instance, Ronald Reagan was quite pro-immigrant.
Okay, he's not a Democrat. You just said the Democrats for 3
Democrats.
You said the Democrats for 30 years that I'm ascribing to them that they had this policy that they wanted illegal immigrants to come to give them amnesty to the ability to vote, and that it's laughable that it would be this conspiracy theory. Okay, but if you're going back 3 decades and saying, well, the immigration policies, it seems to be what you're implying is the immigration policy has been to allow these people in, and the Democrats through over that period of time secretly wanted to give them amnesty and the right to vote. Is that what you're saying? Did they want to do that for 3 decades?
No, what I'm saying is not that their motivation changed, but rather that their public position changed. So
okay, when was their public position? That's what I'm asking. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. For instance, when Bill Clinton was president, now to be fair, Obama, my understanding of Obama's rhetoric was actually quite harsh on immigration. His actual policy was decently harsh on immigration. So I don't know actually how, he might have just had a personal view of being more anti-immigrant, or maybe he thought that was good for the party or something. But Bill Clinton, at the very least, he was interviewed about this actually by Bill O'Reilly. He gets asked in 2011, why didn't you close the border? Why didn't you secure the border? And what he said was, well, the economy was just so good at the time that even Republicans in Texas didn't want, that wasn't a very popular position to build the wall or to deport all these illegal immigrants because the economy was really good and these immigrants coming in helped the economy. At least that was the perception of things at the time. That was his sense of things. And so to me, that's just saying their motivation probably stayed the same over that period of time, but their stated position changed because the political winds changed.
Okay, what I'm saying is that their stated position of wanting these people to come here and actually give them a pathway to citizenship it was duplicit. You're admitting that it was duplicative. They never changed that. They just saw the political winds change, so they then had to lie about it. But they've had that same policy since the days of Bill Clinton.
That motivate. Yeah,
Cool.
Exactly. Their motivation.
So the idea that you say, oh, it's laughable that for decades they would have been having a conspiracy. What you are admitting is they lied. So in a sense, that is some form of conspiracy. We're just talking about the potential motivations. But you are admitting, since at least the days of Obama, and probably since the days of George Bush after Clinton, that the Democrats have been intentionally lying to the American people that they actually wanted scores upon scores of illegal immigrants to come into the country and eventually give them a pathway to citizenship. You're just saying it was for altruistic reasons. Yeah. That's all. Cool. All right. Hey, thanks for calling in.
Genuinely are very
appreciate it. That's it.
Rob,
you want to shout out where you're from? Buddy, I'm supposed to be done streaming at 8 o'clock. I'm 3.5 hours beyond that. What do you have to talk about now?
Quick question. No, because I wanted to just quickly get your sense of things. I didn't mean, I knew there was a chance we'd get derailed, but I just quick sense of things. Do you think, so the question really fundamentally was, do you think that he's actually going to do this mass deportation and to what degree, like, do you think it'll be 10 or 15
previously,
million people?
I think what happened is that he'll start with the people that have already been given deportation orders and start with the people that are violent criminals, and then he'll start to go after companies, which will ipso facto lead to people self-deporting, and then they'll have some sort of offer where they'll allow the people to work with them to potentially have a fast track to come back in. Already answered this question. Next.
How big an effect do you think that would be? Like, do you think that'll be 10 million plus people, or like how many people?
I think an effect would be over 10 million people.
Okay, so you think he's going to really succeed in doing this. And the tariffs, do you think he's going to actually do universal tariffs?
I think that he's using it as a negotiating chip, and that a lot of the countries will reciprocate by lowering the tariffs that they've had for years and years on the United States, and then he won't do tariffs on those particular countries. Okay, thanks, man. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it. You want to shout your channel out?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry to keep you so long. Yeah, I guess, Econo Boy on everything. It's good talking, Rob.
All right, take it easy. Holy fuck. You notice it's so frustrating. We do have one more caller to get to. I'll get to Super Chats here, but my God, it's so frustrating. You have to, baby step people because they can't just be honest. They can't just talk about what they want. Of course, when he's admitting that he embraces the Democrats that intentionally lie about this position, is there any? Damien Peanut for $2 says, ask if penises should be allowed in female spaces. I believe that was to the previous caller. Bubblegum Gun for $5 says, 100% agree, Rob. I don't think the CIA should meddle with the inevitable revolution that will burn South America down. My moralists can cry about it. Bubblegum Gun for $2 says, atheism making moral arguments, Crimea River libs. Bubblegum Gun for $2 says, funny, this conspiracy is exactly what's happening. Yep. Mr. Scott J87 for $2 says, exit polls are surveying illegal immigrants. What the fuck? 55%. Yeah, probably the most laughable thing he said. 40% of illegals are going to vote to get themselves deported. They're just misinformed. It's just laughable. And Bubblegum Gun for $5 says, there's a large portion of lefties who want immigrants to replace whites to establish a left power hegemony to replace the republic with communism. It has nothing to do with replacing whites as much as it has to do with replacing the population of people that are already here. But, I mean, judge for yourself. I don't have to narrate what's going on with that debate or discussion with Econo Boy. So, lastly, last call tonight, we got Drew the Dog Man. What's up, Drew? Sorry it took so long there.
No, okay. I went away and I actually got sidetracked, and right as you were about to call me on earlier, I got distracted and had to dip. So, I was freed up. I just, for the record, if Econo Boy, if you're still listening, eat a dick. You're a bad faith piece of shit. I can't believe I just listened to you advocate for something for an hour and then try and act like Rob's a racist for calling out the obvious ramifications that you fucking yourself know are.
It just, I don't know. I'm not saying that there aren't people on the right-wing side that aren't duplicitous as well, but I'm talking to an individual. It's just everything about it. It's like, oh, you're going to walk through the door. That's not what I said. And then it takes 10 minutes. Well, okay, yeah, you're right. Like, it's so fucking frustrating. It's one of the things that's so, it's so refreshing to debate someone like Andrew Wilson that'll just be like, yeah. Like, I love that. I love people that'll just, and when I actually, like, at some point, it's like, Conboy, why don't you take a seat and I'll make your argument for you, since you're going to be unwilling to just answer, and it's going to be like jumping through hoops. So it ends up being an hour and a half conversation that should have been a 20-minute conversation, because you have to painstakingly go through step by step by step, because constantly what he's thinking is, how will Rob use this argument? Oh, I don't want to give anything up. I don't want to, you can't even concede basic things like, yeah, a huge proportion of illegals, if you gave them the right to vote, would vote for the party that said we're going to give you amnesty, and not the party that said we're going to kick you out. You can't even admit that. You can't even admit that.
Even after you dog walk him around and get him back on task, and it's like, oh yeah, I still can't have a good faith to fucking discussion with you.
It's frustrating. I see this a lot with people on, that I debate. But anyways, what's up? We're done. We wish Econoboy well. I hope he does well, even if he thinks I'm garbage.
I hope you're well, Econoboy. Eat a dick. Bad faith piece of shit. I usually don't call in. I'm a big fan. I usually don't call in because I don't want it to be a hug fest. We agree on too much. So I just figured, how about this for a lightweight question, but kind of serious? If Elon calls you tomorrow, Elon Musk says, Rob, I have $10 billion I want to drop over the next 4 years into high quality right-wing propaganda. How would you spend that?
How would I spend it? I would greedily take all the money and never stream again and fuck everyone. That's what I would do. I think
you only get 1% as a salary.
Okay. I think that the important thing to do, I think that Charlie Kirk and Turning Point are setting a good example. For me, I think that you should have people that are business minded, someone like a Glenn Beck, or maybe someone like Elon Musk, that should take the helm and try to, I think what needs to happen is to try to have a coalition of people from traditional forms of media to newer forms of media that are sort of working as a team in tandem. And so do you buy up
MSNBC and The Onion and give them to James O'Keefe?
It depends on the price. I mean, what good are those things? I mean, I guess like The Onion, I like the idea, like, okay, let's reverse this. The idea that The Onion was trying to buy InfoWars, it's a joke. It's kind of a funny joke, right? I'll admit that. Oh, The Onion bought InfoWars, like, but after the initial
funniest thing in 25 years from The Onion.
Right. So after the initial 2 weeks, then what? Like, is it like, what are you really buying with InfoWars? Is it the microphones? Is it the building? Like, none of that matters, right? InfoWars is Alex Jones. That's what it is, and it's similar with MSNBC. What would you be buying, right? Like the contracts of the hosts and tell them to kick rocks? Okay. Do you really
So would you build up like a straight news network to feed X with straight news that has a right wing spin, or what?
It's not something I would do. Like, I would have no.
I'm saying I don't have $10 billion to spend.
Is there a space? See, here's the thing, right? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. If I was going to build a news network, it would be hostile to everyone. That's the news I want. I want news that's going to grill Donald Trump, and it's going to grill Chuck Schumer, and it's going to grill Joe Biden, it's going to grill Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris and Rand Paul. That's what I want. I don't want news that's going to
news.
Right. I don't want news that's going to be right-wing MSNBC. That's not what I want. I don't want that. Now, there's a difference. I don't mind pundits that are that. I don't mind pundits on the left that are that. That's fine. But if I'm literally saying I want a news network that's going to try to take opinion out of it and just have factual news, I want it to go hard on people in positions of power. That's what I want. And if that means going hard after Trump, fine, so be it. So if the argument is there a place for that? Sure, I think there's a place for that. The way I would spend money on sort of trying to help my side win, or trying to help Republicans or free speech on sort of online platforms, I think what you do is, the way you go about it is, you have to have some sort of support network for talent that's up and coming. I think that's one of the things that we see. Like, for example, take Progressive Victory PAC. We could all laugh at it, and to some degree it deserves to be laughed at. I mean, when you're dropping money on people like Wick and Hutch, what sort of turnout are you expecting to get? Does that translate into big votes for you? I don't know. By the way, props to Wick and Hutch for getting paid. I don't give a fuck at all. Like, good for them. I'm not trying to talk shit on them. But the greater story of what Progressive Victory is doing is actually very smart. They realize the
But
media.
what if you have 10,000 of them?
Well, okay, right. So this is what I'm getting to. The media landscape is switching to more of this sort of online spaces, right? And so not everything that you invest in is going to be a win, but the idea of investing into talent that's in this online space to eventually translate that into cultural and political victories is actually smart. And you can see what happens if there isn't some sort of financial or institutional backing. What happens is you had the 2015 landscape of online politics in places like YouTube, where you had this meme magic that's fucking crushing it. And it was predominantly going for the right wing. Talented people based on their own metrics were coming up and they were challenging systems of authority in funny and entertaining ways. And it was predominantly benefiting this this landscape where Donald Trump's coming up. All of this is coalescing at the same time. So what happened? Well, you saw that institutions in the United States, including our intel agencies, decided that they were going to work in tandem with places like YouTube, Alphabet, Google, whatever, the whole branch of them, and other social media platforms, put their thumb on the scale. And then all of a sudden you saw that a lot of those right-wing voices were demonetized or kicked off. And then a lot of
Witnessed it. I personally witnessed it.
Yeah, a lot of smaller people that were coming up and might have said, hey, I like when I see Milo doing this, or I like what I see Sargon doing. I'm going to try my hand at something like that. All of a sudden, the algorithm was never favorable to them. And they never got to take off. And all of this, you felt, all I could speak to is myself. I kind of feel like I'm on an island when I start streaming in 2018. There's no person to talk to. Hey, can you give me some pointers? Can you help me out? There's no financial guarantee. I have a friend, Drone Tech Politics. I don't know how much Drone Tech would be comfortable with me talking about this. Suffice it to say, he was kicking ass financially in 2016 with his channel. He's doing fucking great. Huge numbers, making huge amounts of money in places like YouTube. Just like that. Demonetized, algorithm fucks him. That's it. He made decisions in his life that this was going to be his career. It's gone. And so someone like me, for example, I can't do this full time. I have to have a job. Why? Because with the snap of a finger, they could be like, you're demonetized. That's it. I have a wife and kid. I'm 40 years old. To me, it's like joining a rock band. Sure, it sounds fun, but how am I guaranteed that I'm going to have insurance for my family? How am I guaranteed that my family's going to be financially taken care of? And that's where having a network behind you that's willing to not just advocate for you culturally and political, but to provide financial incentive and to basically give a launching off platform where there's more eyeballs on you, which means that if the algorithm decides to screw you over, you still have this network of people that's going to be able to hear you. To do those things, I think is very important.
I laugh my ass off every time I hear a left winger say, "Oh, the money on the right wing, the money on the right wing." I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Now, you do have Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA that have recognized this, but if you had billions of dollars, I think you could do a far better job of this. Let me give you another example. You remember when Steven Crowder was sort of feuding with the Daily Wire, and he put out this offer and was like, I'm looking for right-wing streamers that don't want to sign ridiculous contracts. I would be willing to hire you onto my network and work to you with the
build
team.
a network, yeah.
Right, and he's going to build this network. Now, I don't know that ever happened. I tried to reach out to him and was like, that's actually a great idea, though. There's safety in numbers, and there's safety.
I do like that.
Yeah, and
so
that now listen, I don't think that it would work as well if you're trying to control the content too much, right? And so if you're like, all of us need to talk about this today, I think that would be inorganic and it would have problems. But if you just see people that you think are talented and you invest in them and you say, I'm going to give you a shot, not all of them will be great, but I think that that's a good step in getting into the right direction. The other thing that I think personally there's room for is combining audience from more traditional forms of media to newer media. So I used to have a radio show that I did out of Williamsport, Pennsylvania, and I was always trying, people that listen to radio tend to be an older audience that probably were listening to like the great Rush Limbaugh, and those people are getting older, right? How many of those people are like, oh, I could tune into the Daily Wire and hear what Ben Shapiro.
I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh in detention.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And there was other people like here around Pittsburgh. There were right wingers, Quinn and Rose. I used to listen to them while I was at work and stuff. But those people are getting. Oh, how many of them know? Hey, I could go to the dailywire.com and see what Ben Shapiro has to say, or Andrew Klavan. Probably not a lot, right? Because they just don't consume media in the same type of ways. So I think you already have talk radio that had built up this great network. I think you have an audience there that if you could encourage them to sort of mesh with a newer audience that's consuming, so maybe your older
Pretty
audience
much
of
the
talk
same
radio.
thing, just over here.
Right. So you have talk radio, Fox News, Newsmax, those traditional forms of media, and now newer forms of media, right? I think that would be something that would be beneficial. So that's where I would put my money. Now, the truth is, it's easy for me to say someone should invest in me. If Glenn Beck came to me and said, or Elon Musk or whatever,
But hold on, that's legitimate. Invest in 10,000 Rob Norse. That's a legitimate.
But it sounds
statement.
selfish. But here would be the scenario. Someone says, let's say I make $200,000 on YouTube this year. I'm not going to make anything close to that. But let's just say hypothetically it happens. Let's say, let's make it the example as best as possible. Let's say it's not just like someone sends me a super chat for 100,000. It's not that. It's literally just, I got 1,000 people watching a night and I'm making this money. I'm making this money. I'm making this money. Right? Could I quit my job? Well, no, I still can't, even though that's considerably more money than I make at work. Why? Because it's not guaranteed. And the YouTube could say, oh, by the way, 3 community strikes, your channel's done. Then what? I'm left holding the bag. Like, that's it. If Glenn Beck or Elon Musk comes to me and says, we want to hire you to a contract, we'll pay you $100,000 a year if you put X amount of content out a week for us, right? So you're going to have a slot.
Streamer insurance is what you need. Some kind of streamer insurance.
But it should be a little more written in stone than that. Not just streamer insurance, but it should be like, you're going to have a time slot from 11 to 2 on weekdays. We want you to stream there. And then they go to someone else and they're like, your time slot's going to be from 2 to 5, right? And then as a network, we could all put this out that like, hey, our network under the Blaze, here's, we'll broadcast to our network, but they also have their own private channels. Here's the times they're going to be on, et cetera, et cetera. I think that would be something that really would bring up. And then what happens is you get different types of people, right? You don't just want debate bros like me. You also want people like,
because you got to hit every aspect of it. You got to hit
Alex Stein.
Live.
Alex Stein's out there doing comedy, joking stuff. That's important. Right? You want people that maybe aren't debating at all. Maybe you just want young people that are like doing video game stuff, but they have the values that you appreciate, and you know that those values will come through in the work that they're doing. Right? And like you sort of see some of this stuff happen with like the Daily Wire. They're getting involved in the movie business. I'm not saying their movies are the best, but you got to start somewhere. Right? You want to get
was classic.
Yeah, you want to get involved not just in politics, but in culture in general. And a lot of times what that means is for every, let's use the left, Progressive Victory PAC, let's say hypothetically, and I'm just speaking hypothetically because I don't know who all they paid or whatever. Let's say they paid Pondering Politics and they promoted him out there and now he's got 1 million subscribers on YouTube and maybe he starts kicking ass. But for every example of that, you're going to have people like that don't make it. They're going to be streaming to 80, 90 people. But that's okay. Yeah. It's the same as being like, if you're a music studio, not every act that you ever put money behind is going to sell a gold record. Probably most don't. You give them a chance, it didn't work out. But you gotta give that chance. Now, maybe this wouldn't be in the Wild West of like the early days of YouTube. Maybe none of this is necessary where it's just like, fuck it, man. Everything goes, right? Which is what YouTube started out as. If that's what we still had today, it would be different. But it's not like that. I mean, I draw a lot of similarities to people in the music industry where I traveled with a band that I thought was incredibly talented. Now, granted, I'm biased because I like the guys, but I thought they were very talented. And I remember I got to talk to other talented musicians. Some of them had made it. And were signed to significant record labels and were making a career out of it. And some that were very talented but never made it. And they were working 9-to-5 jobs. And a lot of what I came to realize is talent's only one portion of it. Who you know. Did you get the right lucky break? How many musicians just take since the 60s in the United States were absolutely phenomenal musicians that just never got the right break? They never had someone in a studio. It was, and now things have changed, right? Where you could put yourself out there on social media. I heard Kevin Smith talk about this as a filmmaker one time. Someone asked him, how would he stand out? How could he make the movie Clerks today? And he's like, well, there's advantages and disadvantages. The advantage would be the equipment I needed, the distribution. So simple now. Shit, anybody can have a camera that can film that. But the disadvantage is, but now there's 50,000 people doing it. So how do you stand out? When he did it, it was hard to get all of that equipment. It was hard to get that distribution, but he's basically the only guy doing it that's taking the chance he is. Now there'd be 50,000 other people doing it. So how do you stand out from those 50,000? And so there are different challenges now. And so I think that having that sort of backing for some sort of organization, it would be a really good thing. I don't anticipate someone throwing that much money. I don't think Elon Musk is going to throw that much money. But certainly I think Elon...
I think he wants to be Bezos.
Yeah. You know, well, I mean, fuck, look at Twitch. Look at that nightmare. Right?
Oh, my God.
You know,
dude, I spotted Twitch like 5 years ago as a communist hellhole.
Dude, it's so funny to me. Ironically, though, this is so... I don't know how. I've never really got fucked over on Twitch, which is unbelievable. Because Twitch is the one, I remember, like the second panel I ever did, I started getting this DM on Twitch. I'm streaming to Twitch, and I start getting this DM. And by the way, my Twitch audience used to be much bigger than my YouTube audience. Like I'd have 30, 40 people watching on Twitch and like 5 on YouTube, right? And I'm doing this panel, and it's trans issues get brought up, and some dude I don't know starts DMing me. He's like, you need to shut up right now. Stop. Leave the panel. And I'm like, I thought it was like someone who disliked me. I was like, what? They're like, you start talking about,
what's going on?
Right. They're like, you start talking about trans issue on Twitch, guarantee ban. Guarantee it. You can't talk about this. And the people you're debating know it. Right. They're like, the people you're debating know it. You're going to get mass reported. They know what they're doing. And so I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to talk about this. And then I started asking around, and people are like, absolutely. You can't run afoul of the trans community on Twitch. You can't do it. They'll ban your ass in a minute. And so I've been lucky on Twitch. Now, I think that I get deprioritized in the algorithm and all that good shit. But the idea of like, you know, it's just been, you know, I can't speak to what the algorithm does on places like YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Rumble. I just don't know. And I'm not very savvy at how to manipulate the algorithm. But what I can say is the actual like punishment that I've received, the most of it's been on YouTube. I've probably received 14 to 15 community strikes, and each time you get a strike, your channel's down for like a week or two, and if you get 3 strikes within a 90-day period, you lose your complete channel. I've had to delete hundreds of videos on my YouTube channel because I'll get mass reported when I do a debate, and all of a sudden I'll get 2 community strikes and like 17 warnings in the span of 20 minutes from videos from 3 years ago. That happens to me. So I can only imagine that I'm deprioritized in the algorithm as well. But yeah, I mean, I think that Bezos with Amazon there and Twitch, you know, Bezos, I don't think he wants to be Bezos. My interpretation would be Musk would be more hands-on. I think Bezos was just happy with the gaming aspect of Twitch, and politics was probably always secondary. But the people running Twitch fell in love with like Hassan and some of the people in the radical trans community. And so even left-wingers weren't spared. You know, they ran afoul of the community and they were kicked off. I've largely survived on Twitch because I'm small. And that I don't deal with, I learned my lesson. I don't deal with some of the more radical people anymore because I get tired of getting mass reported.
You know when you're walking into a trap, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it is what it, now I've said some shit that I'm surprised, you know, that because I don't know, other people I think would probably probably would have got banned. But yeah, that's what I would do. Any final thoughts? I got 2 more people in the chat. I got to be done here by 12:30. So I'm supposed to be done at 8.
I'll let you get going, bub. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Later.
All right. Good callers. We got. I don't know the order that you. Oh, that's Crisco. We'll bring him in. He's just going to talk about Digimon or fishing. Crisco, what's happening?
Whoa! I was not prepared.
You weren't prepared to talk about Digimon or fishing?
Whoa! I haven't played Digimon in a long time. Anyway,
is it frowned upon in Canada? Are they more Pokemon people up there?
I play neither. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh fan.
Hey, since you gave a super chat, do you mind if I read a couple before we get going?
Go ahead.
All right. Bubblegum Gun for $5 says, there's a large portion of lefties who want... Oh, we already read that one. Bubblegum Gun for $2 says, but Rob, it's for morality, not votes, bigot. And then Crisco, who I'm talking to right now for $10 says, Rob, you still have not given your top 10 anime of the summer season. Is that what you want to talk about? Anime?
No.
Oh, okay.
I want to talk about America's commitment to helping Canada rid our immortal enemy, the Danes. They are trying to take Hans Island still. It is rightful Canadian clay. We do not need a land border with them.
All I know about the Danes is Macbeth, right? And that seemed bad enough. I just watched one of the old Macbeth movies the other day. It has a tremendous final fight between Macbeth and Macduff. Okay. I don't know shit all about the situation you're talking about, but there is something serious to talk about in tangentially to that, and that is, what should we do with countries that are traditionally allies, that have engaged in sort of authoritarian lefty policies? The better example, the one I'm more familiar with, is the UK, right? And sort of how fucking crazy it's becoming, where they're locking people up for anti-free speech principles. They're part of an EU that's seeking to bring US business owners like Elon Musk in and potentially punish them. Yeah, I would say the same would be true of Canada, with a lot of the policies going after the truckers and shit like that. I think the United States under Trump should offer repercussions. We should say, we feel that you are not a free country, and therefore we will not treat you as we would a country that is free. And that means that we won't prioritize our relationship with these countries, whether it be trade relationships. We'll seek other countries that are more aligned with the values of free speech and aren't using weaponization to go after businesses they don't like. And if Canada wants to be part of that, then they're going to have to start to change the policies that they have in the country. Same would be true of the UK. I do think that Trump should use his platform to try to model countries that are traditionally our allies to doing those. And like particularly with countries that are in NATO, if they are going to behave tyrannically and not, obviously no one thinks that we should have total control over their government. I'm not suggesting that. But if they're going to do things as blatant as attack people's right to speech on places like social media and go after places like fuck. Sumo nails me. Macbeth in Scotland. Hamlet's Denmark. Fuck. I'm getting my Shakespeare mixed up. So, yes. But I don't know shit all about. They're trying to take some island and be your neighbor now? That's what's going on?
No, they've always had claim to like 60%. It's really Canadian soil. Let's be real. But anyways, on to your question. I think it's difficult because what do you do that doesn't drive them, say, necessarily to China? For instance, if we look at Russia and all the sanctions that were placed during the Ukrainian war, it just drove them closer to China, for instance.
Killer Steven, thanks for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. We're talking to my friend Crisco now, and then we got another caller. But go ahead, Crisco. I'm sorry. We're talking about allied countries and what the United States should do if they have what we consider anti-free speech principles. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Crisco.
So, as I was saying, like, if you look at Russia, what happened with Russia during the Ukrainian war? Banning them from SWIFT, for instance, just drove them closer to China. Now, instead of Russia and China having, say, border disputes, they're actually just hammering this out and becoming closer. So what happens if you, say, start putting sanctions on the UK government for, say, let's say the UK government's like, okay, we're going to arrest Elon Musk because of his involvement or because of Twitter. What then do you do that doesn't drive a bigger wedge? In my opinion, the only thing is to export culture. I think we saw that kind of like when Metallica went to Russia. Like you had 1 million people at a Metallica concert.
Well, I agree that cultural is a better way to go about it than politically, though I'm not necessarily suggesting sanctions. There's a carrot and stick approach. Maybe sanctions would be part of it, but I think the better part of it is we're just not going to prioritize you. We're going to give less money to NATO. Sorry. We're not going to get into a military alliance that we're beholden to go to war to protect a country that's going to lock up businessmen in our country because they allow free speech. Sorry, not happening. If you want to say, well, fine, then we're willing to sabotage our relationship with the United States and NATO to ally ourselves with Russia and China, the very reason that NATO exists is sort of prevent Russia and China's expansion. I guess so be it. I think that is immediate economic suicide for countries that rely on so much of the U.S. market. I don't think that they would have access to a similar market in that quick of a period of time. Now, the argument could be made that they'll start a gradual transition, which could happen, but I think that they'll find that things will be even worse in those circumstances, and China and Russia will demand even more from these countries than the United States, saying you don't get to lock up our citizens because they own a platform that allows free speech. And so I think that the United States has, it's the old lesson, right? You should demand more of your allies. You should demand more of those that you give to, right? And the idea that we have to continue to fund so much of what goes on in countries around the world while they engage in policies and principles that are antithetical to everything that America stands for, like the First Amendment, is something that we should speak up against. I guess there's always a chance that Canada could say, fuck you, United States, we're not trading with you. Okay, let's see how that works out. I feel they need the United States more than the United States needs them. That's my feeling. And that would probably encourage the United States to say, fine, then we'll go elsewhere. And now you'll have Canada and the United States sort of competing for the same countries that are left out there. I think the United States wins that competition. Same's true of the UK. So I agree with you that culturally would be a better way to go. But how do you even get culture if, like, what would you do if Starmer's just like, well, we're not going to allow Ted Nugent to come here. We're not going to allow Kid Rock. Fuck him. No. Then what do you still say? Well, shucks, someday we'll send Metallica. It's not going to work. Like, the way to allow culture is through free speech. And, you hope that what happens is that it changes internal politics in a country like the UK. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? The United States is even calling out our bullshit now. We need to go to the polls and try to elect someone that's not going to be an authoritarian that locks up our people while they allow people that we've imported from other countries to riot, commit heinous crimes, etc. They're very soft on that sort of crime, but they're going to punish us for speaking up against it. Yeah, there's not a perfect solution. I mean, the perfect solution would be that there's not authoritarian pricks that are intentionally bringing people across the world into their countries to sabotage their own country and then locking up their own domestic populations when they complain about it. But unfortunately, we don't live in that world. So something needs to change. And I'll ask you specifically, do you feel that there's some sort of political tides shifting in Canada? It seems to me that people are fucking fed up with Trudeau. So I think if the United States helped push that in the right direction a little by saying, hey, if you're going to freeze people's assets and shit for protesting the government, we're not going to prioritize you. We're going to say that we have a list of countries that we think are anti-free speech, and we're not going to prioritize. Do you think that people are getting fed up with Trudeau's antics there in Canada?
Unfortunately, I think they are. However, it's not for the reasons that I would say are free speech or rights. They're more pissed off about things like the economy. In Canada, for instance, rights are not a thing. We technically have an equivalent to the Bill of Rights. We do have a Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights in Canada is old. It's been updated. But like the very first thing, it basically says your rights can be taken away with a notwithstanding clause. So that's what you see what happens with like the truckers in Canada. Martial law was put into effect and just shut that down. And it's not like it toppled the government either. The government went on to win again. So it's not like here it's like, oh, we're clamoring for free speech. I don't think a lot of people necessarily care about free speech. I do think if you hit them economically, so if you want to use the military, instead of just going after NATO, the U.S. Navy is basically the most important bodyguard in the world. It bodyguards basically shipping routes, international shipping routes from pirates. It's why we basically don't see pirates on the news, unless it's a slow news day and they're like, oh, the Navy killed some pirates, right? So I think forcing countries to pay for their own things, like a lot of people don't realize how much the U.S. government pays for. Like in Canada, we wouldn't have a lot of our social programs if we had to pay for our military, for instance. Like,
right?
I think that.
No, I
also
agree.
with
I think
culture-
that's why we could use the United States should say we're done paying for that shit if you're going to engage in authoritarian policies. Just like we would hypothetically do when it comes. We might put sanctions on a country, for example, that engages in human trafficking, right? So we'll just take away the carrot. We don't have to use the stick. Okay, we're paying for all this shit in Canada. You want to lock people up because they've expressed free speech? We're done paying for that shit. Maybe you'll reconsider. You think they're just going to say, well, fuck that. We'll go to China. They'll pay for their Navy will protect us? I don't think so. I don't think it'll work that way. And I think it's even worse in the UK.
Well, I also think Canada's in a very much different situation in that we have large parts of Canada in our north, the North Sea. Like, basically, the U.S. doesn't recognize it as Canadian ocean and land. Like, the whole Northwest Territories, basically, and none of it, all that in the North Sea Passage, right? As it's the U.S. policy since Clinton, at least, has been to view it as international waters, like the brain farting, the place in Egypt, right? So for Canada, I think it would actually be a real big boon. I don't think that there's any negatives to it other than temporary hardship in terms of having to rework how a lot of things work in terms of economics. Like, Canada has everything it needs to be a superpower. The only thing that's holding us back is, to be honest, is a lot of internal BS. Not to say like
I don't
Canada's
think that's true. At least not in the short term. Like, my understanding is you've already said that there's economic problems in Canada. How are they going to, if all of a sudden it's like, okay, dude, you're on your own, provide your own military defense, where are they getting that money? You think it's going to be popular governmentally in Canada? You think that the people are going to be like, oh, shit, now we got to spend 15 to 20% of government on defense? And that's cool. We're cool with that. Why? Well, because we decided to vote for people that say you shouldn't have the right to say what you want on social media.
I like increasing military spending in Canada is pretty popular. Most people don't understand that it means less social programs, because where's that money going to come from? We're just going to borrow more? No, that's not. Well, that is part of what's going to happen. But the Canadian military is a huge joke. Everybody laughs at it. You know, you go back to World War II and you'd be like, oh, Canada was at one point the third largest navy in the world, which it should have maintained because we have so much coastline, and it's ever like with the seaways not being closed up all year, or almost not closed up all year, it's going to be very important in this century. Like, Canada has everything it needs to be a superpower. The only problem is it has no political willpower, because it looks at the US and goes, oh, I'm better than them. And the snotty attitude has just ruined everything.
Well,
like,
nonetheless, I think that, you know, I got to leave it there, and we're going to have to get to the next. I just think that we should demand more of our allies. We should not give them special privileges if they are going to be authoritarians and stand antithetical to all of the values that we have in the United States, especially if it comes to locking up United States citizens for allowing free speech on a platform. I don't know that Canada's threatened Elon Musk with that, but certainly the EU has threatened that. So I think that we should try to do something politically. Hopefully it works out. And I think that, of course, it would be better culturally. I don't know if we culturally have time. I'm certainly not going to continue to finance the military and the well-being of countries that want to lock up all of my citizens because they say rude things online. That's how I look at it. So, and I don't.
I do have one quick thing.
Go ahead. I don't think it'll drive people to China. These countries.
There is something similar. So Canada, Trudeau has said that if Netanyahu, for instance, came to Canada, he would arrest Netanyahu as per the ICC court order. So not necessarily an American citizen, but, you know, supposedly the greatest ally. And then I think it was Lindsey Graham had come out and said Lindsey Graham or someone said there will be sanctions. So we can kind of see it, but not with an American citizen.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So I think all the more reason to... Hey, Crisco, thanks so much for calling in. I really appreciate it. I'm starting to peter out a little, getting a little tired. Like I said, I was supposed to be done at 8, so we've gone 4 hours long.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it, though, man.
There's a lot to talk about with the topic you brought up.
Yeah,
like,
we'll talk.
It's an insane amount.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Have a nice night.
Yep. All right, we got one more caller. No one else call in. We're not getting to you. Pebble Clack, what's happening, my friend?
Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
I can. What's happening?
Hey, I'm not sure if you remember me, but this is Jack, co-host on the Cider House.
Oh, yeah. How's it going?
Pretty good. I just had a long drive to Indiana for Thanksgiving break.
There you go.
Where I'm at, but I'm still awake, and I saw that you're still live, so I was hoping to talk to you about some topics, if that's all right.
Yeah, no problem at all. Great to hear from you. Sorry I was unable. I know you guys were streaming during the election. I talked to John and I wanted to call in, but I ended up getting so busy that night. It was just, was it like a party like atmosphere election day?
Oh, it definitely was. Like we were so happy about the election results.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear
everyone got like super drunk afterwards. It was fun.
There you go. Yeah. So what's happening? What's on your mind?
Well, I have like two topics, but like I understand that you want to get off around 12:30. But I guess the one I'll bring up to you is like it's gonna sound weird because obviously like we align on a bunch of issues, like namely like the trans issues, like what you and I would consider reasonable would be called like transphobic in like a lot of like mainstream media circles, etc., or progressive circles. However, like when it comes to like the transgender bathroom bill, like proposed by Nancy Mace, I feel like as though the like her way of addressing it is flawed, and it comes across to me as like virtue signaling almost, because it's very bare bone, and I think it's going to cause more problems than resolving them.
I completely agree with you. I think that I don't have a problem with the bill, right? The idea is like, listen, now we're just going to have the restrooms are going to be this way, that. It's all the theatrics that are surrounding it, right? And what happens is you don't want to overplay your hand. You see this a lot, right? Where I'll give an example, right? So, and maybe I'll admit that I just kind of watch this sort of a little in the background. So if people want to fight about this, I'll go back and rewatch it. I remember hearing that the new Buzz Lightyear cartoon movie, you had to avoid it because it's super pro LGBT. There's two lesbians making out in it. I was like, okay, whatever. So then my son, he watches Toy Story, loves it, watches all the Toy Stories. So we're rewatching him. And then the Buzz Lightyear movie just comes on as the next movie as I'm like cleaning up or something. It comes. I saw this lesbian kiss. It was literally like half a second a peck on the cheek. Now, I can understand someone saying, I don't want any of that shit in anything that my child consumes, blah, blah, blah. But for me, I thought that this was made into something that was way bigger than what it actually was. And I think you run the risk when you're winning these cultural battles of overplaying your hand. Most people probably feel very similar to me on the trans issue, which is these people probably have some sort of mental illness. I sort of feel bad for them. I would talk to them. I wouldn't keep them out of all public situations or anything like that. But I'm tired of the bullshit. There's a lot of people that use this and make demands of people like me that want to cause conflict and shit. And fuck all that. And you shouldn't be allowed in women's spaces. And you shouldn't be allowed to tell me that I have to call you certain things or anything like that. But if not, it's sort of like, to take something less controversial. Have you ever ran into a vegetarian? There's two types of vegetarians, right? There's a vegetarian, it's like, I'm good. I don't eat meat. I'll order a salad. Okay, fine. Then there's the vegetarian, like, what are you doing? Is that a steak? Do you know? Let me show you a video. And to that person, you're like, yeah, I'll take another steak. Fuck you. I'm not going to listen to you sit here and tell me what I have to do. Right? Like, I don't hate all vegetarians by any stretch. It's just I hate people causing controversy, telling me I have to do this or that. So I think then when you see like Nancy Mace, like, oh, I'm going to put girls only on this, blah, 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 and just the theatrics about it, it does come across as like, I think you're taking an issue that people feel passionately about and serious about and think that it's getting too fucking far, and you're making a joke of it for theatrics, and it does feel like virtue signaling, and I think that I have no problem with you pushing this bill. Push the bill gets passed, fine, great, done talking about it. But the little tit for tat back and forth, to me, it just seems to make light of the situation to where I think a lot of people will go, oh, so it is the other side's just as bad. They're going to keep bringing up this shit and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I agree with you. I thought that it was too much, that Nancy Mace is acting a bit like a child about the whole situation, and that there was a way to approach it if she wanted to make this point. Here's the bill. That's it. We're just talking about the safety of women. That's it. Okay, bill's passed, prove my point. And then wait for them to do something and go, they're acting like children. We're just trying to have safety for women, something that Democrats claim to care about. That's it. That's the way to make that argument. And, that's how I saw it.
Yeah, I completely agree, Rob. But like, when it comes, my specific issues with it is based on how it's worded. Because, well, this isn't like a common thing. Just like your point with the two different vegans. there's not just one type of trans person, right? They're the ones suffering from gender dysphoria. Like they generally do believe that they are the opposite sex because of a brain, because of mental illness, right? But then there's also just like perverts, like just objective perverts that get off on just invading women's spaces and dressing up and just putting on dresses. Like it's a paraphilia called anagenophilia.
Yeah. Yep.
And I think what the progressive left and just like have really done a disservice to this people who actually suffer from the gender dysphoria is that they allow both of those groups to use the trans label when only one of them really deserves it. The others are just perverts and shouldn't be allowed in spaces like under any circumstance. But the problem with the bill, I would say, is that these people like suffering from gender dysphoria, they're not going to stop dressing up or presenting themselves as the opposite sex. So what's going to happen is that you're going to have like a women that had all the surgeries to look like a man, and they're going to be in women's spaces, and vice versa. You're going to have a bunch of men that had the surgery go into men's spaces, and that doesn't really minimize children or people's or just people not really into trans ideology. In fact, I think it increases it because you're going to have more awkward interactions than we do already.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting. It is interesting. So you see, like, what's his name, Buck Angel, or whatever you. Do you know who I'm talking about? Was an adult film star. Looks like a dude. It was a biological woman. Then there's litany of examples of people that look like women. It's difficult, right? So here's the thing. The ideal situation is this. No one's going to like to hear this, but this is the ideal situation. If you really pass as a woman and you're just going into the restroom not as a fetish, then and you're wearing a dress and you look like a woman, it probably makes sense for you to just go to the ladies' room and finish. And 99% of the people won't be any the wiser. This becomes different if it's in a work situation where people know you. So if, for example, if Rob, I'm working in an office hypothetically, and I transition and I'm fucking a knockout woman, let's really use our imagination here, people would still know as a biological man. So that's different. Maybe people would feel uncomfortable. But in general, in a public situation, no one would know, right? Here's the problem, though, that wasn't good enough. That the envelope has to continue to be pushed. Right? And you're right, with people with onogynephilia, there were people that were intentionally going into women's spaces. There were people that wanted to do it in schools, et cetera, et cetera. How do you differentiate those people that are legitimately trans versus those people that are doing it as a sexual kink? What percentage are which? I don't know. I don't know how you would differentiate it. So what happens is, now that it's been made an issue, much like all laws, you have to have some sort of cutoff. You do. It makes no sense why the speed limit on the road outside my house is 55 mile an hour. I couldn't tell you why it shouldn't be 56 or 54. I couldn't say, well, the exact number is 55. 1 mile per hour more or less would be bad for the following reasons. That's difficult to do. You sort of have an arbitrary number. The same is here. It's gotten out of control. The indoctrination for children and shit's getting out of control. The claims of women's sports, blah, 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 blah. You know all this stuff. It's gotten out of control. Okay, you got to have some sort of law. We have to. Now people will say, but Republicans started this with the bathroom bill, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. I know that this indoctrination started much before that bathroom bill, so it was probably okay that at some point someone put their foot down using some sort of legal framework at some point. But you're right. Like, how would you feel if someone who looks like he's got fucking pectoral transplants and got a fucking beard or whatever, if I have a daughter, but this person's biologically a woman, that they're sitting there washing hands next to my 4-year-old daughter in the bathroom, I'd be like, well, this fucking sucks too. But I don't know what's the alternative, because you can't have a law that says, well, if you pass, then you could use the restroom you want. Right? You can't have that, because who subjectively gets to decide who passes or not? But you don't want to have no law that just says, hey, it's a fucking jungle. Wherever you want to go, you go. That seems to be bad too. So then what's the alternative? Like, how would you word the law? I don't know how you would, that's not the way the legal system works. You can't have it be incredibly subjective. right? Where it's like, well, there's people that say, well, there needs to be a third restroom offered, or we make all restrooms unisex. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. It sucks that we're here. It's much like, I don't know if you heard me earlier talking about with this guy Econoboy, illegal immigration. They push and push and push when secretly their goal the whole time was, we want to allow all these illegal immigrants in. We want to give them a pathway to citizenship. They lie about it, but they push and push and push and push and push till eventually you have to have a policy that says, okay, we're going to kick you people out. And they go, oh, that's immoral. You can't do that. But we have to do that because they've pushed to this point. They've taken advantage of our goodwill. It's the same with the trans people. Like, yeah, I really wouldn't give a shit if I'm at a bar and someone who's a biological female but basically looks like a dude walks into the stall, comes out, washes their hands while I'm washing my hands. I don't give a fuck. What I care about is we have situations where people are getting off on it. They're intentionally causing controversies. And so I don't know, there's so many complications about the issue. For example, you would say, the left will say, well, what about the trans person's feelings? What about their right to feel safe? What about the woman's right to feel safe? Why doesn't her opinion matter? Right? What do you mean that the trans person doesn't feel safe in the men's room? Is that because you're saying that there's something less safe about someone who passes as a woman being with biological men? Is that the argument? Then why don't the biological women get to feel the same way about the trans person who's a biological man?
Exactly.
If your feelings are valid as the trans person being around biological men, why aren't the women's feelings valid? So thank you so much for the follow, my Nick. So you're right. Like, ultimately, it's like, okay, then you're going to have a bunch of people that'll fucking push the issue, right? They're going to be like, I clearly look like a woman, and now I'm just going to go to the men's room and just make a scene of it. Or I clearly look like a man. Well, you made me be in here. I'm going to talk to your daughter while I'm in here. That's how it's going to be. You made me. That's going to happen. You're absolutely right. And then, Daddy, what's that? Why is that guy that looks like a guy? Well, he's not really a guy. Well, what do you mean? What makes a guy? Like, that will present those awkward situations. But I ultimately don't know. It's a bad situation because people that have exploited this, and I don't know what the right answer is. The best solution would be that we all behave like fucking adults and that people wouldn't have exploited this for sexual kinks and etc. But that didn't happen. So now what? We're going to have some sort of law step in, and what's it going to look like,
Yeah, and I definitely agree with the mindset of unisex bathrooms as an option. Some people say that it's like giving an inch to trans ideology. I would say no, because it's just going to be open for everyone. But another thing we have to focus on is the private versus public distinction. Like if you have a private, if you're a private business, you can have whatever bathrooms I want. I couldn't care less. However, when you make a law, make it so that certain people can't enter public restrooms, that I don't think that's going to be found constitutional, because you literally can't discriminate against certain people or against people if they didn't commit a crime from using the public restroom because they buy into it.
I would be interested. At face value, it sounds like that might be the case. But let's say that we have a public space that's for children only, right? So we have a restroom that's designated specifically for children, right?
Right.
Could I, as a grown man, just sit there and smoke a cigarette and be like, fuck you, I want to hang out in here? It's public area. Yeah. You can't discriminate me for being here. I think there's probably some sort of exception that says, no, you can have spaces that are designated for certain groups. I don't know that this would be the case, but I'm guessing that sort of, some of the laws like Title IX and etc. That have safe spaces for women, I don't think those have been ruled unconstitutional. So, for example, Title IX in collegiate athletics says that you had to have equal amounts of women's sports offered as men, right? That wasn't ruled unconstitutional. It wasn't like, well, these are public spaces. If men want to compete, they should be allowed to compete. They said, no, it's okay. In fact, not only is it okay, it's mandated that there be these spaces particularly for women. Does that same logic apply to a restroom? I don't know. It seems intuitive that it would, right? That it's like, well, if you could have an athletic competition, I mean, again, like take restroom out of it. How about a locker room? Should I be allowed? There's a public university 20 minutes from here. Should I be allowed to just go hang out as a dude and hang out in the women's locker room, just chill there and say, hey, fuck it, it's a public space? public
Yeah,
tax dollars go here, you know.
You know, see, again, I feel like a solution for the trans sports fiasco is to have just like a third trans division, similar to a third unisex bathroom, because
But they won't do it.
my stance on like trans women in women's sports is that there should be zero like
Right.
trans women in
Agreed.
biological women's sports, because the entire purpose of the female sports division is to have a division where biological women can compete against each other so they can get scholarships, etc. And if you allow biological men to compete against them, it's just going to be another minor league for men.
Agreed. But the problem is no one will accept the third. No one will. That doesn't solve the problem, because it won't solve the problem, because the very people that are demanding enter women's spaces won't give a shit. So you might as well tell them fuck off. Like, it's the same. It's the same at the end of the day. You just say fuck you, no, you can't compete in the women's sports, or you say fuck you, no, you can't compete in the women's sports. Here's trans sports. They're still not going to use them. They're going to say, no, fuck, that doesn't. The only reason to offer the transport is that it would be some sort of capitulation to the transport, but they ain't going to accept that. So why even offer them that? Just say, you want to create your own league? Fine. Have at her. But we're not doing it. You go do what you want. We don't give a shit. You're not competing in women's sports, period. End of story. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is the problem. This is oftentimes what happens is people are willing to go. Like, I think most people are willing to say, I mean, again, people can believe me or not. I know people that I work with people with developmental disabilities. I've worked with people that hear voices in their head. I've had family members that have had psychological conditions. I'm probably bipolar. I don't know, right? I don't hate people because they have some illness. I don't at all. Some of the people I respect and love the most have certain mental illnesses, etc. I'll listen to the person. I'll treat them like a human being that has voices in their head, but I'm not going to fucking listen to them say that I have to believe the voices are real. No, I don't. I'm not going to treat you like shit because you hear the voices, but you can't force me to believe the voices are real. They're not. The voices aren't real. You could say, don't treat me like shit because I'm a man who's transitioned to a woman. That's fine. But you can't convince me you're a woman. You're not. Now, I'm not going to treat you like shit about that, just like I'm not going to treat a woman like shit because she's a woman. You're at the bar with me. We're watching the game. You're being a normal human being who happens to be a biological man that transitioned to a woman. I don't give a shit. Fair enough. Fine by me. You start acting like a creep, fuck you. But that's true of a biological woman. You start acting like a creep, fuck you too. You're a guy. You start acting like a creep, I don't care, right? Like, so I won't treat someone like crap just because they're trans. And I think most people are some form of that. The problem is it always goes further than that, right? It's like, imagine that we started celebrating like schizophrenia. Oh, it's something to be proud of. It's like, well, and by the way, I've believe it or not, I've dealt with this. I've dealt with this with autism. I actually, oh God, I don't even know how much I could say about this. I worked with a doctor who was contracted through one of the companies I work for that, and I'm not making this up, this is a true story, that believed that autism was closeness to God. And so he believed that to hear the voice of God or to hear an angel was so incomprehensible to a human being that it made you autistic. That it would literally, so like if you, and I'm going to get a little graphic here, but for the audience to understand the levels of what I'm talking about here, a lot of people that have autism have been unfortunately abused in many ways because they're in vulnerable situations. They have a difficult time communicating. One of the behaviors that you would see a lot is something called a fecal smear. And a lot of the reasons that fecal smears occur, it's where people will like defecate and then rub it on themselves or rub it all over their clothes or all over their wall. One of the reasons, not the only reason, but one of the reasons that happens is because if you can't communicate and you're a child and you're being sexually assaulted, you want to make yourself as grotesque as possible to try to stop people from trying to take advantage of you that way. And this doctor told me that's closeness to God. Rubbing shit on yourself, your chest and your face, that's closeness to God. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's absolute insanity, right? I'm not like the idea of like celebrating trans and it's great and it's no, it's an illness. Fucking sucks. I'm sure the people that actually are going through that, it probably sucks a lot, right? And the idea that it's okay to say, well, we shouldn't treat them like shit. It's another thing to say, this is preferable. Your kids should strive for this. You know, and of course, then there are the people that take advantage of it because of sexual kinks, autogynephilia, etc. Right? Like, it's certainly true. So, at some point, those people ruin it. And again, I used to talk There was a trans person I used to talk to all the time on panels. Her name was Empress.
Empress,
thought
okay.
Great debater. Loved talking to them. Really did. But then 90% of the trans people I dealt with on the online space were fucking psychos that would try to get you banned. They'd be like, do you think there's only two genders? And they're like mass reporting you and shit like that. I demand you call me by this name. And I always felt bad for Empress because Empress was totally reasonable. Like the fact they were trans was 99% never brought up. It wasn't like, well, it's a trans person. It was just, I happen to be trans. Fuck it. Let's talk about tariffs. You know? And like, okay. Right? And so I always felt bad. In my head, I envisioned there's probably trans people out there that are like, fuck, I'm a biological man who really just wants people to think I'm a woman. I don't want to use special pronouns. I want people to say she. God, I wish people would think I'm a woman, right? And then they got to see all these lunatics online that are like, we demand Zer and with special places for us and fucking blah, 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 blah. And like, I imagine that these trans people are like, oh my God, what the fuck are you doing? You see it a lot with like gays for groomers. You know, that you had gay people come out like we fought for equal rights, and now we got these fucking psychopaths that are trying to transition children. It's insane.
Yeah, but gays against groomers, like not gays for groomers, right?
Oh yeah, gays against. Did I say gays for groomers? Yeah, gays against groomers.
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
It was a big
that's
X
fine.
account, and it was like a bunch of people in the gay community that were fed up with the shit. They're like, we just wanted to be able to marry the people we love. That was it. We didn't expect it to be, oh, we got to transition kids and talk about LGBT issues and have basically people running around nude at gay pride parades. It's fucking crazy. It's too much. And that's always the case with these issues. The truth is, life's complicated. There are things that come about that we want everything, innately, I think we want everything to have a sense of fairness. All people want that, but it'll never happen. So, you know, I'll give you another example, like with autism. One of the things with autism is there's a lot of things that just naturally occur in our society that are really damaging to people with autism or really aggravating, such as loud noises or bright lights. So if we're going to be totally inclusive, do we say car horns can't exist? Do we say that lights can't be employed? We have to have very low lighting in every single public entity, a shop, a restaurant, etc. Is that what we say? Well, no, that's clearly too much. But that's bigoted to the autistic. Well, yeah, that sucks. Sometimes when you have something abnormal with you, you can't expect society to totally capitulate to that minority that has something that's abnormal. The same's true of trans people. Sorry. It sucks. You've been given a shitty lot. If you're someone that's doing it as a sensual kick, fuck you. I have no sympathy. If you're someone that truly has some sort of mental or physical disorder, I'm so sorry. It sucks. It's not fair. I'm incredibly blessed and lucky. I've never had a serious illness like that. I'm one of the luckiest people that's ever lived. But what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to just shut down all of society? You know, are we supposed to? And of course, I know I'm talking a lot here, so if you want to shut me up,
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. No, I think you hit the point right on the nail. It's again, as we've discussed before, the major issue here is that the left does not want to acknowledge that gender dysphoria is an ongoing problem, and instead of looking towards ways we can finally get rid of gender dysphoria, we've just been pushing transitioning, passing, etc., which is not the end goal, an end goal solution to it.
Well, here's the thing: it's not just that they don't want to acknowledge it's a problem; they actually like it. Right? And when you look at the worldview of so many people on the left, they view things as oppressed classes versus oppressed. They just view things through a Marxist lens. So instead of Marxism, it was economics, right? The bourgeoisie versus the proletariat. Now you could break people down on anything like that. Race. White people are oppressors. Everyone else is oppressed. Religion. Christian are oppressors. Everyone else is oppressed, etc. So when you prioritize victimhood and being a member of the oppressed class gives you status. Being a victim is the highest level of currency and status you could have. What do you do if you're a white guy? Well, you're fucked, right? You know,
Exactly. Yes.
Not if you're trans. That's the most oppressed. Oh boy. By the way, I've seen this. I'm not going to get too personal. I knew someone. I'm questioning whether I should talk about this. I'll be as vague as possible. Through an activity that I was involved with, I saw someone who was involved with people that were radically left-wing, and they were the odd person out as a white man, and they got treated like shit. And I happen to know people around there that verified that what you saw publicly was true. And then that person came out as trans, and all of a sudden they were the big dog. Now they were calling the shots. Now they were the most respected. And that became evident, not only in just social interactions you could see in real life, but also in online spaces like social media, where this person went from someone that was almost being bullied, that didn't have a voice, that was considered, despite the fact wasn't very popular, didn't have a lot of friends, wasn't very talented in the activity that they were involved with, went from that to the most important person in the world. To everybody hung on every word, right? That incentive for so many people, and that's not even getting into the sexual kinks, right? Just that incentive to go, oh my God, I went from literally the most oppressed, or the most oppressor group. I'm a white male, to now I'm the most oppressed group. And I can't wait to get mine, baby. Now I'm on top, and I love it. And I'm going to rub it in everyone's fucking face. And that's what happens. And you can see the chip on the shoulder of so many people online that you deal with that just, they can't fucking wait to use positions of authority. Report them! Get them kicked out! Blah, 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 blah. Like, they can't wait, right? Because now it's their chance. It's an inversion of everything. They think you're the oppressor. So therefore, morally, they're allowed to oppress you because after all, your mere existence is oppressing them. So why not? Now they have, right? Society's on their side, right? And that's one, you see the incentive of it. And by the way, you could see this all over the place. Before we talked about DEI, the phrase people were talking about was critical race theory. Well, what was happening?
Right.
We saw over and over. I just saw a video in Ireland where it was an ad for public schooling or something in Ireland. And I wish I could bring it up right now. It basically went something like this, where you see this, a girl, I think they're both in school uniform, an Irish-looking girl and then a black-looking girl, and I believe they're in Ireland. And the Irish-looking girl goes up to the black-looking girl and says something to the effect of like, oh, I love your hair. I would love to get my hair done like that, or something like that. And I believe the black girl has like dreads. And she's like, that's offensive. That's culturally insensitive. That's, cultural appropriation, blah, blah, blah. And then like the Irish girl goes, I'm sorry. I should have known, but now I've learned. And then they all these other kids come in that look Irish and start repeating it. I should have known, but now I've learned. And it's like, holy fuck. Like, you watch it and it's like brainwashing. You're like, wow, look at what they're doing to these fucking kids. Like, they're teaching them to be ashamed of how they are and say that, one group is better than the other, and that you have to understand that their differences are all great and you can't question them of it because that means that you're being oppressive. They're doing this shit to kids, not just in the United States, but kids all around the world. You can see in the UK, we were talking about it earlier, the UK, where you can't criticize. You could fucking say, fuck Tommy Robinson and all those pieces of shit. I think they're all inbred sacks of shit and blah, 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 blah. You can say that and you don't have to worry about the Bobby showing up into your house. But if you say, oh, these grooming gangs come from refugee communities, I think this is disgusting. Police need to do something.
Or if you post a meme.
Oh, boy. Police are beating down your door. Why? And like and so for me, trans is just another and the most radical form of that at this point. If gender is subjective, we'll get to the point when we already see some of it where you could select your race. We'll get there, right? But right now, if you could convince people that gender is a social construct and the definition of woman is just saying I'm a woman, okie dokie, people are going to take advantage of that. And you can't even blame people to some degree. If I'm applying for a government grant and they say, sorry, this is only, $50,000 to get my business off the ground that I won't have to pay back. Sorry, it's not available to you, Rob. Oh, unless you're a woman now. Mm-hmm. Fuck it, I'll check the box. I'm a woman. Sounds great. and like, who could blame people? And so we all play this bullshit game where we pretend. But we all know the truth. We're just self-censoring. And they're trying to shape our reality through this fucking absurdity. And, so, yes, I agree, to get back to the original point, that Nancy Mace has done this in kind of an immature way that might be detrimental somewhat. But I don't disagree with eventually saying, fuck it, enough's enough. We have to draw a line in the sand somewhere, and it's not perfect. And I can feel bad for individual trans people that just want to be left alone and weren't trying to be fucking maniacs and weren't trying to force shit on you. They just wanted to try as best as possible to pass. And the whole ideology, man, I talked to this guy, Grayson Hawk, the other day, I did a debate with him. The video's up my YouTube channel. It's broken into 4 parts. The last part's on trans issue. It's fucking insane. Like, you talk to him and it falls apart immediately. He's like, well, actually, they could do brain scan. By the way, this is bullshit, but for the sake of argument, they could do brain scans on people, and it will tell people if they're trans. So if you're a biological woman or man and you've transitioned to woman, so you're a trans woman, we could look at a scan of your brain and it'll say, yep, that's a trans person. They'll know that. We'll know that's a biological man that trans to woman. Which sounds impressive. Now, the reason they need that argument, which already fucks them, right? And I'll explain why in a second, but they need that argument because they're trying to get out of the argument that it's just subjective. If you call yourself a woman, you're a woman. Well, they realize that there's a problem with that, right? Some of them don't, but some of them are
circular.
Like, well, right. A word means nothing if it doesn't have collective meaning to all of us. So if the word woman means whatever I want woman to mean, and we all adapt that same mentality, woman just means whatever I want it to mean, then the word loses all meaning. Because if I say to you, let's take the word tall. If I could convince everyone tall just means what you think tall means, and so
like
now
5 feet tall,
3
or something
feet
like
tall.
that.
You see people that are 3 feet, and you're like, there's a tall, oh, that guy's tall. If you hear me say that, yep, the tall, and then we're hanging out at the bar, and I say, so listen to this, someone carjacked me, it was this tall guy. You're gonna be like, what the fuck does that mean? You mean like 3 feet or like 6 feet or somewhere in between? When you say tall, what do you mean? The word loses all meaning. It means nothing to you. Now you have to add, you're like, okay, what do you mean tall? Give me an idea of height. Oh, it's 5'3". Okay. The word tall's rendered completely meaningless, right? At that point. The same's true of the word woman. The problem is we have a bunch of cultural and political situations where that word means something. For example, there are government grants for women. There are spaces for women only. So no one gives a shit like with the words that are subjective, to some degree subjective, though many of them aren't, but like beautiful, like the word beautiful. Who gives a fuck? You can call yourself beautiful. I don't give a fuck. I give a fuck if there's a government grant for beautiful people and your ugly ass checks the box and I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? Then I care, right? If there's spaces for beautiful people only, and you look like me and you're like, fucking A, let me in. I call myself beautiful. And then it becomes a problem because we've attached meaning outside of just sort of a subjective meaning to the word. So you can't just have a subjective definition. That's the problem. And so the first problem with this brain scan argument is, okay, so then everyone who doesn't show up on that brain scan's fucking lying, right? So we'll immediately discount anyone. You say you're trans, let's go scan your fucking brain. If it doesn't show up, you're lying, you're out. You're not trans, right? Well, no. Right, so your argument's bullshit from the get-go, which they know. But secondly, I asked him, I said, okay, but what if, can you change? Will your brain change if you no longer identify as trans? So I'm a biological man. I say I'm trans. You scan my brain, say, yep, adds up, his brain showing it. And then 2 weeks from now, I say, you know what? I think it was a phase. I don't think I was trans. And that happens. People detransition. Now what?
Yeah, that's what kids go through all the time. Like the gender dysphoria goes away when they go through puberty.
Right. So I said, what happens if you change? Does your brain now switch? Yes. Your brain would never longer show up as trans. So all you did was add a step that says, yes, the word woman is completely subjective. If you feel you're a woman, your brain will show up that you feel you're a woman. But if you don't feel you're a woman, your brain won't show up that you feel you're a woman. Okay, it's still the same problem then. You just added an extra step. And then you get to the next phase. It's like, what if I think I'm beautiful? Will the brain scan show up that I think I'm beautiful? Yes, it would. Okay. Well, then how isn't that prove that the word's rendered meaningless? If beautiful just means anyone who thinks they're beautiful, what's the fucking point? And he's like, well, no, it has subjective meaning. Other people have to agree you're beautiful. Right, like woman. No, that's different. Why? Well, because there's a brain scan. Right, but there's a brain scan with people that think they're beautiful. Well, yeah, but it's subjective. Other people need to agree. Right, like the term woman. And you can instantly see the circular logic, right? Where they don't have it. And the problem is these sort of things with language, it's just bullshit. The entire concept of gender, like the way they have this clever trick, they're like, well, gender is different than sex. And they'll conveniently switch in and out the meetings whenever it benefits them. I'll give you another example.
And in addition, like they also conflate. They also try to say that the two are equal or on equal terms when no, sex like it trumps gender and it shapes the gender.
Right.
Like
That's correct.
Yeah.
Grid Motorsports. Thanks for the raid, man, on YouTube. I really appreciate it. I had this course, so I was I was a high-level debater in college, so I debated a lot of feminist theory. In my university, though, I took this, I don't know what the fuck the course is called, like Feminism 101 or some bullshit. And it was insane. I have a million stories from this class. It was me and one other guy, and then a bunch of ladies in this class. And the irony was the professor that's teaching this is very smug about teaching it, but she's actually like using a bunch of material that's like antithetical to feminist of the day. So like she had us read the book Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. And I'm like, you realize that an actual feminist would be appalled by this book? You get that, right? She didn't get it.
Yeah,
She wasn't very up on the literature. Anyways, one day she starts talking about studies that show that children, particularly infants and toddlers that are raised in a feminist environment, do much better than ones that are raised in a masculine environment.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, can you define feminine and masculine? I was like, do you mean man and woman? No, I don't mean man and woman. I said, okay. The terms are completely distinct from each other. You could have a feminine man and you could have a masculine woman. Okay, so then define it. And she's like, well, feminine means caring and nurturing and loving and feeding your child when they're hungry and hugging them. And masculine means using physical violence against your child and screaming and not feeding them when they're hungry and not taking care of them when they need to go to the restroom. And I was like, so in other words, the study that you're citing says treating kids good is good and treating kids bad is bad. That's what you're saying? And she's like, well, it's not that simple. And then like 2 minutes later, she's like, and by the way, this is why courts tend to give custody more to the mother than the father. And I was like, now wait a minute. You just said that the word masculine and feminine was totally distinct from man and woman.
True.
Now, you see how you cleverly switch? Now man and woman's injected back in. Once it comes to a legal system prioritizing women, now it's, well, women are feminine. But you just said that's not the case. And that's the clever trick that they'll constantly try to employ. By controlling language, you're able to control sort of the direction of reality, and you're able to substitute and change that language anytime that you see fit. This is why
Exactly, it's a Mott and Bailey.
Right. This is why the Socratic method's so effective in debating a lot of these people, because it kind of gets, some people might find it boring, but like if you read, right, the dialogues of Plato and you see Socrates, when I read it as a young man, instantly I was like, Socrates is basically just like, well, what does that word mean? And then people would be like, oh, well, it means this. And he'd be like, well, what does that mean? Right? Until the people frustrated themselves. And it's like, yeah, I understand. Sometimes I get in debates and people get too pedantic and it gets like, it's like, what the fuck? You're just trying to reduce this to absurd levels, right? But a lot of times there's an importance in defining terms. Now, I'll give you another term I dealt with tonight. Define fascism.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's a classic one.
Right. Who the hell knows? When you say, well, I think that's fascist behavior. When you're using the word fascist, I know what you're doing. You're using a term that you think that all of us could agree, yeah, that's behavior that we don't like, and therefore we should condemn it or seek to avoid it. But what is the specific behavior you're talking about when you say fascist? What if I use the word authoritarian instead? Can we agree that authoritarians are also things that we would, so what do you mean when you say fascist?
Yeah.
Because
does it mean like massive government? Because how could that refer to like libertarians or like small government conservatives,
right,
etc.?
So when you say that, you're like, okay, and I can't tell you how many times I've debated and it says, well, you can't be a left-wing fascist. Why? Well, because part of the definition of fascist is you have to be right-wing. Says who? Who made that declaration? Right? Well, if you go to Umberto Eco's 10 stages of fascism, you can see, okay, let's go. That's how you want to define it. And then you look at some of the stages and you're like, holy shit, this seems to apply to the modern left. Focused on perceived...
it's like Alan Lichtman's Keys all over again.
Right. And it's like, so you just like, and why does it matter? Why can't you just say, Trump's trying to silence opponents? That's what I find egregious. Okay. Instead, you're like, Trump's fascist. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, we have to condemn fascism. What does that mean? Why can't we condemn the specific... Tell me the specific act that he's doing that you think's condemnable. Instead of just saying, well, it's you don't defend fascism, do you? And then think of the power that this has. Well, we're from the group Antifa. That means we're anti-fascist. Oh, really? So what do? Well, we beat the shit out of people that disagree with us and think that they shouldn't have a voice. That sounds fascist. No, we can't be fascist because we're anti-fascist. You see the problem? It's like, that's the power of defining terms. And I swear to you, it sounds stupid, but I debate these people all the fucking time that do this. Now you go back to the trans issues. Same thing. When you make language totally subjective, and they have to, I've heard, you wouldn't believe the fucking people I've heard try to get out of this. I had a person tell me, a person named Sonsel, they tried to tell me one time, well, there's 3 criteria to determining what a woman is. And the first is physical appearance. Okay? And the second is the characteristics that you have, are they more traditionally looked at as male or female? Like, are you strong? Can you punch hard? Can you lift things? Do you like drinking beer and riding motorcycles? Okay? And the third is how you self-identify.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, that's it. Yep, that's it. Okay. So first is like sort of how you look, how you dress, shit like that. Yep. Or the first is how you dress, how you present yourself. The second is sort of how you look, your physical characteristics. Yeah. Okay, so we have a woman who is strong as shit, who wears flannels, who drinks fucking beer, who works in construction, right? So criteria 1, dresses like a man. Criteria 2, physical characteristics that we normally more associate with a man, but calls themselves a woman. They a man or a woman?
Right.
And he's like, well, they'd be a woman.
Oh, wait. Are they a man or a woman? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, if he says there's 3 criteria for the definition of woman. The first is your physical characteristics, how you look. Do you have breasts or do you more flat-chested? Do you have strong muscles, whatever? The second is how you present yourself, how you dress. And the third is subjectively how you define yourself. Okay, So let's say there is a person who is biologically a woman and defines themselves as a woman. But on criteria 1 and 2, they're more of a man based on, they dress like a man, and they have the physical characteristics. They're flat-chested, muscular, blah, blah, blah. But they're biologically a woman, and they call themselves a woman. Are they a man or a woman? And he says, well, they would be a woman. In other words, category 1 and 2 are completely fucking meaningless. The only category that matters is subjectively what they call themselves. That's it.
Yeah.
So you just got there through extra steps. Why did you throw in those extra steps? Because you know the absurdity of saying woman just means someone who identifies as woman. So they have to put all these fucking bells and whistles. Well, it's a social construct. And there's all these other, there's this and this and the brain scan and blah, blah, blah. But when you really press them, they're going to say some form of woman means you call yourself a woman. That's it. That's 99% of these debates. And it's just all fucking bells and whistles and they realize the problem with that. That, okay, then that's fine if we're going to use language that way and say language is all completely subjective, identifying language is all completely subjective, but then you can't use any sort of objective laws, statistics, anything. You can't use any of them. Did you know that women make 78 cents to the dollar of men? Really? Is that true?
I thought that was debunked.
Well, it is, but that's something that a lefty would say. I would say, how do you know? Well, because we studied. Did you ask everyone involved in the study how they identify? How did you determine who was a man and a woman? Well, men are more likely to commit sexual violence. Really? Did you ask them how they identify? And even if you did, wouldn't you admit that there's a social stigma against trans? So maybe many of those people were afraid to tell you how they really identify. So how could you say? We can't use any statistics at this point. How would we fucking know? Particularly any statistics like before 2010, when being trans wasn't really that big of a thing. How the fuck would we know?
True.
In fact, when you listen to trans people, they say, well, the truth is it's not that the amount of trans people have increased. It's that so many were in hiding because of social pressures for. Cool, then we can't use any statistics on men and women going back pre-2010, right? Because we know huge portions of them that were men were actually women that were afraid to say it. And huge portions that were women were actually men that were afraid to say it. So all those statistics are out the window, right? So therefore, when you now want affirmative action because you say, well, we need special policies just for women. Based on what? What's that based on? Well, women are disenfranchised. Prove it. The numbers you have are meaningless. They're involved with people's biological sex and not their gender. And biological sex has nothing to do with woman. So why should there be policies that benefit women? And they know it's bullshit. We all have to pretend this game. They fucking know it's bullshit. They know, and it's like, of course, everyone has the examples, well, it's a woman's right to choose, and men shouldn't have a say in it. Really? Okay, I call myself a woman now. Now I have a say? And a biological woman that could get pregnant now calls herself a man. So she has no say in abortion, correct? Well, right? Instantly. All of a sudden they know the difference between men and women. Isn't that interesting? And it's constantly this sort of shit. And so then you take it back to this restroom deal, and it's like, we have to put up with such bullshit. You're obviously so bad faith, and there's real world implications. And I don't even give a fuck if there are real world implications. What we're talking about enough right now is enough. But there are real world implications. You remember there was this story a couple years ago, I think, where there was a sauna. Go ahead.
Oh, is it like are you talking about like the public school in Virginia where you had a student like identify as a woman and then they like sexually assaulted like several women in the school?
That wasn't the one I was talking about, but yeah, that happened.
Okay.
There was one where it went viral. There was a video where it was a trans individual went into some sort of spa, and there was a biological woman with her daughter in there, and allegedly this trans woman exposed her penis in front of this girl.
Wait, is that Jessica Yaniv, that person?
Nah, that's the one in Canada, right? Am I right?
Oh,
about
Canada.
That?
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
This was in the States, I believe. And so it went viral where there was this woman was like, you didn't see the incident in the shower or whatever, but the woman was complaining, and people started shaking their fists and saying, this is outrageous. See, it's a sexual fetish. You're waving penis in the women's room, blah, blah, blah. And then all of these trans right protesters came and showed up and protested this spa. How dare they? And it was a big story. And then you found out a week later, the trans woman got arrested for indecent exposure. But wait a minute. We were reliably told that wasn't the case. It was all just a misunderstanding. She had the right to be naked in there. Now what? Right? And that's the sort of... you see this shit and you're like, you fucking see? Do you see? And they don't give a shit. They're like, well, that doesn't matter. It's a one-off. And like at some point you have to just say, fuck you people. You're being bad faith.
Right. Yeah. Like what measures have you put in place to gatekeep people from using using the trans label, and how do you prevent situations like this from occurring in the future?
Well,
they won't give you an answer.
The truth is they don't care, right? Because a portion of them are literal fucking autogynephilia people that get off on this, so they're totally cool with that. Anyways,
right.
A large portion, though, an even greater portion are like, of course, bad things could always happen, but the greater good is these people are oppressed. And a lot of them commit suicide. And so we have to open up spaces for them. Yeah, a few eggs may be cracked, but that's true of anything. And so it's worth it. And again, you go back to this discussion I had with this person at Conaboy before you called in. Conaboy's a smart guy. I've debated him many, many times, right? We start talking about immigration. Conaboy fully admits that the Democrat, after pulling teeth, it took an hour to get to it, but he fully admits, yes, the Democrats knew that millions of people were coming in illegally. Yes, they absolutely want them to stay, even if they were given deportation orders. Yes, they absolutely want to give them a pathway to citizenship and vote. And yes, they know that these people will overwhelmingly vote Democrat. And they lied. And the Conaboy would say, well, they lied because it was politically expedient. They knew the average person wouldn't agree with it. That's right. But I'm not supposed to believe they would lie on these trans things. They really don't know if there's a biological difference between men and women. They really don't know if there's a competitive advantage in almost all athletics or physical competitions to be a biological man than woman. They really don't know that people that want to exploit this system to get with vulnerable populations will do it. By the way, they know this in every other thing. For example, the lefties that overwhelmingly control my industry of home health care, particularly people with disabilities, one of the trainings you taught, and this is absolutely true, is people will get involved in this line of work that are horrible people because they know that these populations of people are easier to exploit. So
you see that all the time. Also in just elderly care, you just see all the time people abusing them.
You're absolutely right, and you also see it with children. Why the Catholic sex scandal that we talk about? Why was that able to occur? Well, one of it was because children are vulnerable. And when you have situations where people are alone with children, bad things can happen. So why wouldn't it be the case with vulnerable children with trans individuals? If you're someone who sought to exploit that, or women in many cases can be physically vulnerable. If you seek to exploit that, wouldn't you take this opportunity? Yeah, maybe the majority of people that are trans aren't there to take advantage of this situation. But certainly if you were someone who wanted to, this is an area that you may go through. And like you said, we already have literature on autogynephilia of people that get sexually aroused looking at women, but still want to have intercourse and find women attractive. But we just have to pretend for the greater good. Well, they can't admit that, so they have to just bullshit. They're like,
No,
"Oh,
they
that
can't.
doesn't happen. It doesn't. What are you talking about? That never happens. Where's the study? Evidence. Source, please. Source." And then like when you point out, and that's what made the Loudoun County situation so fucking grotesque, because it happened. The school knew it. For those that don't know, this situation was. And I had people fight with me tooth and fucking nail. This wasn't really a trans person. It was a biological man that dressed like a girl who went into a women's room and sexually assaulted. And if what I heard was true, in pretty much the most heinous way possible. Not just groping or something, which is bad enough, but literal, like, rape, right?
Mhm.
And this occurred, and the first thing I heard from people was, but it wasn't really a trans. They don't identify as trans. They're a cross-dresser. Well, the problem's
Right.
still that they were allowed to use the restroom. And we're talking about the policies of allowing biological males in women's rooms.
Yeah,
Right? That's
and and to address that point, like according to like what they would define as trans, then that person, yes, they would still be trans because they don't just accept they have to have gender dysphoria to be trans. Like it's simultaneously a mental illness and a cultural thing for them.
Right. So you could say, well, they didn't identify as trans after the incident. Are you trans? No. But when being allowed, if they would have said, listen, you're only allowed into this restroom if you're trans, do you think they would have said, oh, no, I'm just a cross-dresser. Thank you very much. No, they wouldn't have said that.
No.
Anyways, I never saw proof of that they weren't trans, but that was the first opposition that I faced. Nonetheless, what happened was issues get raised in this school and many others about the problems of allowing biological males in the women's locker rooms and spaces. And so this girl is raped. No one was really made aware of it from the school. The school's then having a school board meeting where the principal's at. The victim's father shows up to the school board meeting. People start yelling. They're pretty upset. What is up with this policy of biological males being allowed in women's rooms?
Mhm.
Principal stands up and says, there have been no incidents. None. This is all just fear-mongering. Father of the victim is enraged, stands up and starts screaming, what about my daughter who was sexually assaulted?
Mhm.
Hush up, they say. Security comes to take him out. The man's livid. He's screaming. They arrest him for disorderly conduct. That incident is then later used by the National School Board Association to write a letter to Merrick Garland suggesting that the tools of the Patriot Act be used to go after parents at school board meetings because they're acting like terrorists. They cite that specific incident as one of the two criminal conducts as to why the FBI needs to get involved, which they did, which Merrick Garland then sent the FBI to go after parents at school board meetings. Because a father spoke up for his daughter that was sexually assaulted when the school tried to cover up the crime and tell other concerned parents, don't worry, nothing happened. Of course, the National School Board Association was later forced to retract that letter, but Merrick Garland did not retract his memo that instructed the FBI to work with law enforcement to go after parents that were angry at school board meetings. Do you see the absurdity of this? Now, they
Yes,
could
I
have
do.
been honest and they could have said, okay, yes, we had a horrific incident and we understand your concerns. Here are the steps we're taking to make sure that that doesn't happen. But here's why we feel that this policy is very important for trans individuals. But they didn't do that. Instead, they lied. And that's what you see when it comes to trans issues and many other issues over and over again. They can't defend the truth. They can't defend how many illegal immigrants are coming. They can't defend it. They know it's not popular, so they lie. They can't defend that allowing a biological male into the girls' room caused a horrific sexual assault, so they lie. Nothing happened. What are you talking about? And then when someone speaks up, and by the way, I just want to say for the record, if that was me and I was that parent, I assure you I would have been doing more than shouting mean words. And yet that guy who had an incredibly reserved reaction of just screaming, he gets arrested. Of course, charges were later dropped, but they already got the talking point that they wanted, didn't they? They got the excuse to send the FBI after these parents. And so this shit all matters. This is why a line in the sand needs to be drawn. And it's unfortunate because I think you agree with me, Jack. For me and you, we would sort of be more live and let live. I don't give a fuck. You know, if you pass as a woman and you're in the women's room and you didn't do anything weird, fuck it. Who cares?
Yeah.
But something needs done. And unfortunately, the pendulum will swing back too far in other ways, and people will be ridiculous. And but what's the alternative at this point? When you allow these people to sort of have this cultural push and to allow all this crazy shit to occur over and over again, there's going to be a pushback. We would have liked for it never, the example it's the same with the legal immigration. It's the example I give is like, Halloween, you put the bowl of candy out if you're not home and you say, take one, right? And then you look at your Ring camera and it turns out your fucking, 40-year-old neighbor came over and took all the candy immediately. So then the next year you put a sign out, it's like, please don't take more than one. And you check your Ring camera and they're 40-year-old. The third year you're like, fuck it, I'm not putting candy out. And then your neighbors are going to go, oh, you don't care about the kids?
Yeah, then your house gets TP'd.
Right. And it's like, no, I gave a shit about the kids, but your bad faith ass kept stealing the candy, so fuck it. I'm not spending money just for you to steal the candy. Oh, so you don't care. It's the same with all these. It's, so you want to check you want to feel to see if they have a dick before they use the restroom? That's who you are? That's fucking gross. See, you're just obsessed. You're obsessed with feeling people's dicks. Fuck you. No. You guys pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And it's so funny to watch the Democrats now. I fucking knew. I've been saying for years. I was arguing with Republicans. Why are Republicans talking about these trans issues? One, because it's grotesque and it needs to be talked about. But second, it's a political winner. Mm-hmm. No, it's not. That's outrageous. People don't give a shit about this. Well, now look. A lot of exit polling show, a lot of undecideds. The most effective ad that they saw was the one that said, she's for they, them. She wants to pay for transition for illegal immigrants that get locked up. Yep. And Democrats are saying, we didn't run on that shit, but we should. We should defend that. We absolutely
Kyle
should.
Kulinski was saying that a lot.
Yes. Right. That we didn't do it, but we should. We should do it. Keep doubling down, buddy. It's a losing issue. And you can pretend that it's the modern civil rights issue. It's fucking not. It's not. So you keep doubling down on that shit. That's fine. Rob, that analogy is embarrassing. You should be ashamed. Tell you what, Mario Meta, you, like every other trans activist that thinks that I should be ashamed for my argumentation, is welcome to call in and have a nice 2-hour discussion with me, even moderated if you want, if you think that my analogy is shameful there. The analogy is apt that when you allow something and you give an inch and people take advantage of it over and over again, that eventually you say, fuck it, then we're done. The same is true of illegal immigration. When people with good hearts said, of course, we want people that are actually fleeing violence and stuff, small numbers of them, to be able to come into this country. And the Democrats, as was admitted by one of them, McConaughey, intentionally exploited that system to allow millions upon millions of people to come in, with never even having the intent of, if a court said they had to go back, of forcing those people to go back, all the while wanting to give them a pathway to citizenship has been admitted by both Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer. And when you told us, no, you're lying, that's not true, that's racist to suggest that, once we finally find out and have to deport people and you say, but my God, you're tearing families apart. Sorry, we don't give a fuck. You kept taking all of the candy. The same is true with these trans issues.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
The neighbor in your analogy is not fleeing anything. That part's not necessary of the analogy. What the analogy speaks to is someone taking advantage of your goodwill. The truth is, many of the refugees coming here aren't fleeing anything either. They are economic migrants. That's what they are. The proof is in the pudding, because even when our very lenient courts have suggested that they'd be deported, you have Democrats like Econoboy that say, I don't care if they've been given a deportation order. It would be immoral to deport them. Those people, a court ruled, weren't fleeing something. They were coming here for economic benefit. They did not meet the classification of refugee. And even then, people say, but they should still be allowed to stay. So in other words, your big heart saying, we only open this up to people that are fleeing, and we define fleeing, it could be anything. Oh, you're fleeing environmental destruction, which is everywhere around the world at all times. You're fleeing economic poverty. You're fleeing crime, etc.
Yeah,
right.
and that's how you get a lot of economic migrants.
That's right. It's all just a fucking excuse for the real issue, which is we want all of these people. We want them. That's the truth. We want them all. And we know it's not popular to fucking tell you that. Send them all. Give them all the right to fucking vote. We know that's not popular, so we'll say, oh, no. We're only accepting those that are fleeing political persecution. That's all we're accepting. Cool, then we could kick everyone else that wasn't fleeing that. Well, no, that would be immoral. You can't just keep it. That would be separating families. You can't do that. Same fucking shit. And that's one of the things a lot of like you, Jack, from my time of getting to know you, John, me, people like Andrew Wilson, we'll fucking be open with what we're suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say, yeah, I'm sorry you got to kick these people out. Sorry. I don't feel great about it. Sorry, we should have laws that say biological men should not be allowed in women's rooms. Sorry. We'll be honest. Not these fucking people. They can't do it. They can't just say, yeah, we want these millions of people to stay. Yep. We think that absolutely that it's a human right. You know, that to that Grayson Hawkeye's point, he said it right out of the gate. Yeah, it's a human right for anyone that wants to come to this country as long as they're not a violent criminal to come here. We do not have the right to tell people they can't come here. If you're living in Russia and you want to come here and we can't prove you're a terrorist or a criminal, yep, we have to let you in. It would be violating your rights not to let you. Okay.
Yeah, and with the Jose Ibarra situation, even if we catch you, even if you're arrested for a crime, you can be let go because of sanctuary city laws until you commit a violent crime, like with Laken Riley. He was apprehended 2 times, and he was let out both times.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's to say, again, it all makes sense when you realize their worldview, that they're prioritizing people based on collective groups of oppressor versus oppressed. So illegal immigrants are oppressed. So every advantage must be given to them. It would be oppressing to lock them up. It would be oppressing to send them back to their country. And so you see these situations, you're like, how the fuck so many of these illegals that commit murder and stuff do we realize they've been arrested like 8 times? Sometimes for heinous crimes. We see this all over the place. Not just with illegal immigrants. We see it with career criminals. You know, where it's just like over and over, these people commit violent crimes and they're left out. They're given every benefit, you know, and again, it goes back to sort of Solzhenitsyn. You know, one of my favorite quotes, who wrote the Gulag Archipelago, is sort of criticizing communism in the Soviet Union. It's a fantastic book. If you haven't read it, you should read it. Solzhenitsyn says, oh shit, I'm not going to look up the direct quote right now, but it's something like this. For the thief to have a knife was just a cultural misunderstanding, but for you to have the knife was terrorism. Right? In other words, and he speaks about this a lot in these gulags, the political prisoners, the people that were sent there for anti-communist behavior, they were bottom of the barrel, treated like shit. The guards treated the thieves like royalty. The thieves, the murderers, the rapists, they were all fucking treated great. In fact, the guards used them to terrorize the political prisoners. So when the thief had a knife, it was like, well, he's disadvantaged. He's economic poverty. In the words of the guy there, I thought that was funny. He said in the chat, they're fleeing economic poverty. Yeah, that's poverty means economic. We get it, right? But they're fleeing poverty. They're fleeing it. And so you have to understand the thief, right? And then when they stab someone, well, they're an innocent boy. You know, it's tragic circumstances led to that. But when you're like...
They're just Aladdin.
Right. But when you're like, hey, fuck this. We don't want these criminals stabbing people. You fucking bigot. You horrible son of a bitch. You know, go back to this. This is one of my... Do you remember when they were polling Democrats and it said, would you rather live next to a Trump supporter or a member of MS-13? And
they said MS-13.
Yeah, it was like 50-something% was like MS-13. And they believed that. No, the analogy wasn't dumb. I'm not admitting the analogy was dumb. The analogy spoke to the circumstance of when you have generosity and people take advantage of it, eventually you stop giving generosity. Of course, it's not a direct apples-to-apples comparison. That's why it's an analogy.
Mm-hmm.
The analogy isn't to the illegal immigrant. It's to the Democrats who took advantage of the generosity to constantly say, we want millions of illegals to come in, but we know that we can't politically say it, so we have to lie. So we'll appeal to your heartstring and say, but don't you want to help people? Don't you want to help people? Don't you want to give people candy? Yeah, I guess we do. Great, we're going to take advantage of it. Great, we're going to take advantage of it. Great, we're going to take advantage. And you said, okay, we're done fucking helping people. That's the analogy. You saying, but wait a minute, the person taking candy isn't fleeing political persecution, so the analogy doesn't apply. I'm sorry that you're not fucking intelligent enough to get it, probably because you're a bad faith fucking lefty who wants these illegals to come in the first place, and you're unwilling to just come out and say it. That's why you realize, I don't understand the analogy. Well, what do you mean? Men have a biological advantage to women in athletics? Can I see a source on that? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't fucking know. What are you talking about? Right, we get it. Same fucking playbook over and over again.
Yeah, it gets so annoying after a while.
Yeah, it does, and I'm getting tired, so maybe I'm getting a little surly. All right, Jack, I got to get to bed here. Any final words?
No, not really, but just thanks for talking to me, Rob. And I hope to have we can collaborate again.
Shout out your channel and like the times that you're streaming, where people can.
Okay. I'm a co-host on the Cider House on John Ward's channel. We typically stream from around 5:30 or 6 p.m. On Thursdays.
Yeah,
Right.
and hopefully I get out there to State College and get to do a show with you guys. I think it'd be great.
Oh yeah,
We
that'd,
go out
that'd
in
be
the
awesome.
town.
Yeah, studio.
I have not eaten or drank in State College in many a moon, so I would love to go back. It's
Yeah. Yeah, and again, we have the studio all set up, so we have a nice, comfy chair for you once you get here.
See, that's now you know how to appeal to an old man. So, all right, man. Thanks so much. We appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good night, John. I mean, Rob.
No problem. All right. How's this Selma guy? You talking shit to? By the way, your system adding my name every time I start writing the real shit. Give it a rest. You're worn out like a used to on the street corner. Me? Maybe I am. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's speaking to the people that specifically were taking advantage of the generosity. If the analogy was a person is starving and needs the candy in order to survive, maybe you would have a point that would need more direct analogous. But I'm not talking about the people that are actually the very limited amount of actual refugees. I'm talking about the people that are lying about being refugees and appealing to generosity. What channel was that? Yeah, John Ward's channel. John's a great guy. Jack's a great guy too. And the rest of the people they have there are fantastic. Let me get to Super Chats, and then first I'll get this link to John's channel. Check it out, man. And John's doing exactly... So when you had Drew the Dogman call in... So John has a couple channels, but I think you could find all of them through this. Oops, sorry. So there's John Ward Cinematics. Yeah, John's actually putting his energy and his money where his mouth is, and he's reaching out to young guys like Jack and sort of giving them a studio, things like that. It's fucking cool. John's cool. Jack's very cool. These guys are young Republicans in a university, state college, and help make a difference in a crucial state like Pennsylvania. So my hat goes off to them. Hector, thanks so much for oh my goodness, 11 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, man. Incredibly generous. Or lady. Or Zer. We don't care. We'll take trans people's money too. I appreciate it, Hector. I really do. Incredibly the amount of generosity we've had from people tonight. So I really appreciate it. Who knows if you people kept donating money like this, maybe someday I could quit my job and stream 5 hours a day. And I could do it too. I mean, today was supposed to be a 2-hour stream. We are on hour 7. So I went 5 hours past the limit here tonight. But I feel like I owed it, seeing as how fucking the past 2 days I was unable to stream. The membership is YouTube, the people that are donating memberships, yeah. So, you guys are incredibly generous. More likes than viewers is epic. Is that where we're at? Look at that. Oh, I gotta refresh. But I feel like how about that? 166. That's very cool. Hector, I assumed. Great name. Love the name Hector. Yeah, John Ward's channel. John's a man. John's a lot like me, except, believe it or not, more fucking abrasive and front. Like, John will tell you to kiss his ass. He ain't footing up with no bullshit. You guys love John. Working 5 hours a day is fascist. So, tomorrow night, I don't know what's going on with this. So, I'll one of these crazy things that I agreed to, and we'll see what happens. So, I have agreed to do a poker night. The people in said poker... Oh, I can't even see all of them. Oh, wait. It's going to be Tom Follery, Wick, some guy, Stardust, Elder Drazi. Okay. It's going to be 8 p.m. tomorrow. I have no idea how to stream this. I don't know what service I'm using. I assume they have... It's not going to be deal your own cards, right? There's going to be some fucking game. So I don't know if you're going to... okay. All right. So the wife says I got to stream for another 10 minutes because my man's getting back to bed. Thank you, Courtney. I love you, wife. Hector, thanks for the $10 super chat. Be cool if you went on X or TT to debate people like Andrew does. So X... I don't know what X would be. whatever I'm not going to do, because I don't have much to say on issues of OnlyFans. Now, I've heard rumor that whatever was going to start doing real debates, I would do that. I don't know what that is. I do a lot of debates with people. There's some on my channel. I've talked about doing the TikTok invasions with Andrew. I can't get my computer to do it. I don't know how I could get on TikTok via the computer. I could do it via my phone, but I don't know how to do it via computer. But I love debating. I love when these people call in and disagree with me. It's good stuff. So yeah, I think Andrew's got the right idea too. He understands. People want to see you debate. That's what people like if you're someone like me or Andrew. Yeah, I mean, I would debate on whatever, but I'm not going to go on and just TikTok. Yeah, I'm not going to go on whatever, and I don't have much to say on the OnlyFans shit. I think it's bad. Do a computer fund or my computer's fine that I'm using here. The problem's at work. I don't want people to donate a computer for me at work at all. I gotta change the fucking goals. I really do. The little platforms that you see here, the bells and whistles like up top. The buying the computer for streaming has already occurred. I spent my own money, about $1,500. I was at about 2,000 subs on Twitch when I created that. It was like 2,200 when I created that goal. So the goal was like 800 subs. What is it? Like I get like $2 a sub, $2.50 a sub or something like that. $1,600 would basically pay for the computer, the VPN that I bought, a couple other things. So I was trying to raise $1,600, but at this point the computer's purchased. Any money I get is good, obviously, but that's not the goal that I'm shooting for now. I need to do more shit with my audio setup. I don't know how much of that's buying new equipment. I think I'm going to buy a new microphone, but I do need to do new shit with that. I think most of it's just getting my friend that knows how to tweak with the settings to come here and help me out with that. I do need to get new emojis too. That's something I need to do. Anyways, back to the poker thing tomorrow night. I don't know how it's going to work. I'm not particularly a good poker player. I don't think I'm bad. I'm just a casual poker player. I don't play a lot. But I think it's like $20 maximum tomorrow. So I'm not like $10 buy-in and then a $10 rebuy-in. So I don't think I'm going to go to the poorhouse if I lose. My plan is I'll see how to stream it. I obviously can't have my cards or my opponent's cards on stream. Hopefully, though, we'll be able to get my face and everyone else's face on stream so that you could hear it. And it'll just be me talking shit on lefties like Tom Foolery and Wick. And I'll keep making fun of them if they're pissing away their progressive victory money. That's my goal. I hope they have a sense of humor about it. I'm going to try to have fun. And I don't particularly dislike anyone I'm going to be on here, so I assume they have a sense of humor and can joke around about it. But I don't know shit all about it. So I'm going to show up and be like, okay, what am I doing here? I do know tomorrow I'm probably going to be a bloated fat guy because we're doing the first Thanksgiving of many I'm going to be doing at Courtney's dad's tomorrow night. So it'll be... I'll be coming back here like, whoa, yeah, I'm all in. Let's get the fuck over here. So there you go. Buy a mic. This mic's been okay to me. It's a Samsung CO1U, but it is a USB mic, and people have told me that that's not the preferred mechanism. Bro, you got bigger problems than one of the things is oftentimes people in chat are talking to each other, and I mistake it for talking to me, which isn't always the case. So, oh, look at that. Why not? We got one more call. My goodness. What are we doing? No way that this person actually... Base Daddy, what's happening, man? You had something to say? Check, check, check. Can you hear me, sir? Maybe not. Maybe you just jumped in and... Be steady, you there? I don't know. Maybe they just popped in. I don't know. Oh, there you are. I hear your mic cracking. What's up, Be Steady?
Can you hear me?
I could hear you there. What's happening?
Hey, Rob. How's it going?
You get a little tired, but doing all right.
Okay.
What's happening?
Yeah.
Your mic's breaking up really bad. Your mic's breaking up. I can only hear like every fourth word. And the night with some audio issues. Why not? Can you hear me, Eddie? Mic fund for the caller, yeah. Dude, you know who really needed a mic fund for a long time? I love talking to Casimir, but holy shit, his microphone was the worst thing I ever heard for like months. Every time he'd call in, I was interested to hear what he had to say. I'm just like, dude, I can't understand you. Eddie, can you hear me? If you could hear me, I can only give you a couple more minutes here. I appreciate you wanting to call in, but something going on with the microphone here. Enemy and enemy. Left to go play pool, come back. Yeah, I'm still here, 7 hours. Eddie. One last chance, sir. Maybe he's being strangled. I hope not. My goodness. Last chance. All right, man. Sorry, it didn't work out tonight. If you could hear me, try some other night. I don't know. You never know if it's a troll or if it's someone that's legitimately trying to... Wife, please put in the chat when I can come downstairs. I'll stay up here till then, but I am getting tired. Hopefully I sleep well tonight. Yeah, my son's going to be 4. It's getting to the part where he understands he gets cool stuff at Christmas. He's into Christmas trees, Christmas lights. So I'm very excited. I'll be honest, I was never a big Christmas man. I mean, of course, as a kid, you like to get stuff, and my parents were always, or Santa Claus was always generous. But man is asleep good. Okay, I'll wrap up here. But man, my gosh, it's completely different when you have a kid. Completely. I absolutely love Christmas. Absolutely love it. Just to watch my son light up. Man, is he just the best. Today, I was talking to him, took him to potty, and he's like his old man. He likes to do his thinking on the potty, right? And we're just talking. And he was like, you could see him thinking through why shadows exist. And it was the coolest thing, right? Where he knows what a shadow is, and he's done shadow puppet and stuff like that. But I was like, there's a light, and you're blocking the light hitting the wall, and that's why it looks like a shadow. Our bathroom's got like 4 lights. And so the shadow's a little staggered. Like, it's darker in the center, and then you're slightly positioned differently in each light. And he's like, oh, the 4 lights, the 4 shadows. And it was amazing. Like, just to watch something like that, it's like, wow. It's just, it really is. Yeah, I mentioned this, I think, yesterday on stream a little. I read this study that said that sitting on the toilet for more than 10 minutes at a time is bad for your health, and I no longer trust any medical science. Fuck it all. If they're taking away my private time on the toilet, fuck you. I'll go down with that ship. But it really is, like, there's nothing like it. If I died tomorrow, my God, I was one of the luckiest people that have ever lived. And it's bullshit. You know when you say stuff like that, it's bullshit, right? Because God forbid something horrible happened to my son and he no longer be with us, or my wife kicked me to the curb and I no longer get to see my son. I would be so fucking greedy and so shitty about it. How could this be taken away from me? But the truth is, I don't deserve it. He is absolutely amazing. There's nothing better than just sitting there and watching him and talking to him. It's absolutely incredible. And I from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. Like, I know it'll change. I know he'll get older. I know it's a special time. The 12-year-old's not the same as the 3-year-old. I get that. But I would, if I had infinite resources, if I was just really wealthy and nothing mattered, I swear to fucking God, I would just hang out with him and my wife every day. There would be times I would meet friends in real life, and I'd come on and stream here and there. But that's what I want to do with my life. I just want to hang out with my wife and kid. Nothing even comes close. Nothing even close. It's just top. It's everything. Like I even with my wife. Like, of course, everyone needs their own personal time. Of course, I don't give a shit how much you love someone. That's true. But I remember, like, I would be hanging out, like, where I bartended, and, like, there'd be these dudes that would come in that I was, like, family friends with and stuff, and they'd be like, hey, you want to go out? We'll go out here, and when's your day off? Let's go out. We'll go out to the town over, and we'll go out to the bars and shit. And I'll be like, yeah, I'll see what Courtney's doing. We'll go. And they're like, we're trying to leave the wives at home. And I'm like, why? I like my wife. I like going out with her. That's kind of why I married her, because I like her, and, you know, I don't have to spend every waking moment with her, but shit like that, I'm like, yeah, why can she come? That sounds good to me. That's basically how I feel with my son, where it's like, yeah, I get it. You're going to a wedding. Maybe it'd be easier if your son wasn't there so you can have little libations and hang out with your friends. But I'm almost always like, I wish Hank was here. I miss Hank. And part of it has to do is because I'm away from home so much with work, so I'm sure that makes it better. But right now, man, that's what I want to do constantly. It's just hang out with my son. And tomorrow I will get to. Again, I'll be going to Thanksgiving. Fortunately, I'll have to leave my son after Thanksgiving to come up here and play poker with a bunch of shithead lefties. For you all's entertainment. Not really. Oh, here's a story about my son. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll go to bed. So he's sort of getting into video games. Somewhat. So I have a Nintendo Switch. He has a little tablet that he'll play like little PBS games on once in a while, which is cool. And he's getting to be able to play more advanced with them. So I have a Nintendo Switch, and we got like Mario Kart, which he can kind of figure out, and he has fun with that. But he really likes like beat 'em up games. So I got the Sega Genesis Classic, and it's got the old like Streets of Rage. His favorite on there is Golden Axe. He's like, Dad, you pick the guy with the axe. And then he'll pick the guy with the sword. But the problem is, I don't know how many of you are old heads like me. Turns out the older games are fucking hard. Like, I didn't play a lot of those games since I was a kid. So, like, when you're playing, like, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog and shit, it's like, I suck. I remember being pretty good as a kid, but I'm terrible now. So, like, a lot of these old beat-em-up games, you just remember, like, Streets of Rage. I remember beating that game when I was, like, 8 years old. But you play it now, and it's like, holy shit, there's a time limit. And when you punch your second player, it hurts them. Like, modern games, it ain't like that. Like, you're playing Diablo 3 or something, you can't hurt your friend, I don't think, when you're, like, swinging the weapons and shit. You know? So, like, he's into these games, but they're sort of hard, and he gets a little frustrated when he loses. So I was like, I'll buy more modern games that are more kid-friendly, but still kind of in the same vein. So I bought this game, Castle Crashers, which was an older game. He was kind of into it a little. And then I bought Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. And the reason I decided on that game was because it was 80% sell on Switch on the online store. And he likes superheroes. He likes Spider-Man and shit. So, like, I was like, yeah, let's do it. This is the most fucking complicated game I've ever played in my life. Like, there's, like, no tutorial. Like, it starts off in your Star-Lord and, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy, and it's just like, yeah, you can get off the ship. It took me 35 fucking minutes just to get off the first platform. Where, like, you had to intuitively know that you had to hit this button. Okay, that wasn't that hard. But then there's a glowing yellow spot that you have to, like, hold the one button in, and then your guy builds something, and it builds this lever. Then you have to know to push on the lever and, like, walking around in a circle. Oh, my goodness. I was like, how in God's name was a kid going to figure this out? You know, I'm 40 years old. I'm sitting there for 35 minutes. And then it's just like, you know, it's nice, though, because you can't die in the game, which is nice. So you just get, like, points, and you lose points every time you die. But for a little kid, who gives a shit about points or whatever? I guess you could use the points to buy shit. But you don't care. You just beat people up and shit like that. But it was, you know, there's some emotional parts. Like the one part, Captain America gets this goop put on him, and he turns into a zombie. And Hank was not digging that, because he likes Captain America. So he's like, turn it off. I don't want to fight Captain America. So that's where we're stuck. We're stuck on level 2, where you're Thor, Captain America, and She-Hulk. And he likes Captain America. And damn it, halfway through that level, when they turned Captain America into a bad guy, that was it. Shut it off. We don't want to deal with this shit. So that's where we're at. We'll get to beating level 2 at some point, but it's just so fun. It's the cheesiest thing, but it like brought a tear to my eye, and I was so fucking happy. It's so stupid. But we're playing the game Golden Axe, this old Sega game where you're just, guy with an axe and sword beating up bad guys. And we're playing it the other day. And, I'm not great at these games anyways. And the one bad guy starts beating me up. And Hank goes, "Don't you beat up my dad." And it was like, I literally got tears in my eyes. I thought it was the cutest fucking thing. I was like, my God, what a cool kid. He's just, that's God's favorite name. I tried everything. I was like, no. The bad guy's got stuff on him, so we're not, hey, Ranger and Rogue. Oh my God, you're rated. Oh, this was supposed to be a 2-hour stream. I'm on 7.5. Thank you, Ranger and Rogue. It's always great to hear from you. Thank you for the raid. We'll stick around a couple more minutes. I'm not even talking about politics. I'm talking about my cool 3-year-old son and video games I'm playing with him. So this game, Lego Marvel Superheroes 2, we make it to level 2. His favorite guy that you could be in that level is Captain America. And they spray this goop on him, which basically turns him into a zombie. And he freaks out, and he's like, I don't want to play it anymore. And I'm trying to explain to him, like, no, it's not that we're beating up Captain America. You're beating up the goop on him. You're just hitting him to knock the goop off so that he'll become a good guy again. Wasn't having it. Did not matter. Turn it off. He wasn't like crying. He was just like, no, turn it off. And so that's it. That's where. What's up, Big Boss? Not much. I need an eye patch. My brother does have an eye patch, so he kind of looks more like the Big Boss. Damien for $2 says, "What is time?" Yeah, one thing I'm not good at is brevity. And I'm notorious for saying I got to be off here in a couple of minutes, and then I'm never off in a couple of minutes. But we did good tonight. We got a lot of donations. Yeah, so Hank's the man. He's cool as shit. I'm liking more and more. We're taking him on we're going in Pennsylvania here, but it's a couple hours away out towards the east. We're taking him on a Polar Express thing, train ride, and then there's like a little Christmas village. So we got a hotel. We're going to spend 2 days doing a bunch of Christmas stuff. And then for Christmas this year, he's got a bunch of smaller things. But the big item was he's got his first bicycle, like a real bicycle. So I'm excited to see how that goes, to be a dad out there pushing my son on the bicycle. So I'm just loving it. Do I think the call-ins are sustainable as my channel grows? Yes! Call-ins are the easiest show to do, to be honest. My favorite type of show to do is a debate. My second favorite type of show to do is a deep dive, particularly on an issue like corruption. So like the January 6th bomb situation, the Burisma scandal. I love doing those type of shows. But I like the call-in shows a lot, and it's super easy because you make the content. I just respond to the content. It's fucking easy. I do a call-in show every day. As long as people are calling in, it's easy. Jack that called in, I could do a show with Jack 5 days a week because the ideal partner for me to do a show with is only going to talk 10% of the time. They'll say, hey, Rob, what do you think about this? And then I'll go off for 6 minutes. And then they'll say, yeah, I agree. And what about this? So that to me is easy, man. And you'll never get a shortage of people that want to talk to you about stuff. So yeah, the call-ins are very sustainable. I'm thinking of doing member-only call-ins. Yeah. Especially as the channel grows, that's going to be one of the member-only perks. So if you're a member on YouTube, you'll be able to call in. We'll probably give you some sort of special designation on Discord. But that's the idea. Chat, Rob, didn't convince Merman to vote for Trump and representing for the Mermen. We are not happy. Well, I apologize. I wasn't able to get every group. Call in karaoke duets. Problem with that is I would try it. But here's the problem. There is sometimes a bit of a lag, which I take my karaoke very seriously. Oh, do you guys know who Chud Logic is? Does anyone in the chat know who that is? Sing Eye of the Tiger. Maybe that's what we'll do for the 10,000 show. We'll do karaoke stream. The Mermen are unreasonable. So there's this dude, Chud Logic. He drama streamer. He's always talking about drama and shit. I happen to just be, sometimes I'll have shit on YouTube while I'm driving for work, and I'm not looking at the phone much, so I'm just hearing the audio. And I have a very eclectic group of shit that'll come up after a video. So I'll be watching like a chess video, and then you're driving down the road, and then all of a sudden a video comes out, it's a review of a new movie. For some reason, a Chud Logic video came up. and he was basically picking on Wick, shaving his beard for $500 because the progressive victory money dried up. And Chud had some good. So the only reason I bring it up, he had some good advice here. He's like, don't get into that game. If you're a streamer, don't get into the game of like, I'll do crazy shit for money. Because the next thing you know, you're eating shit off the floor. And so I wonder if Chud would consider the karaoke stream part of that. I don't know. But we'll do it. Fuck Chud. No, I don't care. I wonder. I debated Chud logic once, years ago, on whether or not social media disproportionately censored right-wingers before the Twitter files came out. Good stuff. That was on Modern Day Debate, too. It was fun. It was a fun debate. I don't really have a problem with Chud, though. He reviewed me debating my cousin. You remember my cousin that used to call in the left-winger? It's actually just me, but I would say it was my cousin, and I would debate them. I was supposed to debate someone on trans issues or something, and they didn't call in, so I debated my cousin, who's really just myself. And Chud did this like serious review of it. It's like, is Rob losing his mind? Yes, but you know. What are you talking about, Ranger? I would debate on immigrant. I'll debate on pretty much everything. Look, there is. I think I'm a pretty good debater, but certainly I don't know a deep dive on many specific topics. Oh, Chud denying righty censorship on social media. Yeah. Well, now, how the turns table, huh? It's all right. We're out of here. Gotta raid someone. Someday I'll learn how to raid someone on YouTube. But I don't even follow anyone on YouTube that's streaming right now, so I don't know who we would raid. But we can do Twitch. We'll see if anyone's... This is always a fun game.
What's the turn?
For gosh sakes. It's making me sign into Twitch. Now I gotta use the code. It's too late for this shit. Remember me, yes.
Turns, yes, he has seen a bunch of your snacks. Turns, yes, he.
All right. Who is there to raid? No comment, chick. Fun. We're gonna do cold beer confessions. I have no idea who that is. So please be nice if it's someone that you all don't like. We are representing the proud, winning conservative community. We win with grace. Damn, it feels good to be a MAGA, doesn't it? All right, let's get this raid going. And I'm getting out of here. Sorry I didn't stream the past couple nights. I hope the 7.5 hour stream made up for it. Thank you to everyone that donated. Thank you to all the callers, even those that disagree with me. You help make the show. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me, recommend my show to other people. Subscribe or follow me if it's free. Give me a thumbs up on any of the platforms that you can. I'd really appreciate it. So thank you guys so much. If you're on Twitch, enjoy this raid. Otherwise, go find someone else that's live streaming on YouTube right now and enjoy them thoroughly. I am out. I'll see you tomorrow night where I'll be playing poker. Maybe I'll throw in some political jibes at the lefties a little. So it should be fun. All right. We'll see you all later. Have a good one. Oh, I forgot to say, as always, have a good one.